Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Don Ameche and Lucille Ball in Lucky Partners. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. In joining us tonight, I wonder how many of you realize you've exercised a very special freedom. It's a freedom that no fascist country enjoys, but it's guaranteed for us by a great document, the Bill of Rights. Under this bill, which America commemorates today, we can, among other things, say what we think, read what we like, and listen to what we want to on the radio. And tonight on the Lux Radio Theater, your freedom of choice is bringing you RKO's delightful comedy, Lucky Partners. It's the rollicking story of two people who believe so thoroughly in luck that they're willing to take chances on both love and horses. And those two people in our play are tonight's stars, Don Ameche and Lucille Ball. In a little while, we'll see how they make out with Lady Luck. But here's something we want to take no chances on. Our 10th anniversary celebration on October 16th. For that birthday of ours, we want you, and that means all of you, to help us select the play and stars that you want most to hear. Just drop me a postcard dated no later than September 27th to Box 9, Hollywood 28, California. Recently, I was amused at a newspaper story with a London dateline, a reporter's account of an interview with Adolphe Monjou, who was overseas entertaining the troops. He found Adolphe in his hotel room, bent over a tub, immersed in suds. The reporter says he tossed me a bundle of socks, handkerchiefs, and a package of Lux, which he'd somehow brought over in the airplane with him. And he tells how they finished Adolphe's washing and hung it out to dry from the windows of one of London's swankiest hotels. In these days when we have to shift for ourselves in so many ways, Lux Flakes is a good traveling companion. Now it's curtain time again. And here's the opening act of Lucky Partners, starring Don Ameche as David and Lucille Ball as Jean. We're about to relate a pre-war fable. It involves a whistling artist, a girl who had to deliver some books, and a street in Greenwich Village. The whistling artist was a complete stranger to the girl who had to deliver some books, but that didn't bother him in the least. And one morning, as he passed her on the street in Greenwich Village, he stopped whistling long enough to remark,
Good luck.
Whereupon the girl with the books, being as curious as she was attractive, spun around and asked a perfectly natural question.
What did you say?
I wish you good luck.
Well, why?
Oh, no special reason.
I see. Well, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Well, that's how they met. And now, an hour later, the girl rushes back to the bookstore where she works. But this time, she has a different package under her arm.
Aunt Lucy.
Is that you, Jean?
Yes, and look, this dress. Did you ever see anything so beautiful?
Oh, it's gorgeous. Where did you get it?
Well, after I left here to deliver the book to Mrs. Adams, I passed a man. He was whistling, and as I passed
Was
him...
he good looking?
I didn't notice. Anyway...
What do you mean you didn't notice? A man whistles at you, gives you a perfectly dazzling dress.
Oh, he didn't give it to me.
He didn't give it to you?
I just passed him. Oh, you make me furious.
Oh.
You remember I left here to deliver some books?
Oh, yes, dear, perfectly.
Good. Well, when I was delivering them, a girl walked out. She was mad as a hornet.
Oh, the man's girl.
She had nothing to do with the man.
Uh-huh.
The girl was at Mrs. Adams' house, her daughter. She's leaving her husband. She was throwing away her clothes or something, and she gave me this dress because it reminded her of her husband. Now, do you understand?
Just relax, dear. Perhaps it'll all come back to you later. Oh, incidentally, Freddie just phoned.
Look, Aunt Lucy, across the street. There he is now, the man I was telling you about.
Oh, Mrs. Adams' daughter's husband.
The man who wished me good luck. And don't you see, I had good luck. I've got this dress.
Oh.
Here, hold the dress. I got an idea.
Where are you going?
The man, I got to see him.
Well, hurry back, Freddie said in 10 minutes.
Oh, yoo-hoo. Yoo-hoo.
Me?
Yes, could I see you for a second?
Why, certainly.
I'd I'd like to make you a proposition.
What?
A business proposition.
Oh?
Could I meet you in, say, an hour at Nick and Nick's?
Where?
Nick and Nick's.
Who's Nick and Nick's?
The bar and grill around the corner. They own it. Two brothers.
Oh.
You must be new around here.
Yes, I am. My name is Grant. David Grant.
Oh, I'm Jean Newton. I work right across the street there. My aunt's shop, the Book Nook. You're sure I won't be putting you out?
Oh, no, not a bit. I work here, too. You see the sign there on the second-floor window?
Oh, that's you, huh? Portraits, $1 caricatures?
Uh-huh. Likeness guaranteed.
Well, I'll see you later. Goodbye, Mr. Grant.
Bye. Well,
Yes.
might have known you'd find me.
The door was open, so I walked in.
What do you want?
Look, I'm not just your lawyer. I'm your friend. I want to talk to you.
Want me to come back, is that it?
Of course I do. Caricatures at $1 a throw. You. And this place, why, it's beachcombing. Look, I can understand you're feeling bitter. You think of yourself as a jailbird.
I don't think I feel bitter. Anyway, let's forget it. Besides, I got a date in a little while.
Can I have 10 minutes?
Oh, all right, sit down.
Give me one good reason why you won't come back to Chicago.
Oh, I can give you a dozen.
But don't you understand? What happened 3 years ago. You're a famous artist. You can't let that ruin your life. You're a young man.
Hello, Jean.
Hello, Nick. I want to buy a sweepstake ticket.
But yesterday you said you was offering them.
Well, yesterday I was offering them.
So now she's on them. We're supposed to sell the tickets, not touch people offering them.
You're lucky. Only one left. Here's the ticket. Nick, write down the name. What is the nom de plume, lady?
Two strangers.
Me and him got that. Nick and Nick.
Well, how about two pigeons?
Okay, 2 pigeons.
Hello.
Oh. Well, I guess we better sit down someplace, huh?
Show the pigeons to a table, Nick.
Okay, Nick. This way, nice and private.
I hope you don't think this is too silly, but I'm playing a hunch, and it has to do with you.
Hmm?
You see, it all began this morning when you wished me good luck. Well, I ran smack into some good luck right away, and suddenly I began to feel lucky, you know.
Vaguely.
Well, all I want is for you to share a sweepstake ticket with me.
A sweepstake ticket.
Ah.
You want to win some money?
Well, sure.
Oh. What do you want money for?
I plan to get married.
Oh. To a fortune hunter?
He's nothing of the kind.
Well, then why doesn't he take his yard?
Well, he'd marry me tomorrow if I wanted him to. And what business is it of yours, anyway?
I'm sorry. You were saying that if we win, you get married.
Yes.
And then what?
Then we leave for Poughkeepsie, Freddie and me.
Honeymoon in Poughkeepsie?
We're going to live there.
But what about your honeymoon?
Well, that'll have to come later.
Oh, no. No, that can't come later. Why, that's terrible. I can't possibly be a party to a scheme like that. And besides, what sort of a man in these days demands a dowry? Is he a foreigner?
Of course he isn't. He wants the money. He doesn't want the money. I do.
Oh, I see. Tidy reserve in the event married life doesn't go so well. Is that it?
No.
Oh. Well, what is this jerk? I mean, your fiancé. Has he got a job?
He's an insurance engineer.
He's a what?
Well, he sells insurance. Look, do you or don't you want to buy the other half of my ticket?
Well, I'm debating it. Money breeds everything that spoils the nice things in life, meanness and hatred.
Okay, goodbye.
On the other hand, if I could accomplish something worthwhile with my share of the fortune...
Well, what's to stop you?
Only you.
Me?
That's right. I'll buy half the ticket if you let me apply my winnings toward a proper and complete honeymoon before you settle down in Poughkeepsie.
I couldn't let you pay for my honeymoon.
Oh, it'd be a very great pleasure. Honeymoons are one of the things in life I still regard very highly.
Well, if you insist, I think maybe I could convince Freddie. It's a deal.
Well, that's wonderful. We'll get some champagne and drink a toast to what I confidently expect will be the most wonderful experience in my life. Our honeymoon.
Just a minute. Did you say our honeymoon?
That's right.
Would you mind waiting here for a moment?
Oh, not at all. You'll be back.
You bet I'll be back.
Hey, pigeon. What's the matter with the other pigeon?
Well, nothing.
She's pretty mad. I heard what you said. I bet she's getting a boyfriend.
He's an awful big guy, mister. How much do you weigh?
Oh, 160.
Feel him, Nick. Looks pretty flabby.
Yeah. Bloat. No reach, neither.
Yeah. Better have a cab ready to take him home. Where do you live, Jack?
Just around the corner. Thanks a lot.
There he is, Freddie. There.
Hello.
Would you mind repeating to my fiancée what you said to me?
Yeah, chum. What'd you say to her?
Or are you scared he'll misunderstand, too?
Unless I'm a very poor judge of intellect, Freddie will grasp it instantly.
Tell him.
Oh, honey, give the poor fellow a chance.
But he insulted me.
Well, you just told me he bought a sweepstake ticket with you.
Yes, and if we win, he said I'd have to go on a trip or something.
Well, what's the matter with that?
But he said with him, Freddie, before I marry you.
Oh, he did, huh?
Yes.
Okay, chum. Suppose we step outside in the alley.
But what on earth can we do in the alley that we can't do in here?
Plenty, chum. Outside. Now, you wait here, girlie. This isn't for your eyes. I'll be right back.
Go out and stop it, Nick, please.
Me? That football player murder me, too.
It's been 10 minutes. He'll kill Mr. Grant.
Ain't that what you wanted?
Oh, I just wanted him to sock him once. You don't think I... Look.
It's Friday. He's back. Hiya, champ.
It's the other guy, too. He's talking to Freddie.
Yeah, I'm laughing, too.
His hair ain't even mussed.
Well, sure, I think it's a wonderful idea. Swell.
Freddie,
Yeah, honey?
didn't you...
Oh, of course not, honey. He explained the whole thing to me.
I think the first thing we should do, Miss Newton, is make a list of all the things we want to do on our trip.
There, he said it again, just now.
Oh, now, honey, you misunderstand him completely. Dave's a very eccentric type of chap. He has a lot of peculiar principles.
Peculiar.
Now, all Dave wants is to make people happy.
And you dare suggest that I do this? Go away with a perfect stranger?
If we win, Miss Newton, but then I'm sure we will.
But you'll travel as brother and sister. Oh, he's harmless. Just look at him.
Brother and sister.
Well, naturally, he was shocked when you jumped to the wrong conclusion.
I suppose you want me to apologize to him.
Well...
Oh, that's quite all right.
You know, Dave, if it wasn't for my Poughkeepsie promotion, I'd like to make the trip with you. Say, if you win, how much dough do you get?
$150,000.
Hey, it just occurs to me, Dave. Who's going to hold the ticket?
Well, would it be too much trouble if you did?
Me?
I trust him to do the right thing, don't you, Miss Newton?
Oh, at all times. Here.
Oh, thanks, baby. Goes right in the old wallet. Oh, yeah, 150,000 smackers.
That's your picture in the wallet, Freddie?
Oh, yeah, all-American tackle.
Oh.
You tell him, honey.
We went to school together.
Ah, I bet that was cozy. Well, good luck again, Miss Newton. And, Freddie, it's been a real pleasure.
Oh, it's mutual. That's a very strange duck, honey. Very strange.
And just what kind of a duck does that make you?
But what if he isn't at home? You sure he lives here?
Sure, I'm sure. And I still don't see why I had to come here.
Well, because half the ticket's yours, baby. You gotta tell him that... Oh,
Well, good evening. My, I haven't seen you two for some time.
out of 10 million tickets, he's lucky enough to draw a horse, and all he says is, I haven't seen you two for some time.
What did you say?
They drew your horse. Yours and Jean's. Patsy Q, she's running in the Derby.
Fancy Q. But the race isn't running until next week.
Don't you understand, Dave? As long as the horse is gonna run, why, this little old ticket of yours is worth dough already. A lot of dough. That's why we're here.
Nick and Nick said they can get us $12,000.
Yeah, but I gotta catch a train to Poughkeepsie, so I'll be very brief. Now, do we take the $12,000 or do we risk it all and win an $150,000? Now, me, I say play her safe and take the $12,000 now.
And what do you say, Miss Newton?
Well,
My share of $12,000 won't furnish quite the honeymoon I'd hoped for.
What?
I'm sorry, Freddie. What?
Whoa, you can't go through with any crazy scheme like that.
Why not?
Well, it's impossible. That's why it's scandalous. It's bound to be misunderstood.
Well, I'm afraid you have a deplorable lack of confidence in Miss Newton, Freddie. But I'll leave it all to her.
Well,
Now, wait a minute, Jean, before you say another word.
What do you mean, another word?
Well, it's just that I've changed my mind.
What?
Oh, not about you, about the horse. I say let's shoot the whole works. Let's take a chance.
Not sell?
Now, what do you say, girlie?
I have nothing to say.
Dave? How about it, Dave? 150,000 or nothing.
Oh, by all means. I don't see how we can possibly lose.
What a character. Who knows, but hey, look at the time. Oh, goodbye, honey. How about a big squeeze? And don't worry. I'll phone you.
Goodbye, Freddie.
Well, so long, chum. I see you at the races.
Well, Miss Newton?
Look, what kind of a man are you, and what kind of a girl do you think I am?
Well, I think we both like to travel.
What gives you the remotest idea I'd go? I'm a perfectly conventional person, Mr. Grant, and possibly the dullest you ever met.
Please, Miss Newton, won't you allow me to take that risk? Good night.
Good night.
Oh, when the derbies run, would you mind if I drop in at the Book Nook? I don't own a radio.
Oh, by all means. Aunt Lucy's dying to see you again. She says you have an interesting face.
Oh, Wonderful woman, Aunt Lucy.
And now the news I know all you sport fans have been waiting for. The results of the Derby run today at Epsom Downs. England's most colorful sporting event of the year was run today under ideal conditions. And before a record-breaking throng including many of the Empire's most celebrated. And here are the results. One Song was the winner by 2 lengths. Plumtree second, Bonnie May third, and King Perry fourth. Swan Song, the winner, was ridden by jockey Harry West and carried 100.
Turn it off, Aunt Lucy.
Owned by Sir Arthur and Lady.
Well, at least we don't have to pose for the newsreels. Oh, come on now. Cheer up, Aunt Lucy. Maybe it's just as well.
Perhaps for you. But you know something? I'm sorry Jean missed the trip with you, so there.
Aunt Lucy.
Well, I am. We think you're a very attractive man. Aren't you even sorry?
Why, of course I am.
Well.
Funny, I was so sure we'd win. Bye, Jean.
Bye.
Answer it, Jean. I'm in no condition. Darn that horse.
Hello?
Hello, Jean, honey. Did you hear the news?
Oh, hello, Freddie. Yeah.
Yeah, it's too bad, huh? But little old Freddie's got a surprise. Now, you just go to Nick and Nick's. Tell him old Freddie sent you for the money.
What are you talking about?
About $6,000. I sold your half the ticket.
Sold it? When?
Right after I left you and Dave. $6,000.
But we said we wouldn't sell.
Oh, you don't think I'd let my baby take a risk like that? And besides, did you ever think for 1 minute I was going to let that guy go off with my girl?
Freddie, we went 50-50 on the ticket.
Absolutely correct. And what did I do? I sold only your half of the ticket. I let his half ride. He stood to win $75,000, but his horse didn't win, so just his tough luck, that's all.
I see.
Now go right over to Nick and Nick's.
All right.
I'll be down tomorrow. So long, honey.
So I went straight to Nick and Nick's. The money's here in this envelope, and half of it's yours.
Well, good old Freddie.
Yes.
Oh, but wait a minute. No. None of this is mine. He sold your half.
Oh, no, it's 50-50. Freddie said so.
Oh, did he really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, when will we leave?
Oh, please be serious.
Well, I'm completely serious.
I can't possibly go away with you.
Then I can't possibly accept this money here.
But it's yours. You need it. I know you must.
I did need it, but only for one purpose.
What?
For our trip. An artistic experiment that people would confuse with something improper or whatever it is you'd think they'd do.
You can't ignore people.
No. I found that out once before. But I didn't think you were people.
Well, I'm not. What did you mean when you said experiment?
Well, I meant the experiment of taking someone who was going to settle down happily and prosaically in Poughkeepsie and giving her one little holiday on a quite impersonal plane, of course, and then seeing if it will last her for the rest of her life.
Impersonal, huh?
That's right. Like a guide or a scientist making an experiment.
But it's such a crazy idea.
Experiments are always crazy until they're proved.
All right. Maybe I'm the one who's crazy now, but... Okay. Make the experiment.
Well, that's good, Jean.
We were 2 pigeons. Now I'm a guinea pig.
Oh, this is wonderful.
Is it? Well, just make sure you understand now. A strictly impersonal guinea pig.
Don Ameche and Lucille Ball will be back with Act 2 of Lucky Partners in just a moment. When you get an especially interesting letter, don't you like to share it with someone?
That depends on who it's from, Mr. Kennedy.
Well, this one's from Mrs. Ruth Willette of Wolf Creek, Kentucky. She says Wolf Creek is a small town in the wilds, and at one time the dealers were out of Lux, so...
I struggled along with my laundry, never satisfied with the appearance of the nicer garments. When I began wearing summer clothes, I discovered they lacked the dainty freshness I so appreciated before. Then one day, I was able to get Lux Flakes again. After washing my light dresses, I noticed a decided difference between the appearance of the garments that had been luxed and the ones that I'd done with the other soaps. Please let me express my deep and sincere appreciation of Lux Flakes for making wash day easier, for giving joy and satisfaction in wearing clothes that have distinctive freshness. Poise and graciousness can only come when one is well-groomed. And to be well-groomed, clothing must be clean and color-fresh.
That's one of the nicest letters we've ever received, Sally.
And it all goes to prove that, as Mrs. Willette puts it, you never miss the water till the well runs dry. If your dealer's been out of luck sometimes, keep trying. He's getting lots more now. Lux is worth waiting for.
You know, Sally, Mrs. Willette proved herself what actual washing tests showed. With strong soap, too hot water, and rough handling, pretty things get old and drab-looking in almost no time.
But when the same kinds of things are washed with gentle, lukewarm Lux suds...
That's a different story. They stay bright and lovely up to 3 times longer. And now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Act 2 of Lucky Partners, starring Don Ameche as David and Lucille Ball as Jean. Miss Jean Newton, having faced the most perplexing problem of her life, has made her most drastic decision. She's become a guinea pig. The following day finds her in David Grant's newly purchased car, speeding away from the security of Aunt Lucy's book nook. The aspects of this purely impersonal experiment chill her righteous bones, but she's resolved to see it through. And seeing it through, she realizes, involves such things as polite conversation.
On a day like this, it's nice being a guinea pig.
Well, that's good. Tell me, how do you like your car?
My car?
Yes, I don't believe in possession, so I bought it in your name.
Well, thanks. I wish I could understand you. You know, I think you're running away from something.
Well, maybe. Maybe I'm running away from the same things you're headed for. Security, respectability. I had them once.
What happened?
I'm sorry, but this experiment rules out anything in my past and anything in your future. We've time only to enjoy the poetic present.
Well, I don't want to seem unpoetic, but could we stop at a Western Union somewhere?
Well, certainly.
I think I'd like to send a wire to Aunt Lucy and I guess Freddie, too.
Oh, by all means.
Oh, I'm glad you're not angry.
Well, why on earth should I be angry?
Well, I know that everything's all right and purely impersonal, but you must admit it may be a little difficult for Freddie to understand.
Yes, that's true.
So I'll just let him know that the scenery's lovely and I'm having a good time, and that'll show him that everything's all right, won't it?
Well, I think it's a splendid idea. We'll wire him everywhere we stop.
Well, maybe not everywhere. Where are we stopping first?
Niagara Falls.
Oh.
Welcome to Niagara Falls, and may I express the hope you'll have a very happy time here?
Well, you may indeed. I'm David Grant. I wired from New York.
Oh, quite so. Rooms for self and sister, not necessarily adjoining.
That's right.
Oh, front, please, front.
Yes, sir.
Miss Grant, 355. Mr. Grant, 526.
The elevator's this way, sir.
Here you are, boy. You go on ahead with the bags. My sister and I will be up later.
Sure, Mr. Grant.
Why, later?
Because I recommend something to eat.
Oh, thanks. I'm really not hungry.
No? Drink?
David, I'm awfully tired, honestly.
Oh, but it's so early. Okay, run along. I'll see you in the morning.
Thanks again.
Good night, sister.
Good night. Oh, brother.
Oh, having a bite to eat, I see.
Yes, I am. Won't you sit down?
Oh, no, indeedy. I just wanted you to know that I...
Sent the roses to Miss Graham?
Oh, a beautiful bowl, sir. Beautiful. Oh, Mr. Grant, about the rooms.
The rooms?
I feel just awful about those rooms I gave you, but adjoining rooms are now available, and if you'd care to move tonight,
Well, I think that my sister is already retired. Besides, we're completely satisfied, thank you.
Oh, well, perhaps tomorrow?
Oh, perhaps.
Yes, sir. Oh, well, company, I see.
Huh? Oh.
Hello.
Well, hello. Please, sit down. Would you like some ham and eggs?
Well,
Waiter.
Yes, sir.
Double my order, please, and some coffee now.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to thank you for the flowers. I mean, that's why I came down. To thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome.
People just wouldn't believe this, would they?
Believe what?
Our being together like this. I mean, they'd think it wasn't like this. Frankly, I didn't quite visualize it like this either. I mean, this is so pleasant.
Oh.
Are you thinking about something?
Yes.
A secret?
No. Freddie.
Freddie.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, after all, we do owe it all to Freddie, don't we, Jean?
Yes, David, what happens after?
After what?
The trip?
Oh, well, I take you home and you get
Oh,
married.
no, I mean, what's going to happen to you?
Oh. Well, I don't exactly know. Something will turn up. It always does.
Oh, Mr. Grant.
Yes.
I feel so much better, Mr. Grant.
Oh, you do? Well, I'm certainly glad to hear that.
I took the liberty. I changed you and Miss Grant to adjoining rooms.
What?
The bags are moved. You've done the hotel a great favor.
Well, as long as it's a favor.
Oh, yes.
I'm sure the management will appreciate it.
Well, I want the management to feel free to call upon us at any time.
Oh. By all means. What am I saying?
Well, these are our new rooms, I guess.
Yes.
You take this one, and I'll take that one. Here's your key.
Thanks. Good night.
Oh, the room, you better see if you like it first.
Oh, it's fine, fine.
Oh, but let's see. Okay?
Beautiful?
Well, well.
Look, it's Freddie.
Very nice. Very nice. Well, one of you two better start lying.
Just what are you doing here?
I followed you here, that's what. Just what do you mean coming on a trip like this with him?
What do you mean? What do I mean?
I mean you're coming home to marry me like we agreed.
You agreed that I take this trip first, remember?
I can testify to that.
You shut up. You think you could take my girl and...
And what? Never mind. Maybe you two would rather talk it over alone. I'll go to my room.
Well, I used to think he was just crazy. Now I don't trust him.
Well, that means you don't trust me either.
Well, why should I? Now that I know he isn't crazy.
I think you'd better leave.
What?
Yes.
Okay, if that's the way you feel about it. Okay. Only don't be surprised if I don't appear to be waiting when you come back.
Yes, Freddie?
I'll go, but I warn you, it may be for good.
Maybe.
Oh, I just can't understand you. I just can't.
David?
Come in.
I'm sorry about Freddie.
Oh, now, don't blame Freddie. Try looking at it from his point of view.
Well, anyway, he's gone.
I don't envy him traveling all night.
It'll teach him not to be so suspicious. Well, good night. Oh, what a lovely fireplace. I love fireplaces in bedrooms, don't you?
Well, haven't you one? I didn't notice.
Uh-uh.
Well, we'll change rooms.
Oh, no, I didn't mean that. Good night.
Good night.
You got a room?
Oh, yes, indeedy. Alone?
Yeah.
Sign here, please.
Okay. Call me at 2 o'clock.
P.M.?
A.M.
A.M., yes, sir.
And don't forget. Oh, is that the right time?
Yes, sir, just 11 o'clock.
Thanks.
Hello?
Did I wake you up?
Oh, no.
Can you hear the music?
Yes?
Nice, isn't it? Nice, dreamy. It's like a lullaby.
It's lovely.
Is the moon shining through your window?
Uh-huh. Did you arrange that, too?
Why, certainly. I can just see you. A shaft of pale blue light falling across your room and your face like a soft shadow on your pillow.
Can you really see me?
Well, of course I can. I have a wonderful imagination. Well, pleasant dreams, Jean. Pink-eyed rabbits, curly-haired lambs, and ribbons of bells, and sunny meadows. You sleep yet?
Oh, no.
Jean,
Yeah?
how would you like to jump out of bed and get into that lucky dress you told me about and have the last few dances with me? We're still time.
Wonderful. I'd love to.
Wonderful. Hurry now. I'll meet you in the lobby in 10 minutes.
Well, I made it.
My Jean, you are dazzling.
Oh, good evening, Miss Grant.
Good evening.
I called the terrace, Mr. Grant. Your table's waiting. The new rooms are satisfactory, I trust?
Oh, they're perfect, but my sister should have the one with the fireplace. Can you switch them?
Oh, it'll make me very happy
Oh,
to.
don't put them to all that trouble.
Oh, but we're making him happy. Come on, let's find that music. Having a good time?
Well, nobody knows who we are or what we're doing here.
I'm not so sure about that. 2 tables down, that elderly couple. You know them?
I've never seen them before in my life.
It's funny, they've been sort of smiling at us since we've been here.
David, they're nodding at me. They're getting up.
Are you sure you don't know them?
Positive.
I hope we're not intruding.
Oh, well, no, not a bit.
But there's something we'd like to know.
Are you superstitious?
And do you believe in luck?
Oh, yes, we do, don't we, David?
Well, we've been very lucky.
Then would you come out with us? Out?
Just across the terrace and into the garden. It's very nice, really.
There's something we'd like to show you.
Perhaps share with you.
Jean?
Well, Well, why not? You think we're adults, don't you? But we're really not.
Just old and happy.
Show them the way, Alva.
Say, what in the world are they up to?
Will hurt their feelings.
It's quite dark here. Can you see?
Oh, yes, it's beautiful here. These old trees and shadows.
Just a little way further. Oh, this is it. This is the threshold.
Threshold to what?
Why, to whatever you want on the other side.
Of course, my dear.
See? It's a bridge over this little stream. Now, you pick her up and carry her across the bridge.
Oh, that's fine.
Aren't you coming?
Oh, no. We crossed it a long time ago.
Well, come on, David.
Okay. Up. Now what?
Why, you kiss her, of course.
Huh? Oh.
Fine, fine. I said fine, fine.
Oh.
Now you carry her back across the bridge. And over here is the wishing well.
Yes. 50 years ago tonight, we stood right here and wished that our marriage might last forever.
You do understand, don't you? It's just that you two looked so happy and shining when we saw you inside that we wanted you to have our good luck. Good night.
Good night.
Jean,
Yes?
I apologize
What for?
for kissing you. I promised it would be strictly impersonal. Either we must go back to being as we were, or else we can't go on with this trip.
But why?
Because that's how it was going to be, remember? Now let's get inside and dance.
Would you mind very much if we don't? It's nearly 12:30. I think I'll go to bed.
Oh?
Good night, David. We can shake hands, can't we? Quite impersonally?
Why, of course.
Aren't you coming in, too?
Oh, later, I think. Don't forget, you'll have the room with the fireplace. Here's the key.
I'll leave yours at the desk.
Thank you.
Well, what time do we leave in the morning?
Would 9 be too early?
9 will be swell. Thank you, David.
Good night.
Hello?
2 o'clock, sir.
Huh?
2 o'clock.
Oh, 2 o'clock, thanks. All right, come on. Open this door. Open it up.
Who is it?
It's your fiancé, that's who it is.
Oh, well, wait a minute.
I'll give you 10 seconds or I'll bust it in. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi.
What are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
This is my room now.
Oh, sure.
We changed rooms.
Oh? Was the other one haunted?
Now, look. I don't like you following me, spying on me. It's disgusting.
Where is that guy? Where is he?
I haven't inquired. He's probably next door.
Get packed. I'm taking you home.
You are?
What kind of a sap do you think I am? But before we leave, I'm going to tear that wolf to pieces. I'll murder him.
You let him alone.
Is this his room?
Yes, but if you think for one
That's
minute...
all I want to know. All right, come on, Grant. Be a man and open this door. Grant, open up. All right, I'll go in after you.
Freddie, put down that fire axe.
That ain't for him, that's for the door. On him, I use just my natural strength. There. All right, Grant. Put up your dukes. Hey, where is he?
David? He's gone.
Oh, skipped, huh?
He probably went for a walk, maybe.
I took his baggage for exercise? Wouldn't be surprised if he stuck you for the bill. Hello, give me the desk. Hello. Hey, what's happened to Mr. Grant? Mr. David Wolf Grant. Uh-huh. Checked out, huh? Did he pay his bill? Oh, he did, huh?
Give me that phone. Where did he go? This is Miss Newton. I mean Miss Grant. Oh, he did? And took the car? Oh, well, will you send it up right away, please? Thank you.
Send what up?
He left me a note.
Well, that's very thoughtful of him. Always a gentleman even when he takes the car and ditches you.
Do you still want to drive me back to New York?
You got a date with him there?
No, I haven't got a date with him there.
Okay, then I'll wait for you in the lobby.
Sorry, officer. I didn't realize I was going so fast.
Yeah. Driver's license?
Yes. Here.
Is your car?
Well, not exactly.
Well, whose exactly is it?
Well, it belongs to Miss Newton.
She know you got it?
Well, in a sense, no.
That's the sense I'm interested in. Where is she?
Well, at this moment, she's at the Arrogane Hotel, Niagara Falls, but she's asleep now, and I'd rather you didn't disturb her.
I think maybe she wouldn't mind.
Oh, I forgot. She isn't registered there as Miss Newton.
Oh?
As a matter of fact, she's registered as Miss Grant, my sister.
Why?
Well, that's rather a long story.
Okay, it'll keep.
Oh, thank you.
You can tell it to me in the morning. To me and the judge.
I'm arrested. You mean you're putting me in jail?
Mm-hmm. But first you're going to find me that dame. Move over.
Yes, sir.
And get going.
Yes, sir. And in case you're interested, officer.
Yeah?
I'm very unhappy. Very.
We pause now for station identification. This is TBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. In a few minutes, our stars, Don Ameche and Lucille Ball, will return in Act 3 of Lucky Partners. Now, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Ladies and gentlemen, a high honor is to be awarded this evening to the employees of Lever Brothers Company, our sponsors. An honor which climaxes one of the most encouraging stories I've ever heard. 3,000 miles away in a New York studio is the distinguished president of the National Safety Council, Colonel John Stillwell. Come in, Colonel Stillwell. Where does your story start, Colonel Stillwell? How long did it take the National Safety Council to change that picture? $300,000. Well, that's 3/4 of our total American war casualties. Well, that's a happy fact, Colonel, but how do you account for it? Now, such a saving of life and limb is really a very worthy accomplishment, Colonel Stillwell. On behalf of the president of Lever Brothers Company, Mr. Francis A. Countway, and on behalf of all the men and women who comprise the Lever Brothers family of workers, it's my privilege to thank you for this very fine award. And we thank you, Colonel Stillwell, for being with us tonight. And now, back to our story. But first, let me invite you backstage after the play for a chat with our stars. The curtain's rising now on Act 3 of Lucky Partners, starring Don Ameche as David and Lucille Ball as Jean. About 50 miles from Niagara Falls, there's a town called Pocomo. And in Pocomo's police court, suspected of stealing an automobile, David now faces the judge. But David is not alone. The law likes witnesses, and Jean and Freddie have been forced to oblige.
Well, now, let's see who you all are. You. What's your name?
Frederick Victor Harper III. Insurance, Your Honor.
Well. Know these people, do you?
Oh, yes. Young lady's my fiancée.
I am not.
Well. Seems to be a little confusion. Remember now, under oath, under oath. What's your name, young lady?
Jean Newton.
Alias Jean Grant.
No, Your Honor. That is, yes, Your Honor.
Owner of the allegedly stolen conveyance.
Oh, no. Yes, Your Honor.
Yes and no, eh? We'll see. That's what we're here for. And you're Mr. David Grant. That right?
Well, no.
Says so here. Says you are.
But we're under oath, Judge. I am not David Grant.
Then who are you?
Paul Knight Somerset.
Paul Knight Somerset?
What'd you say? Who?
Paul Knight Somerset.
Somerset. Well. Court's adjourned. Gotta figure this out. Lock him up. Paul Knight Somerset.
Thanks a lot for coming, Wendell.
So it appears you've set the world on fire again.
Yeah.
You should see this town. Discovering you is the biggest thing that's hit it in 50 years. You're all over the New York newspaper, too.
And Jean won't talk to me.
The Pocomo Chamber of Commerce has just made you an honorary member. Hotel is jammed. Business booming.
Can they make anything out of this?
Of course not. We're going to be in court tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. At 5 minutes after 10, I guarantee to have the case dismissed.
Thanks, Wendell.
We're waiting in this handy room, Paul. They'll be ready for us any minute.
Jean.
How do you do?
Hiya, Dave. Paul.
Hello, Freddie.
I just want to tell you again, no hard feelings.
Thanks.
Boy, what a mob in there. What a lot of contacts I'm going to make.
Jean, I wish I could make you understand.
I'd rather you didn't try, David.
Oh, not David, Jean. Paul. Now, why don't you break down? He's a celebrity. You can't expect
Freddie,
him...
please.
I tell you, Paulie, you just can't figure women, can you?
Jean, this is my attorney, Mr. Wendell.
How do you do?
How do you do?
I wish you'd let him represent you.
It's a very simple matter, really, Miss Newton.
I don't need an attorney. I've done nothing that I can't explain myself.
We're ready. Come along.
Come on, Freddie.
Yeah, they can't begin without us.
Wendell, wait a minute.
Yes?
Thanks for everything, but I just decided I don't need a lawyer either.
What?
Run along, Wendell. I'll let you know how I make out.
Paul!
Here now. No liberty. Court of law, you know. More witnesses I hear, more confused I get. Now, where's the girl's aunt?
Oh, me, Your Honor?
Come here. When did you first meet Mr. Somerset?
A day or two after he whistled at her and gave her the dress.
And Lucy.
Shush now. Shush. He gave her a dress?
Oh, and what a dress. Cost at least $200, silver beads and chains.
My. And how did your niece explain such an expensive present?
Oh, she didn't. She denied he gave it to her.
Now, about this trip, where did he get the money for it? You know?
Oh, that's easy. My niece gave it to him.
Dear. Step down. Next witness, hotel clerk. Where's the hotel clerk?
Right here, Your Honor.
Remember this telegram?
Oh, indeedy. Please reserve 2 rooms not necessarily adjoining.
What did that mean to you? Come.
Why, Your Honor, that means that they must adjoin.
Here. Shush now. Shush. Court of law, you know. That's better. Mr. Harper, are you or are you not engaged to Miss Newton?
Well, I was engaged to her, Your Honor, and I think I may say I have every confidence I shall be again.
Were you engaged when she went off on that trip?
Oh, yes, sir.
You approved?
Well, maybe not at the time, but I realize now I was unduly suspicious and narrow-minded.
Oh?
Well, I found out who Mr. Grant really was. I mean, a celebrated celebrity and, well, you know.
I never heard tell that celebrities were any more to be trusted with a pretty girl than anyone else. Well, this ain't buttering any bread. Miss Newton, please. Right here, Miss Newton. Now, just remember, we're here to protect you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Pray don't mention it. Now, how did this all start? This trip and everything?
I was talked into it, Judge. First by Mr. Harper and then by Mr. Somerset.
I thought Mr. Harper was again the idea.
Oh, He was, but Mr. Somerset talked him into it, too.
Good talker, huh?
Oh, yes. And I was to be a guinea pig or something.
A what?
Judge, do I have to go into all of this?
Oh, my, yes.
Well, I warn you, it's going to sound kind of crazy. It was crazy. I was crazy to fall for it, too. It was supposed to be a friendly little trip as brother and sister. Oh, please, Your Honor, I can't make it sound like he did. It was sort of a, well, oh, you know what I mean.
Did he keep on being just brotherly?
Well, not entirely, Judge.
Overstepped the mark, eh? Kissed you, I suppose.
Just once, and then a little later he drove away in the automobile.
Thank you, Miss Newton. That's all.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, pray don't mention it.
Your Honor.
Yes?
As my own counsel, may I cross-examine the witness?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Miss Newton, is it a fact that since he left you at Niagara Falls, my client has made repeated attempts to see you?
Who's your client?
I'm my client. And you refuse to give him a chance to explain? Well, Your Honor, will you be kind enough to tell the witness to answer?
Got to answer him, young lady. But don't be scared. We're here to protect you.
Thank you.
Pray don't mention it.
I was saying, you refused to listen to my client.
Yes.
Did he leave a note for you at Niagara Falls?
You know perfectly well you did. You did.
Have you got it with you?
I tore it up in little pieces.
Oh. Miss Newton, do you believe that my client was sincere in his feelings for you?
Your Honor, he's only trying to make me talk to him now because I wouldn't talk to him outside.
Is that right?
Definitely.
Sorry. Can't allow you to discuss your personal feelings.
But, Your Honor, if I can't explain my reasons
If Miss Newton is interested in your reasons, she can ask you when you're on the stand.
Well, in that case, no further questions.
But I have. You're the painter, huh? Paul Knight, Somerset?
I was.
What are you now?
Oh, not much of anything.
Just a loafer, eh?
Well, it's a little harsh, perhaps. Depends on how you look at it.
Yes, yes. Did you accept $3,000 from Miss Newton?
Yes.
Persuaded her to go on a trip with you and then made love to her?
I kissed her once.
I don't care about statistics. Answer my questions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Then you deserted her and made off with her automobile.
Exactly.
Well, didn't take long to get that cleared up. Your turn now, Miss Newton.
Well, I'd just like to say that he bought the car with his own money, so I guess he had the right to take it back.
That's for the court to decide. Anything else?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Pray don't mention it.
Your Honor, being my own counsel, am I entitled to ask myself a few questions?
Oh, yes, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Somerset, when you asked Miss Newton to go on this trip, were you in love with her? Well, I didn't think so at the time, but now I know that I was.
Your Honor, I object. Personal feelings.
Objection sustained. Go on, Mr. Somerset.
Tell me, Mr. Somerset, when did you fall in love with Miss Newton? Well, I think it must have been when she said she had a proposition.
One more word and you'll be in contempt of court.
Pray, don't mention it, Your Honor. I'm finished. Oh, no, I'm not. Somerset, do you think that a man with your record had any right to make love to her? I do not. That's why I ran away, and I'm extremely sorry.
I warned you, Somerset.
Judge, may I ask him a question?
Go right ahead, Miss Newton.
Mr. Somerset, do you mean to suggest that it was because you had once been in jail that you walked out on me? I mean on my client?
Well, it was partly that.
And what else was it?
Oh, my whole mode of life.
Well, that's the silliest thing I ever heard. Exactly what's the matter with your mode of life?
Nothing from my point of view, but a great deal from everyone else's. I've been described as a beachcomber, a screwball, even as a loafer.
You used to be described as one of the best painters in the country, but you haven't really painted in 3 years. Why?
Your Honor, I object.
Come. Answer the little lady.
Well, because of some paintings. I published them in a book.
What kind of paintings?
The kindest thing said about them was that they were documentary in nature. I painted some of our better-known citizens and institutions in such a manner that I was sued for libel.
You lost the case?
Oh, decidedly. I was fined heavily.
Well, couldn't you pay the fine?
Yes, but I went to jail instead. A matter of principle.
Is it true that since then this book of your paintings has become practically a classic?
So they tell me.
Then it was just bitterness and resentment at the injustice of the decision that made you stop painting. And that keeps you loafing and making caricatures now.
Oh.
Yes or no?
Yes.
And you're in no way ashamed of yourself and your attitude?
No.
Well, in case you're interested, I am. Thoroughly ashamed of you. That's all. Thank you, Your Honor.
Step down, Mr. Somerset. Well, it appears we have not one but 3 defendants charged with various offenses. I'll take Mr. Harper first.
Oh, yes, Your Honor. I'm right here.
Any man who would let Miss Newton go off with another man is a dope. I can't fine you for being a dope, but for destroying one hotel door with a fire axe, the penalty is $25. Now go sit down and think about it. Now for Miss Newton.
Well, Your Honor?
Miss Newton seems to be a much wrong little lady. A little too trusting, perhaps, but otherwise in no way to blame. Obviously, there is no case against Miss Newton. You can sit down, too. As for Paul Knight's Somerset, I'm not too happy with his record, and it seems to me he's gone out of his way to confuse this court. To begin with...
Your Honor, you can't say things like that about him.
I was merely about to repeat the same things you said.
Well, I can say them, but you can't. You owe Mr. Somerset an apology.
Young lady, I've granted you a great deal of freedom in this court.
But you do. You owe him an apology in the name of the whole bench. It was terrible what they did to him. Just because some stupid judge couldn't tell the difference between works of art and...
I'm getting pretty mad, Miss Newton.
But artists aren't like ordinary people. They're sensitive. So sensitive that if you hurt them even the littlest bit, they run in a corner and you can't get anything out of them. They won't paint. They let their feelings run away with them, and then they run away from their feelings, and they don't know what it means to the girl they've made fall in love with them. And you're to blame because you stand for the law, and you certainly ought to apologize to Mr. Somerset in the name of the law. And now you can put me in jail for contempt of court if you want to, because I'm finished.
Well, Mr. Somerset.
Yes?
Did I understand you to say you were in love with Miss Newton?
Oh.
Remember, you're still under oath.
In that case, yes, Your Honor.
Miss Newton, in the course of that barrage you just leveled at me, did I hear you say that you were in love with Mr. Somerset?
Well, I guess I did let it slip, Your Honor.
Well, I don't know what there's left for me to say.
You can apologize to him.
Somerset, she seems to think it would make you feel better and persuade you to start a new and useful life again. So here goes. I know the judge who sentenced you. Went to school with him. Personally, I think he's pixelated. I'm very happy to apologize. Now get out of here, all of you. I'm going fishing.
You are now leaving Pocomo Township.
David. You sure this is the right road to New York?
Oh, sure. And I think it's very nice of you to let me drive you back.
If we were going the other way, the road would go to Niagara Falls.
That's right. You know, I just thought of a wonderful experiment.
Nothing impersonal, I hope.
Purely unscientific.
How does it work?
Well, you take a little gold ring, and a funny little judge in Pocomo says some magic words, and bang.
What happens?
In 50 years, I'll give you an exact answer.
David? Turn the car around.
Jean? This is the road to Niagara Falls.
Before our stars return for their curtain calls, let's drop in on the family next door and see what's going on.
Patsy! Patsy?
Mama, in my house.
House? What house? Oh, my nice, clean blanket. Just because I hang my blanket over 2 lines to dry doesn't make it a house for you to play in.
It's a beautiful house, Mommy. There's the front and the back, and up between the ropes is the roof.
Yes, dear, I see. But I just luxed that blanket, and I don't want it to get all dirty again.
It smells nice, Mommy.
Yes, it's all fresh and clean for us to use when the weather gets cold.
It's soft, too.
It is soft, honey, and clean and fluffy. So let's keep it that way.
How about those lightweight blankets you've been using all summer?
Are they clean and ready to put away?
Or the ones Junior brought home from summer camp?
Warm, breezy days are ideal blanket washing weather. Here's how to do them. Make extra rich, lukewarm suds with mild Lux flakes. Squeeze them through the blanket. Never rub or wring or twist.
What about women who have washing machines?
They're lucky. Be sure to use enough water to float the blanket and run the machine only 3 minutes. Then rinse thoroughly in lukewarm water and hang it in the shade to dry.
What's this about hanging it over 2 lines?
Hanging a blanket over parallel lines helps keep it from sagging at the edges.
With gentle Lux care, your blankets will stay soft, fluffy, and unshrunken a long, long time. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
Don Ameche and Lucille Ball were lucky partners in tonight's play. And after hearing these fine performances, I think we've had a bit of luck, too.
Thank you, C.B. It's the first time that I've acted before 2 producers. You knew that Don was forming his own picture company.
Yes, so I've heard. What are you going to make for your first picture, Don?
Well, nothing's finally settled, but there's a great idea turning over in my mind.
Has it got room to turn?
An idea for a picture, Don?
The story of Dr. Wassel.
The story of Dr. Wassel?
I don't wonder you're impressed. Great idea, huh?
But, Don, hasn't it been done before?
Oh, no. And even if it had, I mean a big production, Technicolor, and big names.
Oh, I see. Somebody like Gary Cooper, maybe, or Lorraine Day.
Yeah, that's the idea.
Yeah. Maybe I could help on it, Don.
Oh, no, C.B. Not that I don't think you're a great producer, but Dr. Wassel, that'd be over your head, to put it baldly.
You know, Don, I think you're going to go places in pictures.
Go places? Look where he just went.
And C.B., when I finish Dr. Wassel, I'm going to give it to you for the Lux Radio Theater.
Well, thank you, Don, thank you. But we've already counted on producing Dr. Wassel here.
For next Monday night?
No. For next Monday night, we have another exciting play. As full of warmth and action as the heartbeat of America. It's the 20th Century Fox hit, Home in Indiana. And we can promise you a 4-star performance with Walter Brennan, Charlotte Greenwood, June Haver, and Gene Kane, all in their original screen roles.
Sounds good enough for Don to make a picture of, C.B. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. You brought a lot of pleasure to a lot of homes tonight. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Walter Brennan, Charlotte Greenwood, June Haver, and Gene Kane in Home in Indiana. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Now, a brief reminder from Uncle Sam to save those waste fats and greases from your kitchen. They're more urgently needed now than ever for medical supplies to save American lives and for explosives to help win the victory sooner. Rush your waste fats and greases to your butcher, and he'll give you 2 meat points plus 4 cents for each pound. Next month, October 16th, the Lux Radio Theater celebrates its 10th anniversary on the air. We'd like you to share in this celebration by helping us select the play and stars you'd like most to hear. Send your suggestions on a postcard to C.B. DeMille, Post Office Box 9, Hollywood 28, California. Or use the ballot which your Lux Toilet Soap dealer will be glad to give you. Lucky Partners was presented through the courtesy of RKO, producers of Bride by Mistake. Don Ameche can currently be seen in the 20th Century Fox production, Greenwich Village. Lucille Ball appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor picture Kismet. Heard in tonight's play were Carlton Cadell as Freddie, Harry Tyler as the judge, and Verna Felton, Noreen Gamille, Charles Seal, Eddie Marr, Arthur Q. Bryan, Leo Cleary, and Norman Field. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Home in Indiana, starring Walter Brennan, Charlotte Greenwood, June Haver, and Gene Crane.
Hear ye, hear ye. Kate Smith and Aunt Jenny join up to bring you their Friendship Cocoa Cake. Lusciously light, chocolatey layers piled with fluffy seafoam frosting. So delicious and so easy. Made in 5 minutes in just one bowl with new Easy Mix Spry. See the Spry ad in October women's magazines and newspapers. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players. The Lady Esther Screen Guild play tonight, A Night to Remember. The starring players...
This is Lucille Ball.
This is Brian Donlevy.
Tonight, Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild players in Columbia Pictures' comedy of murder and blackmail in Greenwich Village, A Night to Remember. It stars Brian Donlevy as Jeffrey Troy and Lucille Ball as his wife, Nancy. The Lady Esther Screen Guild players in A Night to Remember.
The address was 39 Gay Street, New York. I had a strange feeling about the place right from the start. First the scream, and then...
Jeff, there's something crawling across the floor.
39 Gay Street, New York. You know, an artist might call that Greenwich Village. A social worker might call it the slums. Sure, I pointed all that out to Nancy, but she was sort of sensitive, I guess, because, you see, she'd rented the place without even asking me, and, well, anyway, you know how women are.
Now, Jeff, I've said it all before.
Many times, darling.
And I'll say it again. If you're going to write a novel about Greenwich Village, then you
ought to live in Greenwich Village.
You funny man.
Quite frankly, I didn't like number 39 Gay Street. I don't think you would have liked it either. One of those musty old brownstone fronts they'd cut up into small apartments. And when we went up the steps that night and entered the hall, our landlord wasn't exactly overjoyed to see us.
I wasn't expecting you, Mrs. Troy. And not till Thursday.
Well, I thought as long as the apartment was vacant. You see, my husband is a writer, and he's very anxious to get to work.
Yes, we'll be glad to pay you for the 3 extra days.
Oh, no, it isn't that. No. You see, I haven't had the lights turned on, and the apartment isn't cleaned yet. And, perhaps if you'd have stayed at a hotel tonight, tomorrow I could have everything ready.
Oh, but our furniture's on the way from Connecticut. It ought to be here in an hour or so. I guess we'll just have to... Jeff, what was that?
Well, it wasn't the 6 o'clock whistle.
It came from downstairs.
Mrs. Troy, I assure you it's nothing at all.
Mr. Turner, it happened again.
Oh, what happened?
Down in the basement, that thing, whatever it is, it crawled across my feet.
Stop that, Mrs. Salter. Stop it at once. Now, you go to my apartment and wait for me there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Say, what did she mean?
Oh, you mustn't mind her, Mr. Troy. She's my janitor, you see. An excellent worker, strong as an ox, but when she works in the basement, she gets hallucinations. That's absurd, isn't it?
Yeah, silly. Well, if you'll lend us some candles, Mr. Turner, we'll have a look at our little nest. Come along, Nancy. Let's you and me go up, huh?
Jeff, It isn't up, it's down.
Well, then let's go down and see our little... Down?
I forgot to tell you, it's the basement apartment.
It didn't look so bad by candlelight. The living room was pretty fair size. One door opening on the street and another opening on the hall. And the bedroom had a door that opened right on a garden. That's what had Nancy so excited.
Oh, just imagine, darling, a garden right outside your bedroom in the heart of New York. Why, we can even have a victory garden.
Mm-hmm. Good soil, too. Lots of iron in it.
How do you know?
Well, isn't that a horseshoe lying there?
Jeff, you found a lucky piece. Pick it up.
Where'll I wear it?
You just hold it tight and make a wish.
Oh. Okay, I've made it.
What'd you wish?
Well, while we're waiting for our furniture, I wish we could find a restaurant where they still have some steaks. Cute name for a restaurant. Polly's Stable. Must be a good place to put on the feed bag.
You funny man.
Good evening, folks. How's everything?
Well, the martinis are swell, but I need some toast.
Toast?
What kind? White or rye?
Oh, it doesn't matter. I just want to stick it under the leg of this table.
Look, Jeff, while you order dinner, I'll go and phone the cleaners about our drapes.
Well, I'm pretty hungry, Nancy. Will you be back soon?
Uh-huh, and 2 shakes of a dry martini.
Hey, listen, I've had about enough stalling. You meet me tonight or it's going to be curtains.
Gosh, that's in the next booth.
Well, let's meet the same place as before. 39 Gay Street, the basement apartment. You heard me. That's all.
39 Gay Street. The basement apartment. Oh, gee. Jeff, while I was in that telephone booth, Oh, excuse me, I didn't realize the waitress was still here.
She isn't the waitress. She owns the joint. Darling, meet Polly. Polly, meet Darling.
Hello, darling.
How do you do?
Now, Nancy, you were saying...
Jeff, you see that man at the bar with the hair growing down his forehead and the scar on his chin?
Uh-huh.
Well, I heard him threatening someone in the next booth, telling him to meet him in our apartment.
Well, they couldn't meet in the telephone booth, so I guess if they want... Our apartment?
I distinctly heard him say 39 Gay Street, the basement apartment.
39 Gay Street?
Yes, do you know the place?
Oh, sure. I live there myself on the second floor.
Oh, you do? Well, then maybe you know who that...
Excuse me, we're awful busy tonight. See you later, folks. Enjoy your dinner.
Jeff, she acted so strangely. What's it all about?
Oh, I think I better find out. I'm going over and have a talk with that guy.
No, Jeff, don't.
Well, now you just wait there, Nancy. Hiya, pal.
I'm not your pal, and keep your hands to yourself.
Hey, just a minute. Who do you think you're shoving?
Don't like it, huh?
No.
Well, maybe you'll like this better.
Jeff, darling, open your eyes. Speak to me.
Is that guy still here?
No. He's gone. He ran out.
Okay, honey. What'll we talk about?
My hero. Now you'll need 2 steaks, one for your stomach and one for your eye.
Huh? Home, sweet home. And there's no place on earth I'd rather not be.
Jeff, it's awfully dark in here.
Yeah, lucky we bought these extra candles. Well, there we are. That gives us some light.
But don't you understand? I left a candle lit when we went out to dinner.
Oh, well, it must have blown out. Any little draft could... Ouch!
What's the matter?
Oh, my foot. I stubbed my toe. Hey, look. It's that darn horseshoe. My lucky piece, no less.
That's odd. What's it doing on the floor? You put it on the windowsill.
Say, that's right. How did it get on the...
Jeff, listen, you hear that noise?
Sounds like water running in the bathroom. I'd better have a look, huh?
Hey, not without me.
All right, here. Put the candle down on the floor.
Right.
That's it. Steady now. You with me, Nancy? Nancy!
Jeff, look. That candle is moving.
Gosh.
Hey, what's so funny?
Look, it's a turtle. It must have come in from the garden. You put the candle right down on its back. Hey, I'll bet that's what's been scaring Mrs. Salter, too. Come on, now let's have a look at that bathroom. There you are, Nancy. You see? Just some water running out of the tub.
That's what I mean. Where'd the water come from?
Well,
We didn't fill that tub.
That's right. We didn't. Oh, I know. That guy from the restaurant came in here to take a bath, but he was very modest, so he blew out the candle. And he pitched horseshoes to dry himself off.
You funny man.
Oh, well, there's no use getting all upset, Nancy. Ooh, what's that?
Maybe he's back again. Jeff, don't go.
Don't worry, I'm not.
Anybody home? Got a load of furniture here.
Oh, it's just the furniture.
Yeah. Imagine being scared by an overstuffed chair. It was quiet enough the rest of that night, but in the morning things really started to happen. First of all, the police woke us up.
Sorry to get you folks out of bed, but the neighbors complain. Fella lying in your garden without any clothes.
In our garden? Well, he's got a nerve. Well, go on out there and get him out of there. Wake him up.
Well, I wish I could. He happens to be dead.
And then later, when they had us look at the corpse, Nancy had to go and blurt.
Why, Jeff, it's the man you had a fight with in the restaurant last night.
Now, just let me get this straight, Mr. Troy, about this exchange of blows last night.
Inspector, there wasn't any exchange. Only 2 blows were struck. He struck my husband, and my husband struck the floor.
Ah, no, Nancy, I pushed him once, didn't I?
Now, what's one little push? You didn't murder him, did you?
Who, me?
Say, Inspector.
Yes, Balling?
I got a little dope for you. The guy's name was Kaufman, Louis Kaufman. Had an apartment up on the 3rd floor.
Who told you that?
Oh, you wouldn't guess in a million years. Remember during Prohibition, this place was a speakeasy? Joe's place it was called. And Joe had a partner.
Eddie Turner.
Yeah, that's right. Remember, we grilled him, and when Joe disappeared, well, little Eddie's still around. In fact, he's the landlord of this joint.
That's interesting.
Inspector Hankins?
Yeah?
My name is Lingle. I have an apartment in this building.
That's right, Chief. I got his name on the list.
I want you to know, sir, if I can help in any way.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Lingle. We may call on you.
Oh, I'm in the phone book. The Lingle Art Studios. Any time at all, Inspector. Any time at all.
Inspector, if you don't mind my putting in a word.
Not at all, Mr. Troy.
Well, I think you should have questioned him. After that conversation my wife overheard, you should question everyone in this house.
Mr. Troy, remember, you live here, too.
Oh, that's silly. Jeff isn't the murderer's type.
Oh, I didn't say he was. Come on, Balling, let's go up and look at Kaufman's apartment.
Wait a minute, Inspector. Just look at these books. Murder in the laundry, murder in the air, murder in the subway. Must be a couple of dozen of them. Somebody got murder on the brain.
Mr. Troy, you said you were a novelist? You didn't by chance...
You bet. I wrote every one of them. Murder Mysteries by Jeffrey Yort. That's my name spelled backwards. Troyyort. You get it?
Yes. Didn't you write a book called Murder in Prison?
I sure did. How'd you like it, Inspector?
Well, I thought it was the kind of a detective story that knits.
Knits? Oh, you mean all the clues fall into one place?
No, I mean knits. Knits. You spell that backwards, too.
Knitstin.
Mr. Hankins, you're not a detective. You're a critic.
Well, I guess that made me pretty mad. Made me want to show the inspector up, so while Nancy was throwing some breakfast together, I sort of wandered through the halls looking for clues. That was how I ran into Polly. You know, the girl we met the night before. Well, one thing led to another, and then she asked me in to have some coffee, and that's when it happened. I noticed a letter lying on the coffee table, and quite casually I read the address. To Mr. Andrew Brule, 507 West 12th. Only Polly seemed to get upset, and she made a grab for the letter, but I got it first, and just to tease her, you know, just for a gag, there we are, sort of wrestling for it, and I guess she has her arms around me when all of a sudden Nancy shows up.
Oh, excuse me. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, that's all right, sweet. We were just kidding around.
Yes, over this letter.
Well, when you get through playing post office, Mr. Troy, your breakfast is ready.
Say, I think she's mad.
I better go and explain. Nancy! Oh, Nancy, wait a minute.
You stay away from me, you bluebeard.
Oh, Nancy, you're not jealous, darling. That's silly.
You're never jealous, I suppose.
Of course I'm not.
How about when the butcher saved me that roast? You weren't jealous. Oh, no, just mad enough to kill, that's all.
Darling, shh.
I will not shh. You were mad enough to kill.
Say, Mr. Troy, I want to speak to you.
Oh, now look what you've done.
Let's get down to your apartment, folks. A few more questions I'd like to ask. Mr. Troy, did you ever see this horseshoe before?
Oh, sure. That's my lucky piece.
Wasn't so lucky for Louis Kaufman.
What do you mean?
I mean, there's dried blood on it. And these strands of hair are from the dead man's head.
Wait a minute. Are you saying that this horseshoe was the murder weapon?
Now you're getting hot, and I do mean hot.
Oh, say, Chief, we checked the fingerprints on that horseshoe. They're his, all right.
Whose?
Yours.
Oh.
Okay, Troy. Get your hat and coat.
Wait a minute. He hasn't done anything. He wouldn't hurt a fly. Jeff, darling, don't go. You haven't even had your breakfast.
That's all right, baby. Don't you worry. I had a cup of coffee upstairs with Polly.
Oh, with Polly. Take him along, Inspector, and I hope he gets life.
Lady
Esther has presented Act One of A Night to Remember, starring Lucille Ball and Brian Donlevy. In just a moment, we will hear the Lady Esther Screen Guild players in Act Two. But first, a word from our hostess, Lady Esther.
Every time I see the rush for new spring bonnets, I think how much wiser those women would be to get themselves a new spring face. I can almost hear you say that's not so easy. But it is. Do you realize that the face powder you use can either make your skin look old, dry, and lifeless, or it can do just the reverse? It can make your skin look so radiantly fresh and alive that people instinctively turn to look at you. Lady Esther face powder is made altogether differently from other powders. It is deliberately planned to make your skin look more youthful, smoother, more appealing, and one thing more, to keep you more attractive for hours and hours. You see, my Lady Esther face powder isn't mixed in the usual way. It's blown by twin hurricanes, blown with such terrific force that all the tiny particles of color and powder are merged into a smooth, velvety blending. This method transforms Lady Esther face powder, transforms it from the ordinary powdery particles that blow right off into a delicate film of beauty that clings to your face for hours. You'll feel and see the difference the instant your puff touches your face. You'll see how wonderfully smooth your skin becomes, how little lines and blemishes disappear. Try Lady Esther face powder and look more youthful, more glamorous, not just for minutes, but for hours and hours.
Lady Esther presents the second act of A Night to Remember, starring Brian Donlevy as Jeff Troy and Lucille Ball as his wife Nancy. Jeff continues our story.
Well, they kept me down at headquarters all that day. But then some new development turns up, so that evening they let me go. Nothing else happened till late that night. I guess I must have been sleeping pretty soundly when...
Jeff? Jeff, wake up.
What's the matter now?
There's somebody in this apartment. I can hear him walking around.
Well, tell him to sit down. In this apartment?
Shh. Hear that sound?
I wish I didn't.
Don't go out there. You might get killed.
Yeah, I know. But if I just stay here and listen, I'll die of fright.
Your golf bag is standing here in the corner.
Huh?
Maybe you can hit him with a golf club.
I don't know. I could never hit a ball. Oh, well, we'll try it. Come on.
There he is, Jeff.
Huh?
I can see him outlined against the window.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Don't move now. I've got you.
Oh, Jeff. Sure, you got him, only he didn't know about it. Now he's gone.
This is no time to argue, Nancy. Turn on the light.
Okay.
Hey, Nancy, look. He dropped his knife.
And knocked over the screen. If men weren't so clumsy, they'd...
Say, honey, this isn't our screen.
I know. Mr. Turner lent it to me to cover the window till our drapes got back.
Well, there must be something about this screen that... Sure. There it is. He was scraping something off with that knife. See it, Nancy? Something 07 West 12th Street.
That first number looks like it might be a 5.
507 West 12th. Hey, that sounds familiar. I wonder where I... Wait a minute. I know. 507 West 12th. That was what was on Polly's letter.
The one she had to wrestle you for?
And the name was Brule, Andrew Brule. And somebody didn't want us to know it.
Well, it wasn't Polly. It was a man.
Yeah, and it wasn't Turner. He's not that big.
Listen, who's that?
Why don't you ask?
Yes? Who's there?
It's me, Mr. Lingle. I heard a noise. I thought there might be some trouble. Can I be of any help?
Well, if you find a stray heart in your throat, it's mine.
It's all right, Mr. Lingle. Everything's under control, thank you.
Oh, that's fine. Good night.
Such a nice man, always wanting to help.
Well, that doesn't answer the question of Mr. Brule. Say, Nancy, call me a cab, will you? I'm going in and put some clothes on.
Jeff, it's after 1 o'clock.
Well, if Mr. Brule is a respectable guy, he'll be home and asleep, and I'm going to wake him up.
Oh, that's swell, except for one slight mistake.
Mistake?
Yes. We're going to wake him up.
Yes, what is it?
Oh, good evening, madam. I'm sorry to disturb you, but it's very urgent that I see Mr. Brule.
Ain't no Mr. Brule here, and it ain't evening, it's morning, and you ought to be ashamed. Good night.
Cute kid.
Jeff, are you sure you had the right address?
Absolutely positive. You know, Nancy, it's funny. His mail should be sent to a place where he doesn't even live. I think we ought to check with the post office, you know it?
Darling, not tonight.
Well, no, I guess it can wait till morning.
Here's the clerk now. Go ahead, Jeff. Ask him.
Yeah. My name is Brule. Andrew Brule, 507 West 12th. I haven't been getting my mail lately. Would you please check and see if there's something wrong?
Why, Mr. Brule, you gave us instructions over a year ago to hold all mail and general delivery. Don't you remember?
Well...
Oh, he's so absent-minded.
Oh, is that so?
Sometimes he even forgets he's married.
Well, that certainly clears things up for me.
It does?
Well, Mr. Brule, I guess you just forgot. You called up here about an hour ago.
I did?
Surely. You asked if anyone had tried to pick up your mail. Sounded kind of worried, too.
Oh, he's just the worrying type. Come along, dear. There are others waiting. Come on.
Yes, that's right. Well, thanks, old man. Much obliged.
Not at all, Mr. Brule. Don't mention it.
Jeff, what do you think?
I think Mr. Brule is worrying, too. It's pretty clear now, Nancy. He's mixed up in this murder some way, and he knows that we've gotten a line on him. Well, the next thing, I guess he'll come after us.
Jeff, what'll we do?
What can we do? Just sit tight and wait. And when he comes, we'll grab him.
Ow! Jeff, what time is it now?
Oh, just a few minutes to midnight.
Midnight?
Say, what are you so scared about? We've got all the lights on. I've got my trusty mid-iron here, and... Hey, the lights. Who turned those lights off?
Not me.
Huh? Ooh. Then it must have been the murderer. The fuse box is out there in the hall.
Jeff, there's something coming through the door.
Steady now. Steady, Nancy. Yeah. All right, you, whoever you are, you better give up. I got you covered.
Oh, Jeff!
I've got him.
Jeff!
Nancy, I got him. Give me a hand, will you?
Jeff!
Sock him with something, Nancy.
Yeah.
A chair, anything.
I'm coming, Jeff.
Hit him, Nancy.
I'll help you, darling. There, take that, you nasty man. I'll teach you to hurt Jeff. I'll teach you to...
Hey. What hit me?
Oh, Jeff, it's you. Oh, darling, I'm sorry. It's so dark in here.
Maybe it is, but I can see stars. Hey, the murderer. Where'd he go?
I don't know. That was the door, Jeff. He must have gone out.
Hey, listen. Police whistles. How did the cops get here?
How do you think? I called them this afternoon.
Oh, look, the lights are on again.
They must have fixed the fuse.
Say, did you call the cops or the electricians?
Nice work, Mrs. Troy. We nabbed him all right.
Yeah? Who was it, Inspector?
Mr. Andrew Brule, alias Mr. Lingle.
Mr. Lingle? Who lives upstairs, the one who wanted to help?
Oh, that was a front. Like his art studios were just a front for his blackmailing.
Blackmailing?
Sure. He was collecting from every person in this house, and they didn't know that Brule and Lingle were one and the same.
But how could he blackmail all these people?
Oh, easy enough. Just get something on them that might embarrass them. Funny the things that people will try to hide. Since he only spoke over the phone to them, they never guessed who he was.
Yeah, but what about Kaufman? Why was he killed?
Well, I guess Kaufman was the only one who suspected the truth. And when he insisted on having a showdown, Lingle had to kill him to keep him quiet.
Well, I guess that's that case, Inspector. I sure am glad I was in on the finish.
Finish is right, Mr. Troy. Only it might have been yours.
Huh?
We just took this knife off Lingle. Pretty mean looking, isn't it?
You mean he was going to...
Mr. Troy, he's fainted.
Oh, dear. Jeff, open your eyes. Darling, get up. Please get up. You've got to get up, Jeff. You got your good suit on.
Thank you, Lucille Ball and Brian Donlevy, for a most entertaining half hour.
Well, we ought to thank you, Mr. Bradley, because it's really been fun. And besides, all of us appreciate an invitation to play here because we know what wonderful work is being done by the Motion Picture Relief Fund and its country house and clinic, a work made possible by these radio broadcasts. Brian Donlevy will be back in a moment, but first a word from one of America's foremost beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss Ball. Ladies, if you've ever watched an artist paint a portrait, you know he can make his subject look younger or older just by the way he tones her skin. Think about that, because you do exactly the same thing with your face powder. You make your face look younger or older. Any artist studying my 9 different shades of Lady Esther face powder recognizes them at once as young skin tones. I proved what a difference they make in an experiment the other day. At a dinner party, a woman I'd never seen before was seated opposite me. She looked rather middle-aged, rather plain, and didn't attract much attention. After dinner, I struck up a conversation with her. Knowing my interest in beauty, she confided that she hated her drab, plain look. But it's my age, she said. What can I do? Well, we went into a dressing room, and I removed her hard, cakey makeup that made her face look so dry. Instead, I applied my own shade of Lady Esther face powder, which fortunately was her shade, too. She looked and looked. She was simply enchanted. Her face did seem altogether different, so radiant, so smooth, with almost a little girl freshness. It's all due, I explained, to the different way Lady Esther face powder is made. It's blown by twin hurricanes to give it those young, translucent shades, that velvety texture, and to keep it clinging to your skin for hours. Perhaps you'd like to try an experiment on your face. So why not get a box of Lady Esther face powder tonight?
And now, here again is Brian Donlevy.
Thank you, Mr. Ball. People are beginning to wonder how they will fare post-war. They're asking, will high incomes continue? Will there be jobs for all? Well, seriously, nobody knows, but we all know this. Money invested now in war bonds is the best way you can safeguard your post-war security. For every $3 you invest now in war bonds, you get $4 at maturity. And in an emergency, your bonds can be converted into cash any time. So isn't it plain good sense to buy all you can, put every cent you can spare into safe, profitable, patriotic war bonds? Thank you.
Next week, the Lady Esther Screen Guild players will present Dark Angel. It will star Donald Crisp, Merle Oberon, and Ronald Coleman. Be sure to listen. Lucille Ball appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of White Cliffs of Dover. Brian Donlevy appears through the courtesy of Paramount, producers of the Hitler Gang. Music on tonight's program was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. To try Lady Esther four-purpose face cream, just get the smallest size jar. Later, you can get the economical large jar and keep refilling the small one for convenience. This is Truman Bradley speaking for Lady Esther, saying thank you and good night, everyone.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Roma Wines present
Suspense.
Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Salud.
Your health, senor. Roma Wines toast the world. The wine for your table is Roma Wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is the man in black, here for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California.
to introduce this weekly half hour of Suspense. Tonight in Hollywood, Roma Wines bring you the MGM star, Miss Lucille Ball. The suspense play which stars Miss Ball, which is produced and directed by William Spear, is called Dime a Dance. It deals, as you will presently know, with Broadway life and sudden death, both set to music. And so with Dime a Dance and with the performance of Lucille Ball as a red-haired young lady named Ginger Allen, Roma Wines again hope to keep you in suspense.
Have you ever danced with a murder? Doesn't cost any more for the extra thrill. It's only a dime. How could I do it, you say? I had to save my own life. I'm a taxi dancer from the Joyland Palace. One of the places just off Broadway in the 40s, you know the kind of place. Second-rate dance bands like Frankie Froman's 15 Frolickers. I was late to work that night. I ran down Broadway, scrambling through the crowd to the entrance of the Joyland.
50 beautiful girls upstairs, boys. Come in and count them yourself. No admission, 10 cents a dance. Come in, we're just getting started. The music is the very...
Hello, Max.
Hey, Ginger, you better step on him. Marina's looking for you. Your lady's burning.
I know it. Has Julie come in yet?
Not yet. 50 beautiful girls waiting to dance with you. Step right in. No admission, please. Walk right in there.
Well, good evening. So you finally decided to come, did you?
Hiya, Marino. Sorry I'm late.
Yeah, you ought to be. And so should Julie. All the cash customers are waiting. I sent out the girls before all of you are here, and you say I'm playing favorites.
Well, blame it on Julie. She gave me a stand-up tonight.
All right, so I'll blame it on Julie. Where is she?
Isn't she here?
No, and she ain't home neither, because I phoned her there 15 minutes ago. Thought she was with you.
And I thought she was here.
Hey, if this is no gag, what happened to her?
Well, that's what I'm beginning to wonder.
Go on in and get your stuff on. Julie'll be all right.
Yeah, maybe she slipped in while you were busy counting tickets or something. See you right away, Marino.
Thanks for being late and being teacher's pet. We've been entertained by Mom here while waiting for
All right, lay off. Mom, throw me that foot powder. Looks like a heavy night out there. My feet still hurt from last night.
Here you are, dearie. That's the way I am, girlies. What I like every once in a while is a good, juicy murder.
Nice kid. Old enough to be murdered herself. Throw me that dress, would you, Madame Defarge, the green one. Is Julie here?
Not unless she's hiding in the closet, honey.
Do any of you know where she is?
You asking us? Ain't she your buddy?
Maybe they had a fight. Well, did any of you hear from her?
Why not ask Marino? He's been hanging around her.
Now, that southern girl, Sally, she used to work in a joint like this one further uptown. There was a murder for you.
Come on, hurry it up in there. Out on the floor, step on it.
She just never showed up to work one night.
Who didn't?
That southern girl, Sally. Then they found her. That was about 3 years ago. Oh, what a sight she was when the police discovered the body.
Oh, cut it out, Mom.
Then there was the Robinson gal out in Brooklyn, stabbed to death. They found a phonograph and records by a body didn't even belong to her. The murderer brought his own music. Oh, she was a dance hall phony, too. Maybe some guy has it in for you girls.
Pleasant character.
Well, maybe one fella kills the both of them. Maybe there's a dance hall killer still at large getting ready for his next victim.
Now, what do you think I pay you girls for anyway?
I often wonder.
Joe Marino, think we're giving a free show in here?
You couldn't interest anybody in that chassis of yours, even with a set of dishes thrown in. All right, all of you, file out. I got something to tell Ginger. Come on, get out. Ginger, what I wanted to see you.
I know, Marino. I put you in a spot. I'll be dressed in a minute, and if you'll ward off those garlic eaters tonight, I'll work twice as hard and make it up to you, honest.
No, I'm in no spot, Ginger, but you are.
Marino, what's the matter? What's happened?
The police want to see you, Ginger.
Police? What for? I didn't do anything.
I'm sorry, Ginger, but
Something's happened to Julie.
That's what the police want to see you by. Julie's dead.
Dead?
Murdered.
Tonight in our Suspense Theater, death is a dancing thing. Roma Wines is bringing you Lucille Ball, a star of suspense, in the Cornell Woolrich story, Dime a Dance. You have heard the prologue for tonight's tale of suspense.
Before we return to the scene of our drama, let me say just this. Few spots on the globe boast the unique and perfect combination of nature's gifts, which makes possible truly good wine. Wine which the whole world can enjoy. But wine experts will tell you that among those fortunate spots, none can surpass the vineyards of our own California. From these renowned California vineyards come Roma wines, wines so perfect in flavor, so delightful, that they are enjoyed in many countries of the world. To us in America, Roma wines are an everyday treat, for we may buy them at an astonishingly low price, since we pay no import duties or expensive shipping costs. Do you enjoy a delicious tangy sherry? Tomorrow, treat yourself to a glass of Roma California sherry. We're sure you will agree you've never tasted finer. With your first sip, you'll understand why Roma wines are America's largest selling wines. Tomorrow, ask your dealer for your favorite type of Roma wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now it is with pleasure that Roma wines bring back to our soundstage Miss Lucille Ball in Dime a Dance, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
All the way over in that police car with those two flat feet from homicide, I could see Marino's face when he said murdered. Poor Marino. We got out and walked up to the third floor of the building, to Julie's room. Marino never said a word.
All right, sister, in here.
Is she still in there?
No, you won't have to look at her.
Oh. How did it happen?
Strangled.
Why didn't she yell out? There were plenty of people around.
Now, look, Ginger, we're asking the questions.
Yeah, but since you raise it, we figured the person who could get close enough to kill her was someone she felt safe with.
She was murdered by someone she trusted, by a friend.
Well, I was the only friend she had.
Yeah, so they tell us.
Unless she had a boyfriend.
And who was her boyfriend?
Yeah.
If she was strangled, where did all the blood come from?
Flatfoot didn't answer Marino. He shut up all at once, as if he didn't have the heart to tell us the rest of it. His eyes gave him away, though. I got the whole score just following his gaze around the room. First, he looked at the little phonograph. By using bamboo needles, she could play it late at night. Soft, so no one could hear it. The needle was worn down halfway, all shredded as though it had been played over and over. Then his eyes wandered to a flat piece of paper that had 8 or 10 shiny new dimes on it. Some had little brown flecks on them. Then his eyes went down to the rug. It was all pleated up in places, especially along the edges, as though something heavy, something lifeless had been dragged back and forth over it. You mean he danced with her after he killed her? Gave her a dime a dance even then?
Now, will you tell us? Who was her boyfriend?
Play that record. Maybe she'll remember some guy they both knew who was kept on the piece. It was the only one he played.
Turn it off! Stop it! Stop that music! That wasn't hers. She never had that record. Poor Butterfly. She hated it. She couldn't stand it. Someone brought that record here with him.
Sure, someone did. Maybe her boyfriend, sort of.
It was no boyfriend. It was someone who waited for her in that room in the dark and killed her before she could scream. It was the same madman who killed those 2 other dance hall girls. He pays a dime a dance. A dime a dance whether you're alive or dead. Back at the grind. The flat feet let me go. Nobody told me anything. Sometime when you have nothing better to do, you try dancing with a couple of 100 guys a night, asking yourself each time one of them wraps his arms around you, is this the killer? Has he a knife in his hand behind my back?
Say, can I see you a minute?
Got a ticket?
Yeah, but I don't want to dance, Ginger. I want to talk.
Well, it's your dime. Say, how do you know my name?
What, just happened to?
Who are you, anyway?
Recognize those 2 guys leaning against the wall?
The 2 flat feet?
And I'm the third. Nick's the name.
What about about her boyfriend?
Relax. We have proof it wasn't her boyfriend and wasn't you.
Oh, then you expect him to show up again after what he's done already, huh?
We just got the report on those other 2 girls. They were killed by a maniac who played poor butterfly. Also, the fingerprints in all 3 cases match. He'll keep it up until we get him.
How do you know what he looks like?
We don't. We only know he isn't through yet. That's why I was assigned to protect you.
Protect me?
Yep. Keep my eye on you all night while you work and then take you home right to your door. Marino knows about the other 2 dicks, but no one knows about me. Fact is, headquarters told me not to tell even you.
Then why did you?
I just saw how touchy you are. I don't want you to misunderstand my intentions.
Well, what if someone asks me who you are?
Say I'm your new boyfriend.
Oh, don't get smart. I never had a boyfriend.
Good, now you've got one.
Oh, 35 girls on this musical chain gang. Why do you pick on me?
Because we found out one more thing about the killer's habits. The 2 girls that were murdered before Julie both had red hair.
Julie had red hair.
Yeah. And so have you, baby.
So I was set up as victim number 4. Nice thought. But every night, like the milkman, just when the girls filed out to feast the arms and eyes of the wolves, there was Nick. Now, that was some comfort. Nothing personal, you understand. It was also a comfort to see those other 2 flat feet on the job night after night.
How's Ginger?
Fine. How's Nick? Hey, you're 4 minutes late.
Miss me?
Oh, I'm just a taxpayer that wants to see a public servant earn his money.
If the city got broke, I'd do this job for nothing. Uh-oh. Your straw boss, Marino's, giving you the high sign.
Oh, I'll go see what he wants. You wait here. It's on your mind, Marino.
Say, who is that monkey hanging around you every night?
He pays for his tickets, doesn't he?
Yeah, but he never uses them. Who is he?
My boyfriend.
Oh, you known him long?
Long enough.
Take care of yourself, Ginger.
Don't worry, Marino. I know my way around, but thanks.
Besides, we're not running any matrimonial bureau around here. You got to spread yourself around a little more. Share the wealth. There's other customers.
All right.
Now watch that, will you?
All right.
What did he want?
Oh, nothing. Nick, is there any news? You know, it's a month since Julie was...
No. Calm down, redhead.
That's just it. That red hair. Look, why won't you let me dye it?
Oh, I've got my reasons.
Yeah. You great, big, silent, strong cop.
That's right. Those cops.
And then came that night. That horrible night. I was late as usual, got to the dressing room planning to dress in no seconds flat so I could get out on the floor and be with Nick. Somehow I felt that I was going to need him that night. Some instinct told me it was a matter of life or death.
It's been a whole month since the last one. What I like every once in a while is a good juicy murder.
Come on, snap it up. What do you think I pay you girls for anyway?
Who are you looking out the door for, Ginger?
Now, you take that killing of Julie. There was a real juicy case.
Oh, shut up, Mom. Will you cut it out?
Oh, I'm sorry, dearie. I keep forgetting you, and she was so cruel.
Well, that's all right. I'm jittery. Laverne, have you seen my boyfriend?
Not tonight. Maybe he got bored.
Billy, have you seen Nick? You know, the tall, handsome... Not tonight, Redhead. I guess he's giving you the air.
Come on up. What am I paying you for?
Come on. What's the matter, Ginger? You look like you've seen a ghost. What are you looking for out there? What's so fascinating about the clock?
Marino, they're not there. Where are those 2 flat feet?
How'd you know about that?
Never mind that now. Where are they?
Called off.
Called off?
That sounds screwy to me, but police headquarters figures they frightened off whoever they was looking for.
But that's crazy. I'm going to phone...
That won't do no good. I told them that anybody'd wait till it cooled off before trying again. Now is when we should have protection. Well, come on, get out on the floor. Come on, Ollie, out on the floor.
All right, I'll be out in a second. Really, I will, Marino. Laverne.
Yes, honey?
As soon as Nick comes in, tell him to come right here. Tell him to tap on the door, will you?
Sure enough, sugar.
Hey, what are you looking at me like that for, Ginger?
Look, Mom, I got to talk to you. I can't go out there on the floor. I'm scared.
What are you staring holes in me for?
Mom, you and I were here in this room the last night Julie was alive. The night she must have been killed, remember?
You poor kid. I always
Look,
liked
we
you.
got to remember. We've just got to. There was someone dancing with Julie that night. Some rum-dum. Julie said something about him. I can't remember what it was she said.
Oh, you mean the one that hurt her hand?
That's it. Hurt her hand. Bent her wrist back when they were dancing.
Yeah, that's the guy. She said it was almost like as if he got a kick out of hurting her.
Yeah.
Seeing her squirm.
Yeah, now what else?
Well, Julie called him a cement mixer.
Oh, now we're getting somewhere, Mom. Think hard.
Oh, he had Julie crazy, dancing like a slap-happy pug. I remember her describing it. He'd take 3 little steps to the right as if he was getting ready for a standing broad jump.
That was it.
Remember how Julie said she felt like screaming, for Pete's sake, if you're going to jump, jump.
Yeah, 3 steps to the right, and if you're going to jump, jump.
Hey, what are you doing, Ginger? Some detective work? Getting some clues?
You know who we're talking about, Mom?
The killer.
Yeah.
Oh!
If he enjoyed hurting her like that when she was still alive, he'd enjoy dancing with her after she was dead.
Oh, he's worse than prune face. Why, that...
There's someone I gotta tell this to right away. Oh, where the... Nick! See you later, Mom.
Hey, how's Ginger?
Oh, Nick. How's Nick?
Are you trembling? Sure, it's me. Why not?
I thought you were called off the case.
We were.
Then what are you doing here?
Habit. Do you mind?
No, you dumb ape. I don't mind. Boy, how I don't mind.
And, as long as it isn't duty anymore, do you mind if I do something to you that I've wanted to do for days?
Well, it depends.
I want to take you in my arms.
All right, take me in your arms and dance. Anyway, for the time being.
I'm a rotten dancer.
You're telling me. Nick, we gotta talk. I just found out something about the killer that you ought to know.
Later. I paid Marina for all the dances to the end. We can leave whenever you want.
After this song, they play Dine, and then comes the break. We can leave then.
What makes you so sure?
Well, the band always plays the song in the same order. Then they can sleep while they work. I tell time by 'em. Limehouse Blues means it's 10:45. Lady was a Tramp means 11:15. Dinah means 11:30. Never changes except when there's a request number.
You know, I like everything about you.
I like everything about you, but you're dancing. Let up on my hand, will you? You're bending it upside down. It hurts my wrist.
I told you I was a rotten dancer.
Well, for Pete's sake, don't dance like you were priming for a standing broad jump. If you're going to jump, jump. That's not Dinah.
No, certainly isn't. It's a request number.
Who requested it?
I did. What's the matter, baby? You look sick.
I feel just awful. I do feel sick.
Am I dancing that bad?
No, Nick, I'll have to stop. It's the air, I guess. I'll go in and get a drink of water. Yeah, drink of water in the ladies' room.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll wait here for you.
I'll just be a minute. Operator, give me the police department, homicide squad.
Police department, homicide, right away. Homicide.
Hello, homicide. This is Ginger Allen at Joyland. The third man you assigned to our place is
Third man? What third man?
Nick Ballister, the one you assigned to protect me.
We have no Nick Ballister, and there was no man assigned by us to protect you.
It's the killer. He's taking me out with him. I don't know where to. Look, I'll leave a trail of ticket stubs. Please come quick.
Ginger.
Goodbye, Katie. Sorry you couldn't work tonight. I'll fix it with Marino.
How you feeling?
You shouldn't have come in here, Nick. Didn't you see the sign?
All that? Men keep out, violator subject to arrest? Didn't say positively. Besides, they wouldn't arrest a cop.
Why couldn't you leave me in here alone?
You were gone so long, I thought something had happened.
Nothing's happened. Yet. Don't ask me how, but I kept up a patter while we walked. All my brains were in my right hand to clutch those ticket stubs in my coat pocket. I kept dropping those stubs, making sure he didn't see. I tried to stay on the bright streets, but he led me to the lonely ones. The one we were on now was like a graveyard. No lights, no people. Suddenly, I felt my blood run cold. My fingers in that right-hand pocket fished around like a drowning man clutching for straws. The last ticket stub was gone.
Ginger.
Yes, Nick?
I'm hungry. Would you like some chop suey?
Like it? Oh, I'd love it. He ate that chop suey with an appetite, like a guy who had work to do. Work he was going to enjoy. I side-sneaked a glance at the jukebox without turning my head, just my eyes. What a relief. All kinds of songs, but no poor butterfly. Nick was beginning to act nervous. He'd guzzle a cup of tea, pour another, and keep looking over his shoulder like he was worried somebody might be following us. Then he'd grin like he used to and reach over for my hand. He pressed my fingers till they hurt. Hard, like he never pressed them before. I guess he couldn't wait. And suddenly he stood up.
Ask the waiter for the check, Ginger. I'm just going to wash my hands. Then it's time we left.
Waiter, quick.
Yes, ma'am. What will it be?
I'm leaving. When my boyfriend comes out, tell him you think I went back to the powder room. Gag, he's a deadbeat. I want to shake him.
Maybe don't understand.
Marino, how did you get here?
Mom told me, and I followed your ticket stubs. He almost saw me. Come on, quick.
Marino, thank heaven you got here.
Hurry up.
Marino, I can't run anymore. I won't last the block.
You won't have to. There's a vacant house in the middle of the block. Here, inside. Fast. I think I see him coming.
It's all dark in here.
Well, no one lives here, that's why. Here, I'll light this searchlight. Yeah. There's a stairway leading upstairs.
Oh.
Go ahead. Now, watch it now. Don't trip. Them stairs is broken. Yeah. Now, through this door.
Oh.
Here's a candle and a match. There. Now we can see each other and wait.
Do you think we're safe?
We'll know in a few minutes.
Oh, Marino.
Good job.
Oh, it's him.
Shh, put out that candle. Now hide back there. I'll take care of him.
Ginger.
It's him.
All right, you act for it. We'll see about that.
Who is it? Who is it? Answer me. Answer me, please. Oh. Oh, my God. Oh, go on. Kill me. Get it over with. Oh, why did you stop the music?
We danced from the beginning of the record.
Marino.
Yeah, Muriel. You think you could hide from me with different names and different faces?
Marino. Why do you call me Muriel? What are you doing? I'm Ginger, don't you remember? I'm Ginger Allen.
Each time you tell me a different name, Muriel. That you can't get away by changing names.
Marino.
The first time you changed your name was when you married me before I left for Europe with that operetta company. You remember? The orchestra played Poor Butterfly when you promised to love me forever.
Help me. Somebody help me.
Yeah, well, the next time you changed your name was when you thought I was dead. Lived on my insurance and then married another man.
Oh, please.
No matter how many times you change your name, Muriel, I'll find you.
No, not me. You killed her. You killed her, Marino, again and again. You only killed her last month, Marino.
Each time I think I have, she rises again. This time I'm going to kill you and your lover. This is the last time.
Oh, Nick!
And now we dance. Now we dance. Here are your dimes. They're all you were giving away. Yeah. And now we dance. And then you
just must die.
How's Ginger?
Oh, Nick. Oh, Nick. I thought he killed you.
I got an awfully hard head. Police will be here in just a minute.
Oh, Nick. How do you fit into this? Headquarters never heard of you.
They were instructed to say that in case you called.
Well, what was the idea? Scaring me to death.
Well, I figured Marina would follow Ginger and her boyfriend once he thought the police were off the case, and when he did, I had to have you thinking I was the killer, so you'd run off with him willingly.
Why, you no good.
It was the only way to find his hideout and the evidence we need. The phonograph, the record, and the attempted murder.
At my expense, you big piece of... another thing. How'd you know about dancing like a broad jumper and turning up my wrist?
Oh, I listened outside the door to you and Mom talking about that in the dressing room tonight.
Oh.
Gave me a couple of neat pointers.
Yeah.
I put them together with poor Butterfly so I could scare the daylights out of you.
Oh, you did, too. I ought to ring your...
Oh, calm down. No wife of mine is going to have a red-headed temper.
Wife of yours. You'll do anything to learn how to dance, won't you?
Yeah, it looks that way.
No wonder you didn't want me to dye my hair. You wanted that nice, premature gray color.
And so closes Dime a Dance, presented by Roma Wines, and starring Lucille Ball, tonight's tale of Suspense.
In just a moment, we'll hear again from Miss Ball. First, though, let's visit a glamorous casino somewhere on the sunny Caribbean. Smartly dressed people stroll about the gardens. The strains of a Cuban song float out. Two men watch from a table on the terrace. One is a Cuban, the other a North American. One is about to propose a toast.
To your beautiful country, Jose.
I drink to that. Now I propose a toast. To this wine in which we drink our toast. It comes from North America, from California. Its name is Roma.
Only a few places in the world produce wines so fine that many countries enjoy them. And among these enjoyable wines are Roma wines, for they come from vineyard districts that are among the finest in the world, our own sunny California. What better testimonial to the quality of Roma wines could you ask than the fact that Roma wines are made in California for the enjoyment of the world? There is a fine Roma wine for you, whether your taste calls for a sherry, a burgundy, or sauterne. And no matter what type of Roma wine you buy, you know you're receiving a truly fine wine at a price made possible because Roma wines are the overwhelming favorite of Americans, America's largest selling wines. Ask your dealer to show you his assortment of Roma wines tomorrow and choose your favorite. Roma, R-O-M-A, Roma wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Remember, this is the year of decision, and that means that this year, more than ever before, we should all buy more and even more war bonds and stamps.
This is Lucille Ball. It's been a great pleasure to appear on Suspense this evening. Next week, I know you'll want to be listening, as I certainly will, to a very wonderful actor, Mr. Paul Lucas, who will appear in a suspense play called A World of Darkness.
Thank you, Miss Ball. Lucille Ball appeared tonight through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Madame Curie. Don't forget, then, next Thursday, same time, for Paul Lucas in Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Clifton Webb and Lucille Ball in The Man Who Came to Dinner. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Some time ago, the famous team of George S. Kaufman and Moss Hart decided to write a comedy about a certain individual they called Sheridan Whiteside. So they began supposing. Suppose this eccentric character were to visit someone's home for dinner. And suppose he fell down the steps and, well, there you are. They had the so-called gimmick for their plot. The play born that day, they named The Man Who Came to Dinner. It had a long run on Broadway, and later I had the pleasure of directing the screen success. In casting the part of Sheridan Whiteside, the problem is to find an actor who can at once be charming and detestable. In short, a genius like Clifton Webb, who played the part for 2 years on the stage. And co-starring with him is a vivacious young lady who has quite a flair for comedy herself, Miss Lucille Ball. When a man brings guests to dinner, the average housewife is sure to think of those extra dishes to wash. But with Lux Flakes as a permanent member of the household, well, it isn't quite so discouraging. Unexpected guests are far more popular when Lux does the work. And now, here's the man who came to dinner, starring Clifton Webb as Sheridan Whiteside and Lucille Ball as Maggie. 2 weeks ago, an event of international impact occurred in Messalia, Ohio. Sheridan Whiteside, celebrated critic, lecturer, radio orator, intimate friend of the great and near great, slipped on a piece of ice and fractured his hip. Result, the idol of the airwaves rests until further notice in the home of Mr. and Mrs. Ernest Stanley.
Oh, isn't it wonderful, Ernest? At last he's coming out of his room in a wheelchair.
Well, it's about time he decided to see some member of this family.
Oh, you can't blame the poor man for being cross with us, dear. You know, he just never goes to dinner anywhere. And then he finally agreed to come here, and this had to happen.
Here's the calf's foot jelly you wanted, Mrs. Stanley.
Oh, thank you, Sarah. Just a little something to cheer him up, Ernest.
You know who phoned this time, Mother? George Bernard Shaw. And look, we're all over Time magazine.
Yes, dear, I saw it.
When do you suppose he's going to leave here? Phone going like mad day and night, messenger boys running in and out.
Pardon me, Mrs. Stanley.
Oh, yes, Miss Cutler. You mean he's coming out now? He is indeed.
You may wheel our little patient out, Miss Preen.
Oh, Mr. Whiteside.
I hope you're feeling better.
I am suing you for $150,000.
How's that? You're what?
I said I am suing you for $150,000.
Oh, dear, my calf's foot jelly.
Made from your own foot, no doubt. Mr. Stanley, since this village quack who calls himself Dr. Bradley tells me that I should be confined in this moldy mortuary for at least another 10 days, due entirely to your stupidity and negligence, I shall require exclusive use of this living room, as well as that drafty sewer you call the library. I want no one to come in or out while I am in this room.
Oh, but Mr. Whiteside, we have to go up the stairs to get to our room.
Isn't there a back entrance?
Why, yes, of course.
Then please use that.
Oh.
I shall also require room for my secretary here, Miss Cutler. I shall have a great many calls, so please do not use the telephone. I sleep until noon and require absolute quiet throughout the house until that hour. Now then, where's your cook?
Mr. Whiteside, if I may interrupt for just a moment.
You may not, sir. And now, will you all leave quietly, please? Or must I ask Miss Cutler to pass among you with a baseball bat?
Now, see here, Whiteside.
There is nothing to discuss, sir. Considering the damage I have suffered at your clammy hands, I am asking for very little. Good day.
I'll call you from the office, Daisy.
And not on this phone, please. Here is the luncheon menu, Mrs. Stanley.
Oh, but I've already ordered lunch.
It'll be sent to you on a tray.
Oh.
Miss Preen, get your fish hooks off my wheelchair.
I happen to be a registered nurse, Mr. Whiteside, and
Go and read the life of Clara Barton and learn how unfitted you are for your chosen profession.
Well, Mr. Whiteside, shall I look in again this afternoon?
If you do, Dr. Bradley, I shall spit right in your eye.
Oh, what a sense of humor you writing fellows have. By the way, I've been doing a little writing myself. I just happen to have a copy with me. It's called 40 Years an Ohio Doctor.
I shall lose no time in reading it, if you know what I mean.
Much obliged, Mr. Whiteside. Now, don't forget our little pills.
Well, Sherry, I must say you've behaved with all your accustomed grace and charm.
Listen, Repulsive. I did not wish to cross this cheerless threshold. I was hounded and badgered into it. I now find myself, after 2 weeks of racking pain, accused of being without charm. What would you have me do, kiss them?
You know, when I finally give up this job, I, too, may write a book. A cavalcade of insult, or Through the Years with Prince Charming.
Good morning.
Oh, no.
My name is Harriet Stanley, Mr. Whiteside. I saw this holly framed green against the pine trees. It was the nicest present I could bring you.
What was that?
Mr. Stanley's sister. I've talked to her a few times. She's quite strange.
Strange? She's right out of the Hound of the Baskervilles. You know, I've seen that face before somewhere.
No nonsense. You couldn't have.
Oh, well. Maggie, take a telegram. Columbia Broadcasting. You may schedule my Christmas Eve broadcast from Stanley residence in Massalia, as I shall be unable to proceed to Hollywood. Stop. For special New Year's Eve broadcast, we'll have as my guests Yasha Heifetz, Catherine Cornell, Schiaparelli, the Luntz, and Albert Einstein, with Haile Selassie on shortwave from Ethiopia. Whiteside.
Sherry, are you sure you'll be able to leave after Christmas?
Of course I will. Send a cable to the Dalai Lama, Lhasa, Tibet. Dear Boo Boo, schedule unchanged. Can you meet me in Calcutta July 12th? Dinner 8:30, Whiteside. Wire Arturo Toscanini. Counting on you January 4th, Metropolitan Opera House, my annual benefit for paroled murderers. Will you have quiet supper with me and Ethel Barrymore afterwards? Whiteside. Hello? Who? Mrs. Stanley is too drunk to talk. Well, what's this?
A cable from that dear friend of yours, Lorraine Sheldon.
Well, can't you read?
Sherry, my poor sweet lamb, have been in Scotland on shooting party with Lord Bottomley and only just heard of your poor hip. Sailing Wednesday, Queen Mary. Cannot wait to see my poor sweet Sherry. Your blossom girl, Lorraine. In the words of the master, I may throw up.
Don't be bitter, Puss. Just because Lorraine is more glamorous than you are. Here, give me the rest of those cables.
Lorraine Sheldon, Lord Bottomley, my Aunt Fanny.
Ah, here's one from Destiny's Top.
Oh, yes, England's little rover boy, Beverly Carlton. He's leaving Honolulu, be in Hollywood next week.
Hollywood next week, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, why couldn't he stop here on his way out to New York? Send a cable. Beverly Carlton, Royal Hawaiian Hotel, If these people intend to have their friends use the front door...
Well, what do you want them to use, a rope ladder?
I will not have a lot of mildewed grave robbers rushing in and out of this house.
Good morning, Sarah.
There's nobody home. The Stanleys have been arrested for dope peddling. Go away.
Good morning, Mr. Whiteside.
Maggie, get rid of him. Get rid of him.
I'm Jefferson of the Massalia Journal.
Sherry, I told you about Mr. Jefferson. He wants to interview you.
Oh, yes, the fellow who's been squiring you to the movies. What do you do, Mr. Jefferson? Sit on the balcony playing footsies with her?
Well, I warned you about him, Bert.
Pass me that box of goodies, will you please?
You know, Mr. Whiteside, you're the biggest news to hit Massalia since the end of the war.
Pecan butternut fudge. Rather toothsome.
Time for your pills, Mr. Whiteside. Oh, my, you mustn't eat candy. It's very bad for you.
Miss Preen, my great-aunt Jennifer ate a whole box of candy every day of her life. She lived to be 102, and when she had been dead for 3 days, she looked better than you do now. Now, what were you saying, old fellow?
Well, I can at least report to my readers that chivalry is not yet dead. What do you think of Massalia? How long are you going to be here, Mr. Whiteside?
A, Massalia is a town of irresistible charm. B, I cannot wait to get out of it. And C,
Sherry, look who's here.
Oh, blast.
It's Metz, Professor Metz.
Metz, you incredible beetle hound. Jefferson, behold one of the great men of our time, Professor Adolf Metz, the world's leading authority on insect life. Metz, stop looking at me adoringly and tell me why you're here.
You are sick, Sherry, so I come to cheer you.
He doesn't deserve it, Professor.
Would you believe it, Jefferson? He's written 8 volumes on the mating instinct of the female white ant. Lived 2 years in a cave with nothing but plant lice. Didn't you, my little hookworm?
You embarrass me, Sherry. Look, a little present for you.
Open it up. What is it?
All for you. Here in this box are 10,000 cockroaches.
Incredible. Oh, dear, thoughtful, incredible Metz.
Look, my friend, they play, they make love, they die. See? They even bury their own dead.
Well, I'm glad of that, or I'd have to do it.
And with these earphones, Sherry, you listen to the mating call. Here, you listen.
How long has this been going on?
Did I hear the word cockroach? Take a look, Mrs. Stanley. 10,000 of them.
They're mine. Everyone mine.
Mr. Whiteside, I will not stand here and allow you
And then
to
go back upstairs. Metz, you will stay for the day, of course. Stay for lunch, Jefferson. Maggie, tell the cook there'll be 2 more. And close the door. I don't want a lot of prying people prying on their betters.
Mr. Whiteside. Whiteside. I want to talk to you.
I am busy, Mr. Stanley. I'm listening to my cockroaches.
Now, Ernest, don't lose your temper, dear.
I tell you, I've stood all I'm going to stand.
Indeed?
I have just received a bill from the telephone company. Long-distance calls, $984. Mr. Whiteside, I realize you're a distinguished man of letters.
Oh, yes, of course, we both do.
Please. But ever since you came here, we have not been able to call our souls our own. I have to tiptoe out of the house in the morning.
Now, Ernest.
And I come home to find a man putting cockroaches in the kitchen.
Oh, no. They just escaped, dear. He was looking for them.
Have you quite finished?
No. I go down to the cellar this morning and trip over an octopus that William Beebe sent you. And stop pawing me, Daisy.
Mr. Whiteside, my husband didn't mean that.
Yes, I did. I meant every word of it.
You have one point in which I see some slight justice. I do not expect you to pay for my telephone call.
How good of you, Mr. Whiteside.
I shall instruct my lawyers to deduct it from the $150,000 I'm suing you for.
Oh, this is the end, Daisy. Simply the end.
And I'll thank you not to trip over that octopus which once belonged to Chauncey M. Depew. Oh, well, have you two come to scold me, too?
Gee, Dad's sure mad, isn't he, Mr. Whiteside?
Good evening, Mr. Whiteside.
Now, look here. I am by nature a gracious and charming person. If I err at all, it is on the side of kindness and amiability.
Well, we just didn't want to bother you, Mr. Whiteside.
Well, been out ice skating, I see.
That's right, Mr. Whiteside.
Me. I used to cut figure eights myself, arm in arm with Betsy Ross, waving the flag behind us.
Oh, it was wonderful on the ice today. Miss Cutler and Mr. Jefferson were there, too.
Maggie, skating?
And I got a swell picture of her. You see, I'm kind of an amateur photographer, Mr. Whiteside.
That he is, Sherry, that he is. Well, have a nice nap while I was gone.
Come on, June, we better get ready for dinner.
Okay.
Well, cat got your tongue, Sherry?
Don't look at me with those great cow eyes. Where have you been all afternoon? Necking with Bert Jefferson?
I've news for you, Sherry. We have a genius in town.
Yes, I know.
I'm talking about Bert, and I'm serious. He's written a play. It's great, Sherry. And here it is. I want you to read it tonight.
Any further orders, miss?
It just cries out for Catherine Cornell. Sherry, if you like it, will you send it to her? And please, you will read it tonight?
Not tonight or any other time. And you might ask Mr. Jefferson if you'd like to pay your salary now that he's taking up all of your time.
Oh, come now, Sherry. It isn't as bad as that.
You flea-bitten Cleopatra. Sneaking out like some love-sick high school girl. You're out of your mind.
Yes. Yes, I think I am a little. Anyway, I'm in love. While Mr. Jefferson doesn't know it yet, I'm going to try my darndest to marry him.
Is that all?
Yes, except that, well, I suppose this is what may be called my notice.
It's incredible, incredible. Swept off your feet in 7 days by a second-rate small-town newspaperman.
I can't explain it, Sherry. I can only tell you it's so. Here I am, a hard-bitten old cynic, behaving like True Story magazine and liking it. What can I do about it, darling?
We're leaving tomorrow. Hip or no hip, we're leaving here tomorrow. I'll pull you out of this, Miss Stardust, if I have
no good, Sherry. I'd be back on the next plane. Oh, don't think I'm not grateful to you, but you don't know Bert. He's gentle. He's unassuming.
I'm completely unconvinced. You are drugging yourself into this Joan Crawford fantasy, and before you become completely anesthetized, I shall do everything in my power to bring you to your senses.
Now, listen to me, Whiteside. I know what a devil you can be. I've seen you do it to other people, but don't you dare do it to me. Don't drug yourself into the idea that all you're thinking about is my happiness. You're thinking of yourself a little bit, too, in all those months of breaking in a new secretary. I've seen you in a passion before when your life has been disrupted and you couldn't dine in Calcutta on July 12th with Boo-Boo. Well, I'm going to marry Bert if you'll have me, and don't you dare try any of your tricks. I'm on to every one of them, so lay off. And that's my message to you, Lord Fauntleroy.
Well, I have a message, too. Hello, long distance? I want to place a transatlantic call, please. Miss Lorraine Sheldon aboard the steamship Queen Mary. Sheldon. S-H-E-L-D-O-N.
Well, good evening, Mr. Whiteside.
Come back in Arbor Day, Dr. Bradley. I'm awaiting a most important telephone call.
Now, what would be the best news I could possibly bring you?
You've been stricken with hydrophobia.
Mr. Whiteside, you are a well man. You can leave here tomorrow. Well, sir, I looked at those little x-rays again this afternoon, and guess what? All this time I've been looking at the wrong x-rays.
You what?
Yes, sir. All this time I've been looking at old Mrs. Moffat's x-rays.
Lower your voice, will you?
But aren't you pleased?
Oh, delighted, but your news comes at a very curious moment. Dr. Bradley, I've been reading your book, 40 Years, something or other, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Whiteside, yes.
I consider it one of the great literary contributions of our time.
Mr. Whiteside.
It has its little rough spots, but of course, I was hoping I could stay here in Massalia and work with you.
Mr. Whiteside.
But you see, if my lecture bureau learns that I am well, they'll insist that I fulfill my engagements. Therefore, Dr. Bradley, we must not tell a soul. Not even my secretary, Miss Cutler. You understand?
Not even my own wife, sir.
Fine.
We can start work tonight. I've got one patient that's dying, and then I'll be perfectly free.
I think tomorrow morning may be better. Oh, this is a private call, Doctor. You'll forgive me.
Tomorrow morning it is?
Yes.
Oh, you've made me very proud.
I'm so glad, yes.
Proud,
yes.
sir, and humble.
Yes. Hello? Good. Put her on. Hello? Is this my Blossom girl? How are you, my lovely? Now listen closely, my pet. I've discovered a wonderful play for you. Cornell would give her eye teeth to do it, but I think I can get it for you. Now, wait, let me tell you. The author's a newspaper man here in Massalia. No, he's young and just your dish, my dear. Now, it may take a little doing, but you're the girl who can do it. Isn't that exciting, my pet? Yes, that's right. Now, look. Don't send any messages. Just get here. Yes, that's right. Goodbye, my Blossom. Well, Miss Geraldine Preen. My, but you look radiant this evening.
What? Oh, Mr. Whiteside, at times I simply don't understand you.
May I see you a moment, Sherry?
Of course, Maggie, dear. We're just taking our little pills.
Sherry, I'm sorry for what I said before.
We all lose our tempers now and then.
I promised to have dinner with Bert and go to a movie, but we'll come back and play cribbage with you instead.
Fine.
Then we'll see you soon, Sherry, dear.
No hurry, pet. No hurry. I just a little wabbit in the sunshine. I just a little wabbit in the rain.
Before our stars return with Act Two of The Man Who Came to Dinner, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter.
With a poser for you, John. What famous star wears fuchsia stockings with fuchsia and chartreuse shoes in her latest picture?
A dancer?
You're warm. She starred with Victor Mature and Phil Harris in a 20th Century Fox production. And her lovely legs are famous.
Oh, Betty Grable, of course, in Wabash Avenue.
Right. Oh, her costumes are ravishing in Technicolor. She had dozens of nylons in exquisite shades made especially for the role. They cost $9 a pair.
Wow. I guess Victor and Phil are glad they didn't foot the bill. Or did I steal a pun from Phil?
The studio saw to it that Betty's nylons were handled with loving Lux care.
A good idea for nylons at any price.
You're right. Of course, Betty's a Lux Flakes fan from way back. All her own lovely nylons are washed with wonderful Lux. It makes them last ever so much longer.
Dancing practice for Wabash Avenue must have been hard on Betty's stockings.
Indeed it was. But Betty gets wonderful wear even from sheer nylons. After all, scientific strain tests show that nylons last twice as long with Lux Flakes care.
It's amazing how stockings go into runs much sooner when they're washed with strong soaps or rubbed with cake soap. Lux stockings last twice as long.
And colors stay truer.
Well, I'm sure the smartest nylons in the Easter parade will have that lovely Lux look. Now, here's our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Act Two of The Man Who Came to Dinner, starring Clifton Webb as Sheridan Whiteside and Lucille Ball as Maggie. Well, Maggie's in love. But Sheridan Whiteside hasn't the slightest intention of losing a very valuable secretary. He's counting on a real expert to break up the romance, Lorraine Sheldon, due in Massalia today, the day before Christmas.
Just look at these Christmas presents, Miss Cutler, all for Mr. Whiteside.
Well, Sarah, you see, Christmas is Mr. Whiteside's personal property. He invented it, and it belongs to him.
My lands from Shirley Temple, Mr. Belvedere, gorgeous George. And Mr. Whiteside's tree is so beautiful, too. Mr. and Mrs. Stanley had to put their Christmas tree in their bedroom, you know. They can hardly undress at night. What's this one, Miss Cutler?
That's from his sponsor, Sarah, a full year's supply of cream of mush. And he'll give it right back to them over the air.
The things he finds time to do.
Yes, he certainly sticks his nose into everything.
Miss Cutler, you haven't seen the family, have you?
Aren't they upstairs?
Well, I mean the young ones. Nobody seems to know where they went after Mr. Whiteside talked to them.
Oh, Christmas shopping, probably. Well, if I'm going downtown, I'd better let him know. Sherry, may I come in?
Come in, Elsie Dinsmore.
That must have been quite a session you had, Sherry, with the Stanley heirs. What did they want?
Good sound advice, Madam Butterfly. And they came to the right place for it.
You know, June thinks she's in love with some fellow in her father's factory. He's a labor agitator, Sherry. She admits it. And Richard, well, he wants to quit high school and go around the world.
Really?
Sherry, you didn't agree with... Oh, well. Since you don't need me, I'm going downtown to meet Bert.
You're free to go come as you please, dear.
The radio men may get here before I'm back. Better start cutting the script, Sherry. What time does Beverly Carlton arrive?
Shortly, I hope.
Staying over?
No, he has to go on to New York.
I won't be long, Sherry.
Another package for you, Mr. Whiteside. Only it's a crate, Mr. Whiteside, with an expressman.
Come in, my good man. A crate, eh?
Some kind of animal, Mr. Whiteside. The label says it's from Admiral Richard E. Byrd.
Why, they're penguins. Oh, look at them in there, Sarah.
Directions for feeding are right on top.
It says to be fed only whale blubber, eels, and cracked lobster.
They got 7-Up this morning and liked it.
Just look at the little fellows. How are you, my pretties? Sarah, you better order a couple of dozen lobsters. I don't suppose there's any whale blubber in Massalia.
Well, Merry Christmas.
Oh, yes, there is. Take the crate, Sarah, and open those slats a little. They seem so crowded in there.
You bet, Mr. Whiteside.
Mr. Whiteside, it's been a full week now. My book. When are we going to start on my book?
Mr. Whiteside, they're getting out of the crate.
Doctor, will you go in there and capture them, please?
Cockroaches again?
No, penguins, 4 of them. Oh, and try to amuse them, please, until I come in. Who is it, Sarah? Who's at the door?
Sherry, my sweet...
Lorraine, my blossom girl.
Look at that poor, sweet, tortured face. Let me kiss it. How drawn you are. Sherry, my sweet, I could cry.
All right. You've made a very nice entrance, dear. Now just relax.
But, Sherry, darling, I've been so worried in seeing you in this wheelchair.
It happens to be the most comfortable chair in the house. Now, take off that skunk and tell me everything.
Darling, I'm so relieved you look perfectly wonderful. I just dashed through New York.
Now, don't be coy, Blossom Girl. I want to know all about you and that splendid bit of English mutton, Lord Bottomley. Have you hooked him?
Sherry, dear, you're dreadful.
By the way, has he had his teeth fixed yet?
Sherry, really. Cedric may not be brilliant, but he's rather sweet, poor lamb. He's very fond of me, and he does represent a kind of English way of living that I like. So don't be surprised if I am Lady Bottomley before very long.
Lady Bottomley. Won't Kansas City be surprised? I should be a flower girl and give the groom an iron toothpick as a wedding present.
Mr. Whiteside?
What? No, go away. I'm busy.
Oh.
Who's that?
He's fixing the plumbing.
Now, what about this play, darling? After all, I came all the way here on Christmas Eve.
Well, at the office, a young fellow named Bert Jefferson. He brought the play to me with the understanding that I'd send it to Kit Cornell. It's a magnificent part, and I feel terribly disloyal to Kit, but there you are.
Oh, darling, how can I ever thank you? Did he know I was coming, Mr. Jefferson?
No. You're just out here visiting me. Just get him to take you to dinner and work around to the play. Good Lord, I don't have to tell you how to do these things. How'd you get all your other parts?
Sherry!
Now, run back to your hotel and get into your working clothes. By the way, who do you think's paying me a flying visit? None other than your old friend, Beverly Carlton.
Beverly. Oh, really?
Come, my dear. Mustn't be bitter just because he got better notices than you did.
Oh, don't be silly, Sherry. I simply would not care to act with him again, that's all.
Sherry, what do you think? Bert just gave me the most beautiful...
Oh, Maggie, darling.
Santa's been at work, my pet. Blossom Girl just dropped in out of the blue and surprised us.
Hello, Lorraine.
Was that you, Bert? Lorraine, this is Mr. Bert Jefferson, Miss Lorraine Sheldon.
How do you do, Miss Sheldon?
I didn't catch the name. Jefferson?
That's right, pet.
Why, Mr. Jefferson, you don't look like a newspaper man at all.
I don't?
No, I should have said you were a pilot, an explorer, something dashing. I'm simply enchanted with your town, Mr. Jefferson. Tell me, have you lived here all your life?
Well, practically, Miss Sheldon.
If you wish to hear the story of his life, Blossom Girl, kindly do so in your own time.
He's the world's rudest man, isn't he? Can I drop you, Mr. Jefferson? I have a taxi.
Well, my car's out there. Suppose I drop you.
Oh, that'd be lovely. Bye, Sherry. Bye, Maggie, dear.
Sherry, I want to talk to you.
Oh, yes, the broadcast. 4 minutes to cut, you said?
Quite a surprise, wasn't it, her dropping in?
Yes, it was. Now, come on, Maggie, come on, get to work.
How long is she going to stay?
Oh, I don't know, a few days. Now, look here, Maggie. Just because a friend of mine happens to come out to spend Christmas with me...
You got some more company, Mr. Whiteside. He's a foreigner.
Sherry, my dear, and the magpie.
Beverly!
Come in here, you Piccadilly pen pusher, and gaze upon a soul in agony.
Don't tell me how you are, Sherry, dear. I want none of the tiresome details. I have only a little time, so the conversation will be entirely about me, and I shall love it. Maggie, dear, say something beautiful to me.
Hi.
As for you, Sherry, without going into mountains of self-pity, how are you?
I'm fine, you presumptuous cockney. Now tell me, how was your trip?
Fabulous. By the way, did I glimpse Lorraine Sheldon in a motor car just now?
You did indeed. She's paying us a Christmas visit.
Dear girl. They do say she set fire to her mother, but I don't believe a word of it. Sherry, my evil one, not only have I written the finest comedy since Molière, but also the best review since my last one, and an operetta that frightens me. It's so good. I shall play it for 8 weeks in London, that's all. No matinees. Magpie, why don't you desert this cannonball of fluff and come with me?
Be careful, Beverly. You're catching me at a good moment.
Tell me, Beverly, did you have a good time in Hollywood?
3 unbelievable days. I saw everyone from Adrian to Zanuck. They came, poor dears, as to a shrine.
What about Banjo? Did you see my wonderful Banjo?
He gave a dinner for me. I arrived in white tie and tails to be met at the door by 2 bewigged flunkies who quietly proceeded to take my trousers off. Dear, incomparable Banjo. Now, Mr. Whiteside...
No, just go away. Psst, psst.
Kidnap somebody, Sherry?
Yes, that was Charlie Ross. Of course, you know about Lorraine and Lord Bottomley.
Know about it, dear fellow. Practically no one's betting on the Derby this year. They're all making book on Lorraine. Have you ever met Lord Bottomley, Magpie? Not a very good shooting today, blast it. Only 6 partridges for 4 grouse and the Duke of Sutherland.
Good Lord, that's Bottomley to the very bottom.
A ripping debate in the House today. Old Basil spoke for 4 hours. Dropped dead at the end of it. Ripping.
Oh, you're making it up. No one sounds like that.
It's so good it's uncanny.
Sherry, darling, I must run. I can only tell you that my love for you is so great that I changed trains at Chicago just to wish you a Merry Christmas.
If that's the radio people, Maggie, get rid of them.
Hello. Oh, hello, Bert. Well, hold on. Beverly, would you talk to a newspaper man for just a minute? I sort of promised him.
Won't have time, Magpie, unless he cares to meet me at the station.
Oh, thanks. Go to the station and wait for him, Bert. He's leaving now. Bye, dear.
Broadcasting tonight, eh, Sherry? Fortunately, I shan't have to hear you. Au revoir, Sherry. Merry Christmas, Magpie.
I'll go to the door with you. And start cutting that script, Sherry.
What's the matter, Magpie?
I'm in love, Beverly. I can't tell you about it. There isn't time. But Sherry, in his own fiendish way, is doing everything he can to break it up.
Why, the old flounder. What's he doing?
Lorraine. He brought Lorraine here. I know he did.
Oh, it's somebody here in town.
Yes, the newspaper man you're going to see at the station. He's written a play and Sherry's using it as bait. And you know Lorraine. She'll eat him up alive.
What do you want me to do, Magpie?
Oh, get Lorraine out of here. The farther away, the better.
But how? I'm leaving.
Well, I know it may sound silly, but if you were to phone Lorraine from the station, that imitation you do of Lord Bottomley...
Magpie, but I'd love it. I'd absolutely love it.
Tell her you can't go on without her, that she must return to England immediately.
I can't wait. It's pure heaven.
Well, it probably won't work, Beverly, but if she should fall for it, maybe I've got a chance after all. Oh, hello, Lorraine.
Hello, dear. Who is she?
Inside. He goes on the air in a few minutes. That's quite a gown, Lorraine. Going anywhere?
This? Oh, I just threw on anything at all. Who does your hair, Maggie?
A little French woman named Maggie Cutler comes in every morning.
You know, your hair could be so lovely. I always want to get my hands on it.
I've always wanted to get mine on yours, Lorraine.
What? Oh, by the way, what time does Beverly get here?
He's been and gone.
Really? Well, I'm very glad. You know, I was a perfect wreck by the time our play closed. All during that tender love scene, you kept dropping peanut shells down my dress. I would like with him again if I was starving.
Excuse me. Hello? Yes? Miss Lorraine Sheldon. Yes, she's here.
Me?
The operator's getting your party. Transatlantic, London.
Transatlantic here? How in the world? Hello? Hello? Cedric? Oh, you darling. Well, what a delightful surprise. Darling, if you don't talk so fast, you won't stutter so. Ah, that's better. It's just like you were just around the corner. What? Oh, darling. Oh, my sweet. Oh, my darling. Cedric. Dearest, would you wait just a moment, Maggie? Would you mind? It's Lord Bottomley. A very personal call.
No, not at all, Lorraine. Not at all.
Yes, my dearest. Will I marry? Oh, yes. Yes, 1,000 times yes. Darling, you're stuttering again. What?
And I think the least you could do, Sherry, is to congratulate her. Lord Bottomley has just asked Lorraine to become Lady Bottomley.
Isn't it simply ecstatic? Naturally, I shall have to leave at once.
Am I to understand from your girlish squeals that you're about to toss your career into the ash can?
Isn't it strange, Sherry? Who'd have thought an hour ago that Lorraine would be on her way back to London?
Shut your nasty little face. I have a violent headache.
Hello, everybody. Say it's snowing outside. Going to have a real old-fashioned Christmas.
Why don't you telephone your scoop to the New York Times?
Bert, Miss Sheldon has to leave town very suddenly. Isn't that a shame?
Oh, no bad news, I hope.
Oh, wonderful, enchanting news, Mr. Jefferson.
Anybody admired my Christmas present yet, Maggie?
Oh, dear, I forgot. Look, everybody, to me from Jeff.
Maggie, what a charming bracelet. Isn't it sweet, Jeff?
Will this drivel never stop? My head is bursting.
Why don't you mix us a drink, Bert? We'll celebrate Lorraine's good news.
Fine. Oh, by the way, I had a 2-minute interview with Beverly Carlton. He's quite a guy, Mr. Whiteside.
Just run along, Bert, and fix the
I was
drink.
lucky to even get 2 minutes. He was in a phone booth most of the time.
Phone booth?
You'll find the liquor in the pantry, Bert, down that way.
Couldn't hear a word he was saying, Mr. Whiteside, but from the faces he was making, it looked like a scene from one of his plays.
So Mr. Carlton was in a telephone booth at the station.
I didn't think he'd ever come out.
Bert, will you please?
Yes, and make mine a double, will you, Jefferson? My headache seems to have suddenly disappeared.
Come along, Maggie. Better show me where the pantry is.
Good old Bert.
He couldn't hear what he was saying, but from the faces he was making.
Oh, Sherry, what is this? What's going on here?
Blossom girl, you have just played the greatest love scene of your career with your old chum, Beverly Carlton.
That's not true. I was talking to Cedric. What do you mean?
I mean, that was Beverly you poured your girlish heart out to, not Lord Bottomley. You've heard him do Lord Bottomley before, haven't you, dear?
Yes, of course. But why would he want to do such a thing? This is one of the most... Oh, no, the cad, the absolute unutterable cad, the dirty, rotten louse. Why, I'll take...
Steady, Blossom, steady.
Don't you realize I won't ever be able to show my face in England again? But why? Why would he do this to me? It doesn't make sense. Maggie.
Yes, Lorraine?
I think I'm beginning to understand everything. Yes, Maggie, that's a very charming bracelet Mr. Jefferson gave you, isn't it, dear?
Has something upset you, dear?
And to think that I nearly went back to work. Wild horses couldn't drag me out of here now, Maggie.
We're almost ready, Mr. Whiteside. On the air in 2 minutes.
Who is he?
Just what on the radio, man,
Check that
Blossom.
mic again, Harry.
Here comes the Jefferson special. Have we time?
Oh, I'm sure we have, Mr. Jefferson. I'm not leaving after all. My plans are changed.
Oh, it's fine.
And I hear you've written a simply marvelous play, Mr. Jefferson. I want you to read it to me tonight. We'll go back to the hotel right after dinner.
Why, I'd be delighted. Maggie! Why, I'll bet you arranged this whole thing. Well, it's the finest Christmas present you could give me.
Yes, I thought you'd like it. Oh, it's no use. I'm getting out of here.
Is he in there? Is Whiteside in there?
Not now, Mr. Stanley. I'm about to go on the air.
Whiteside. My son has just run off on a freighter. He says he's going around the world to take photographs. And my daughter's eloped with an anarchist. I know he is, and they both say that you told them to do it.
Quiet, please. 15 seconds.
How dare you? This is the most outrageous thing I've ever...
Oh, I see you're still busy.
Without a doubt, you are the most impossible man I've ever heard of in my life. For heaven's sake, quiet!
Scott, stand by.
Oh, thanks, Harry. Quiet, please.
Good evening, everybody. Cream of Mush brings you Sheridan Whiteside.
This is Whiteside speaking. On this eve of eves, when my own heart is overflowing with love and kindness, I think it is most fitting to tell you once again the story of that still and lustrous night, nigh unto 2,000 years
Before we continue with Act 3 of The Man Who Came to Dinner, I'd like to introduce English-born Joan Miller, who comes to the screen by way of the stage and her own radio program. How does it feel to be a guest instead of an MC, Joan?
Wonderful, Mr. Keeley. Fortunately, I don't get mic fright or stage fright either.
Not like the drama student played by Jane Wyman in the Warner Brothers picture Stage Fright, huh?
Well, I nearly had it during my first movie role. However, a wonderful director talked me out of it.
Not Alfred Hitchcock.
No, though I'd give anything to work under his direction. You know, I see all his pictures 3 or 4 times.
Stage Fright is Hitchcock at his best. Mystery and suspense in the light-handed manner for which he is famous. A splendid cast, too. Jane Wyman, Marlene Dietrich, Richard Todd.
Mm-hmm. You know, after the filming, I saw some of the original costumes in the wardrobe department at Warner Brothers. They're fabulous. I was amazed how many had been washed with Lux Flakes. Of course, I'm a Lux fan myself.
You'll find Lux Flakes in many a screen star's home, too, Joan.
Oh, I'm sure of that, Mr. Kennedy. One day in Jane Wyman's dressing room, I complimented her on her lovely new negligee. You know, then Jane confessed that it had been luxed many times. She insists on Lux Flakes for all her lingerie.
That's not surprising. In test after test, slips and nighties that were washed with Lux Flakes looked lovely. Yes, really lovely. 3 times as long as those washed the wrong way. You've seen, I'm sure, how careless washing can make lingerie disappointingly drab. It's no wonder thousands of girls follow the stars, give all their nice things gentle Lux Flakes care for that lovely Lux look. Thank you for coming tonight, Joan Miller. We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of The Man Who Came to Dinner, starring Clifton Webb as Sheridan Whiteside and Lucille Ball as Maggie. It is now some 15 hours later, Christmas morning in the Stanley household, and a very quiet morning it has been until now.
Miss Preen?
Yes, sir, I'm coming.
Where do you disappear to all the time, my Lady Norcia?
Mr. Whiteside, I can only be in one place at a time.
That is very fortunate for this community. Now, where is Miss Cutler? She hasn't gone.
I'm sure I don't know.
Not yet, but she's just about to. I'm taking the 1 o'clock train, Sherry. I'm leaving.
You're doing nothing of the kind. Honestly, Maggie, sometimes you can be very annoying.
You know, Sherry, in a way, you're really quite wonderful. You're annoyed. I wish there was a laugh left in me. Shall I tell you something, Sherry? I think you are a selfish, petty egomaniac who would see his mother burned at the stake if that was the only way he could light a cigarette. I think you are incapable of any human emotion that goes higher than your stomach, and I was the fool of the world for ever thinking I could trust you.
Well, as long as I live, I shall never do anyone a good turn again. I won't ask you to apologize, Maggie, but...
Hello. Merry Christmas, everybody. I suppose I'm a little drunk, Maggie, but I can explain everything. Mr. Whiteside, shake hands with a successful playwright. Miss Sheldon thinks my play is wonderful. Isn't that wonderful?
Yes, that's just wonderful, Bert.
Oh, but there's more. Miss Sheldon says the play needs a little bit of fixing, so she's going to take me to a little place she's got in Lake Placid. We'll work on the play together. Isn't that wonderful?
Look, Bert, I suggest you tell us all about this later. Now, why don't you...
I thought if I came early, Mr. Whiteside, we could... Oh, excuse me.
Dr. Bradley, I think Mr. Jefferson would like some black coffee and a little breakfast. Will you take care of him, please?
Well, what about bet you never had champagne for breakfast, did you, Doc? Well, today's the day you're gonna.
Now then, Maggie, I'm willing to forgive your tawdry outburst and talk about this thing calmly.
Oh, Sherry, why did you do it? Why did you do it? Merry Christmas, Miss Putnam. Merry Christmas, Miss Harriet. Merry Christmas, Mr. Whiteside.
Dear Miss Harriet, Merry Christmas.
I'm afraid I shouldn't be seen talking to you, Mr. Whiteside. My brother is terribly angry at you sending off the children like you did. But I just couldn't resist asking you, did you like my Christmas present?
Oh, forgive me, I haven't opened it.
Oh, but it's right here, Mr. Whiteside. Wouldn't you like to open it now?
Of course. A photograph. Why, it's lovely, Miss Harriet.
I was 22 when that was taken. Well, I should be late for church. Goodbye.
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 I love you badly, Marilyn.
Banjo, it's Banjo.
Hello, Whiteside. Is it time for this packing?
Banjo, put that woman down. That's my nurse, you mental delinquent.
Half an hour, girlie, and bring some rye bread.
Whiteside, I'm here to spend Christmas with you. Give me a kiss.
Get away from me, you Hollywood nitwit. How did you get here?
Darryl Zanuck loaned me his reindeer. I'm on my way to Nova Scotia, and where's Maggie?
Now, where are those wonderful brothers of yours, and how are they, Sloppo and Wacko? And what are you going to Nova Scotia for?
I'm sick of Hollywood, and there's a dame in New York I don't want to see, so I figured I'd go to Nova Scotia and get some good salmon.
Banjo, I'm very glad you're here. As for Maggie, I'm very annoyed with her, very. She's turned on me like a viper, repaying my affection by behaving like a fishwife. I never believed for a moment she was really in love with him.
In love with who? I just got here, remember?
Great Scott, I'm telling you. A young newspaper man here in town.
Well, what do you know? What kind of a guy is he?
All right, shut up and listen, will you?
Well?
Well, Lorraine Sheldon happened to come out here and visit me.
Lorraine here?
He's written a play, this young fellow. You can guess the rest. He's going away with Lorraine this afternoon to rewrite. So there you are. Maggie's inside there, crying her eyes out.
Wait a minute. I smell a rat, Sherry.
All right, but I did it all for Maggie's own good.
Oh, sure. You haven't thought of yourself in years.
Well, I got Lorraine out here, and I've got to get her away. But how?
It better be good, Sherry. That Lorraine's no dope.
Trouble is, there's so little time. There must be some way out. There must be.
I'm too hungry to think. Excuse me while I look for the kitchen.
Tell Sarah I said you're mad, but quite harmless, and hurry back.
Mr. Whiteside, I have packed my bags. I'm leaving. I'm through.
You realize, Miss Preen, that this is completely unprofessional?
I do indeed. I am not only walking out on this case, Mr. Whiteside. I am leaving the nursing profession. I became a nurse because all my life I was filled with the idea of serving suffering humanity. After 1 month with you, Mr. Whiteside, I am now going to work making hydrogen bombs.
And what if Florence Nightingale...
If Florence Nightingale had ever nursed you, Mr. Whiteside, she would have married Jack the Ripper instead of founding the Red Cross. Okay, Mrs. Stanley, you're next. Oh, Mr. Whiteside. Mr. Whiteside, we've just found June. Oh, thank heaven, thank heaven. June, my little baby, you're not married, are you?
No, Mother, I'm not, and please don't be hysterical.
Oh, June, that awful boy, working for your father and trying to blow up the factory.
Yes, Mr. Whiteside, your plans for my daughter have gone a trifle awry. As for my son, he's been apprehended in Toledo and will be returned here within the hour. Not having your gift for invective, I cannot tell you what I think of your obnoxious interference in my affairs. But I have now arranged that you will interfere no longer. You may come in, Sheriff.
Please call off your bloodhounds, Mr. Stanley, before you strain my patience.
These two men have a warrant by which I am able to put you out of this house. And I need hardly add that it will be the greatest moment of my life. And that means baggage, wheelchair, penguins, octopus, and cockroaches. Now I'm going upstairs to smash our radio, so that not even by accident shall I ever hear your voice again.
Sure you don't want my autograph, old fellow?
You have just 15 minutes, Mr. Whiteside.
Whiteside. I got a pretty fair omelet in the kitchen, but no ideas.
It's no use, Banjo. My host has sworn out a warrant. Baby's rosy little body is being tossed out into the snow in 14 minutes.
What would he do a thing like that for?
The point is, the master is growing a little desperate.
Hey, if I knew where Lorraine was, I could get a car and run her over. It wouldn't hurt very much.
Banjo. Banjo, for heaven's sake. Wait a minute. Is that a taxi outside?
Yeah, it's Lorraine. What would happen if I just went out there and slugged her?
Get out of here, Banjo. Go and talk to Maggie for a minute, and don't let her leave here.
Jerry, darling, I was just swept off my feet by the play. And you know, quite apart from anything else, Bert is really a very attractive man. Makes it rather a pleasure squaring accounts with little Miss Vittry. That is not Banjo, is it? Don't tell me he's here.
Lady Butch, how are you?
Very well, thank you. And you, Banjo?
Oh, fine, Mummy, you're fine. So you feel fine, huh, Lorraine?
Yes, of course I do.
Excuse me, Sherry. I've been getting your papers in order. Here's a list of all your engagements through March.
I'm looking forward, so to Lake Placid, Banjo. Bert's the kind of man who'll do all winter sports beautifully.
But will he get time?
Expressman here, Mr. Whiteside. Another present for you.
Good heavens, what is that thing?
First it was Penguin's Lady, and now it's this. It's a mummy case from Cairo, Egypt.
If there's one thing I need right now, it's an Egyptian mummy case.
What's the tag say? Merry Christmas from the Khedive of Egypt. What'd you send him, Grant's tomb?
6 minutes, Mr. Whiteside, including that.
And who was that man?
He announces the time every few minutes. I pay him a small sum.
Oh, Mr. Whiteside, are you busy?
Oh, no.
I've written a new chapter on the left kidney, and oh, pardon me, I didn't know you had
You know, I think this mummy case is rather beautiful. Just think, Sherry, this mummy case. Here was a woman, like myself. A woman who once lived and loved, full of the same passions, fears, jealousies, hates. And what remains of it now? Just this, nothing more.
Going somewhere, honey?
I want to stand inside. Look at me, Sherry. A span of 4,000 years. And here I am. Another woman living out her life. I want to cry.
Whiteside, I think I got an idea.
Yes, so have I.
Well, what about?
Don't move, my dear. Don't even talk. Just stand there, my blossom. There's something about your expression as you stand in that case like a halo.
Why, Sherry, how sweet.
Lorraine, dear, in this single moment you approach the epitome of your art. You have given me the greatest Christmas gift of all, the memory of you standing here in this mummy case.
Why, darling, I'm all choked up.
Make sure it's locked, Banjo. You think she'll be all right in there?
Sure, she can breathe easy. I'll let her out as soon as we get on the plane. What are we going to do now? How do we get this out of here?
Shh, careful. Here's Maggie.
What about all these letters, Sherry? What about this photograph?
Oh, Miss Harriet gave that to me. Throw everything else away.
I'll see you before I leave, Banjo. Oh, what happened to Lorraine?
She just stepped out for a moment, dear. Banjo. This photograph. Look at this photograph. I've got it. It came to me just like that.
Huh? What came to you?
I knew I'd seen that face before. Harriet Stanley, eh? Well, now I know how to get this mummy case out of here.
Sorry, Mr. Whiteside, you're 15 minutes are up.
Ah, yes, Mr. Stanley. But just one favor before I go. I would like you to summon your 2 policemen and ask them to help this gentleman out to the airport with this mummy case. Would you be good enough to do that, Mr. Stanley?
I will do nothing of the kind.
Oh, I think you will, Mr. Stanley. Or shall I inform my radio audience next week that your sweet old sister, Harriet Stanley, is none other than the famous Harriet Sedley, who murdered her mother and father with an axe 25 years ago in Gloucester, Massachusetts.
Mr. Whiteside.
How did that little jingle go now? Oh, yes. Harriet Sedley took an axe and gave her mother 40 whacks. And when the job was nicely done, she gave her father 41. Officers, will you come in, please? Mr. Stanley would like you to help him with this mummy case. Right, Mr. Stanley?
Yes.
Man, show my love, you're wonderful. I may write a book about you.
Don't bother. I can't read. Goodbye, Maggie. Hey, don't drop the case, boys. It contains an antique.
Jerry, what did he mean? Oh, no, you don't mean the Lorraine.
He is indeed.
Oh.
The field is clear, and you have my blessing.
Oh, Sherry, you old reprobate.
My hat and coat, Maggie. Oh, and I'll take your railroad tickets. I'm leaving for New York.
You're leaving?
Don't argue, rat girl. Do as you're told.
Yes, Mr. Whiteside.
Are you very busy, Mr. Whiteside?
Yes, Dr. Bradley, very busy. But if you ever get to New York, Doctor, try and find me. Goodbye, Maggie, my lamb.
Oh, Sherry, you're wonderful.
Yes, aren't I? Oh, Jefferson, my boy. I've decided to take your play to Catherine Cornell after all. You'll never know the trouble you've caused. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Whiteside.
Oh, look at him, Bert. There goes the most... Oh!
Yes, dear, there he goes, right on his celebrated ear.
Oh!
Whiteside! Mr. Whiteside!
He fell down again. Poor Mr. Whiteside slipped on the ice again.
Bert, help them carry him in.
Miss Preen, I want Miss Preen! Miss Preen! As for you, Mr. Stanley, I am now suing you for $350,000.
I know you're eager to meet our stars in person, and here they are. Miss Lucille Ball and the man who came to dinner himself, Clifton Webb. Clifton, do you suppose Sheridan Whiteside really stayed on in that house for another month?
Well, I have it in good authority that he left almost immediately.
Oh, then his leg wasn't broken after all.
Oh, yes, it was. But those horrible people ran out of Lux Flakes. I told you they were idiots.
Well, to make sure that doesn't happen to either of you, there's a supply of Lux Flakes in the wings to take home.
A dozen boxes, I presume.
And why a dozen?
Mr. Zanuck would like it. My new picture with Jean Crane, you know, cheaper by the dozen.
Oh, is it true, Clifton, that in Cheaper by the Dozen, 20th Century Fox has cast you as the father of 12 children?
You, the father of 12 children?
Yes, a healthy change of pace, don't you think?
Well, in that case, I suppose you're writing a book for children now, Clifton.
Not at all. I've already done that. You may recall it. Mother Goose?
Clifton, you wrote Mother Goose?
Why not?
But Mother Goose was written more than 300 years ago.
My dear girl, did I ask your age?
Well, let's change the subject. Bill, you said your show next week was going to be something special.
Yes, Lucille, it is. The very beautiful and moving story, Come to the Stable. We'll have the same star you saw in the 20th Century Fox picture, that lovely and talented artist, Loretta Young. And in his original role, Hugh Marlowe, making his first appearance on this stage. I know you'll enjoy them in this bright and tender drama.
That will be a wonderful radio play, Bill. Good night.
Good night, Lucille. Clifton?
Good night. Are you under the impression that I'm leaving?
Yes, Clifton, good night. And please be very careful going down the stairs.
Lovely screen star Hedy Lamarr recommends a simple, easy complexion care. She says, I never skip my beauty facials with Lux toilet soap, not for a single day. Here's all I do. I smooth the creamy lather in well, rinse, then pat with a soft towel to dry. Wonderful how soft and smooth my skin feels afterwards. Try Hedy Lamarr's Lux Soap Beauty Care. It really works. Recent tests by skin specialists show that in actually 3 out of 4 cases, complexions improved in a short time with daily Lux Soap Care. Next time you shop, be sure to get Hollywood's fragrant white beauty soap. Use it regularly. Discover for yourself why 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap.
Tonight, the Lux Radio Theater is honored in bringing you a special guest. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present the President of the American National Red Cross, speaking from Washington, General George C. Marshall.
I have just finished an extensive tour of the country, some 30,000 miles, and I was tremendously impressed by the leadership and work of our 3,700 Red Cross chapters, and by the large numbers of public-spirited men and women who have volunteered their services as campaign workers. The American people believe in the Red Cross. They judge the Red Cross by its works. Year in and year out, they have seen it mobilize its resources to aid the victims of disaster with both emergency relief and long-range rehabilitation. Last year, it helped in 330 disasters, the greatest number in a single year. And here's an interesting point. April is the month of greatest disaster frequency, so we must anticipate more Red Cross assistance in the next 30 days. In recent weeks, we have had thousands of volunteer Red Cross workers in the field on flood relief, and we were caring for, that is, feeding, sheltering, and sometimes clothing, as many as 23,000 families. Nearly 2 million of Red Cross funds were or are involved. The Red Cross goes right on day in and day out, serving the men and women in the armed forces, 1.5 million of them in this country and overseas. Our workers daily bring comfort to those in military and veterans hospitals. The National Blood Program supplies blood to hundreds of thousands of sick and injured, and our volunteers stand trained and ready to assist in these and other Red Cross services. To do the things that the American people expect, the Red Cross is appealing this year for $67 million. Last year, the public subscribed over 68 million. 438 of our 3,700 chapters have reached their quotas. To meet our minimum needs, the other chapters must reach their goals. I urge our campaign workers to increase their efforts. I am confident that the people will respond to this appeal if it is properly presented to them. In these days of misunderstandings and misgivings, the beneficent arms of the Red Cross reach out to recreate that feeling of good faith and goodwill which is essential to the world if we are to have peace.
Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Loretta Young in Come to the Stable with Hugh Marlowe. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Lucille Ball will soon be seen in the Paramount picture Fancy Pants, co-starring with Bob Hope. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Come to the Stable, starring Loretta Young with Hugh Marlowe. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Red Skelton.
Lucille Ball.
George Tobias.
The Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Presenting tonight Damon Runyon's comedy, Tight Shoes. And here is your host, the director of the Star's own theater, Roger Pryor.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight, the Gulf Oil Companies and your neighborhood good Gulf dealer bring to the Gulf Screen Guild Theater radio's newest comedy sensation, Red Skelton. And starring with him, Lucille Ball and George Tobias in Universal Pictures' slap-happy comedy, Tight Shoes. We've less than a minute before our Gulf curtain rises, so we'd like to take that brief moment to tell you about a neighbor of yours. All right, Bud Easton?
You know, folks, no one better realizes how much proper car service at the proper time means to you than the man I'm speaking for now. The good Gulf dealer right in your own neighborhood. In his business, he sees what happens to cars whose owners put off having them serviced. He knows what makes them start wasting oil and gas. Knows why cars wear out too quickly. Most important to you, the Gulf man knows how to prevent much excessive and premature wear with his car saver services. When he flushes out the dirty, worn oil from your crankcase and refills it, when he replaces your gear lubricants, when he gives your car a Gulflex registered lubrication job, his training and his knowledge pay you dividends in longer car life. And, of course, you can rely on the famous Gulf products he sells, each designed to help keep your car running better longer. So tomorrow, remember, stop at the sign of the Gulf Orange Disc. Ask your neighbor, the Gulf man, about his car saver services. Remember, to care for your car, for your country.
And now the curtain's about to go up on our saga of a pair of tight shoes. Our stars, Red Skelton playing Swifty Miller, Lucille Ball as Sybil, and George Tobias as Blooch. We're all ready, so Oscar Bradley, will you start the ball rolling with some suitable music? Somewhere in America, there's the sound of marching feet.
Company! Halt! All right, men. 30 minutes rest period. Make the most of it.
Oh, they're killing me. Oh, my feet. Oh, I can't stand it. Show me a bayonet and I'll fall on it.
What's the matter? We've come just as far as you have.
Oh, my feet, they're murdering me. I feel like I'm walking on hot coals. These shoes, the right size is too small.
Hey, did I hear you say tight shoes?
Yeah, you sure did, brother.
Well, take my word for it and get rid of them, chum. Do it now and don't hesitate.
And march the rest of the way on my knees, I suppose.
Regardless, do it now. Take it from a man who lost everything because of a pair of tight shoes.
How come?
Well, I tell you this is an illustration of why you should burn those shoes before another minute goes by. But before I do, give me a cigarette, will you, soldier?
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Now, at one time, I'm a prosperous, respected citizen who's the biggest gambler in town. Now, on this particular day I'm mentioning, I'm in my warehouse looking over a new shipment of slot machines. 2 lemons and an egg.
Boss, why do you play them machines? You know they're crooked.
Quiet, Blutch. Yeah, 2 eggs and a lemon. Well, I'll try one more. That does it. Hand me that axe.
What'd you get that time, boss?
2 eggs and a jap. Hey, don't these things ever pay off?
You know they don't, boss. That's how we make our living.
Yeah, we'll fix up one that does pay off. I gotta have some fun out of life.
But gee, boss, they're your machines. All you get back is your own money.
Can't you leave no illusions, Butch?
Okay, boss, okay. We'll fix it up. Relax. We better get started for the races.
Yeah, all right. Hey, but there's one thing we gotta do before we go to the races.
What's that?
We gotta buy a shoe store.
A shoe store?
Yeah. I gotta get a shoe store. I got it all figured out. Now, the district attorney's making things hot. All the gambling dives are closed. Am I right?
You're always right, boss.
There's only one ward we can still operate in.
Councilman Honest John Beebe.
You beat me to it. Correct. Now, Honest John is still friendly because Honest John likes the 1,000 fish I give him every month. So with things being in that condition, what we got to do is concentrate on Honest John's ward.
Boss, you're a wonder. Say, boss.
Yeah?
Why do they call him Honest John?
Because he only steals retreads.
Oh.
Yeah, well, now, like I'm saying, we open up the new place tonight. I already got it picked out. In the front, we sell shoes, and in the back, we sell game of chance.
We better get started.
Yeah, wait a minute. I'm going to try this once more. More lemons. I ain't going to no race. My luck's no good today.
Look, boss, I fixed those machines myself. It's not got nothing to do with luck.
Sometimes they got to pay off.
Now, these machines, nobody can win. Look, boss, I'll put in a quarter myself. Now, watch.
Yeah.
Oh,
How'd that happen?
Yeah.
I guess I have to give that left screw a couple more times.
Yeah, I guess you better. You reach for that jackpot and your hand will never make a return trip. Now get out of here.
You're only giving me $10,000 for my shoe store.
Yeah, that's right. I give you this $10,000 bill.
A $10,000 bill?
Yeah.
I didn't know the government was printing them.
Hmm? You mean they're printing them too? Well, now here's the cash. You just say the word and I'll dump it in your lap.
What will happen if I want to sell?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know?
I'll sell.
Yeah, fine. Now, you understand you keep on working for me. I'll pay you $50 a week.
Only $50?
Yeah, I'll give you $50 and all the shoes you can eat.
Well, boss, now we own a shoe store.
Yeah, you know, and speaking of shoes, I could do me with a new pair. Hey, a meal fly. Get somebody to sell me some shoes.
I'll get our best salesman, Jimmy.
Yeah.
He's the college man. Jimmy. Yes, Mr. Malfi. Show this gentleman the best shoes in the house. It's the new boss. Yes, sir. Sit right down here, sir.
Okay.
Hey, boss, we better get started. Sybil will tear your heart out if we keep her waiting any longer.
I said I gotta buy shoes. Now, shut up.
Size 10.5.
Okay. What's that?
Oh, I said size 10.5, sir. That's what your feet measure.
Is this guy trying to insult me? I never wore over a 9 in my life. I got a dainty feet.
Well, you measure 10.5, sir.
I don't care. I want size 9s.
They won't fit you.
Oh, yes, they will. Just fold my toes under.
But I just measured, sir, and...
Get me some size 9s, Bob.
Yes, sir. My father had big feet once.
Yeah, what size did your father take?
I don't know. I don't remember. They just skinned a cow and put some buttons on it.
Take it easy there.
Oh,
quit shoving, will you?
Just a little more, and we'll have this shoe on, sir.
Hey, did you ever sell girdles?
We nearly got it on.
Yeah.
You'd better tuck the ankle in a little more, Neat. There we are, sir.
Yeah.
As snug a pair of shoes as I've ever fitted.
Yeah.
Aren't they nice looking?
I could answer that, but it would only lead to bloodshed. It took you long enough. Come on, Blutch. Let's get to the races.
We gotta pick up Sybil.
You know, I don't like that clerk. He looks to me like he belongs to a bad element.
He's a college man.
A college man?
Yeah.
That does it. I'll never buy another magazine as long as I live. I'm sorry I was late, Sybil, but my feet are killing me.
There'll be worse than that killing you if I miss the first race.
Oh, now, don't talk like that, Sweet Pea. Guess what I got for you today? I went down and got you.
Not a nasty old diamond bracelet.
Yeah. But, of course, you won't be able to wear it in public for a while.
Why not?
Well, I got it out of a hot iron claw machine.
Oh, Swifty, sometimes you make me wonder what I see in you.
Yeah, I wonder myself. Maybe it's my clothes. For instance, how you like my victory suit, huh? How do you like it?
What victory was it, Bull Run?
Oh, Sweet Pea, you know I'm crazy about you. I'd do anything for you.
Anything?
Sure, just say the word and I'll tear up my autographed picture of Roger Pryor.
Oh, I don't know. Here I am, the biggest star on Broadway, and I run around with a slug like you.
Oh, I'm off my onion for you, Sweet Pea. Or maybe it's only gas pushing up around me heart.
Don't kid me. It's just my shape.
Nah, don't you kid me. Shape ain't everything in life. My mama done told me.
Hey, Swifty, you better drive slower. We don't want to have any trouble with the cops.
No, I think they're still sore at me for throwing that body in that vacant lot.
Well, they're right. You shouldn't have done it.
Yeah, I shouldn't have, I know. But it was dark. I didn't see that no dumping sign.
The trouble with me is I can't forget I used to be in burlesque. Yeah. I got used to guys like you, and I can't get over it. Give me a kiss, Swifty.
Now, let's stop and get a hamburger.
No. Come on, give me a kiss.
All right. Well?
Let's stop and get a hamburger.
Pay me mine first,
Happy Harper second and Roadrunner third.
That makes 6 losers in a row, boss.
I thought you said even the horses were betting on your last one, Swifty.
All right. So I'm not lucky. Oh, boy, my feet are murdering me. Well, wait till the next race. That's where we make our killing.
Do tell.
Yeah, I got it all fixed. We go the whole way on Palomar. Now get down there and put up our bet, Butch. He's number...
What's the matter?
Number 7. Look at the name of number 7.
Let's see. Feet first.
What a hunch. I've been waiting for a break like this for years.
You're not going to switch.
What's been killing me all afternoon? What's been talking to me? The feet. That's it. Feet first.
But, boss, you already spent 10 grand to fix the race so that Palomar wins.
But look at the odds on feet first. 90-1.
But he can't win, boss. I fixed it already. With your dough, I fixed it.
This is bigger than a fixed race. This is the hunch of a century. Just think of what I can do with all that dough. I can buy myself a little vine-covered saloon on Main Street and settle down. Come on, Butch. Put every cent on feet first. It's a hunch from heaven.
But, boss...
Come on, get going, will you? I can't be wrong this time. Borrow all the Mazuma you can. Put every nickel on them. Hey, make a tour of the phone booth. See what you can get on Sybil's jewelry there. See what you can get on Sybil. Now, hurry up. Get going.
Results of the 7th race. Palomar first, Laughing Water second, and Grover third. Feet first, the horse that collapsed at the first turn had to be destroyed because of old age.
Yeah, just wait till I get my hands on that shoe salesman. I'll pull his tongues out.
We couldn't win, boss. Butch, I had it fixed.
If I hear another word out of you, I'll take you for a ride. In your car, of course.
Okay, boss, okay.
Wait till I get my hands on that guy.
Listen, never mind about that. What about my jewelry?
I
can't
sorry.
go around on my bare wrists.
I know, but, kid, you lost everything on the 7th race.
I did, huh?
Yeah, I'm awful. Now, don't look at me like that, Sybil. Sybil! No, not the feet, Sybil! Oh, you broke my little toe, you...
Things being the way they are, Sonny, I'd pull out and sell my shoes someplace else for a while if I was you.
But this is silly. He asked for that size. I tried to tell him they were too small. What happened?
Well, I'll give it to you fast. He bet $50,000 on an ad called Feet First to come in head first, but it was dead first and carried out feet first.
But I can't run away.
Oh, don't run. Catch a train. Fly.
Absolutely not. It's time someone showed the gangster element that decent citizens have some rights.
Okay, you show him. You'll be the best-liked stiff in the morgue.
It was very sweet of you to warn me.
Well, I don't have any reason to want to see you dead. You're kind of cute.
I am?
My, where'd you get those nice, wide shoulders?
I am?
Before we get into a rut, why don't you take me to dinner?
I am.
Quite an idea, Swifty. Running a gambling joint behind a shoe store.
Hey, Swippy, Morgan over there wants $500 on the cuff. What'll I do?
See how far you can throw him.
Okay. Say, I thought Bluch was going to be here to help with the blackjack game.
No, he's over to a political rally with Councilman Beebe. I sent him over to look the crowd over and a few pockets.
Is Bluch a pickpocket?
Yeah, he couldn't make enough money just being a peeping Tom.
Boss! Hey, boss!
Yeah.
Hey, boss, get out of here, boss.
Bluch, what's the matter?
Disaster's broken loose, boss. There's a mob coming for you. That shoe salesman.
Well, what happened?
Well, Honest John is standing up there giving the crowd the corn about good government when up jumps this shoe salesman. Yeah. He says that Honest John is a crook watching cahoots with hoodlums like you. Hoodlums like you? What do you know about that?
Oh, hoodlum? How do you like that? I'm an entrepreneur.
Yeah, I think he called you that, too. Listen, boss, the mob is here.
Take it easy there. Don't knock that door.
Hey, you see, boss? You see what I tell you? Honest John tells you he has the cleanest district in town. Well, just take a look around.
Wait till I get my hands on that college guy. Let me through there, bub. Just one poke, that's all I ask.
And here's the biggest rat of them all, folks. Here's the man who corrupts your city officials, Swifty Miller.
Well, brother, you asked for it. You wrecked my joint, you fool around with my girl, and now you're going to get it. Come on, put up your mitts. Come on, put up your mitts. Well, why didn't somebody tell me to put up my meds?
And so the Gulf Theater curtain falls on the first act of Tight Shoes. In just a moment, we'll find out whether or not Swifty Miller ever got up from the floor. Meanwhile, let's find out what Mr. Heaston has on his mind.
Friends, next time you stop at your good golf dealer's, have him fill your crankcase with Gulf Pride, the improved motor oil so long known as the world's finest. And once you've tried Gulf Pride, we sincerely believe you'll continue to use it, no matter how much or how little you've been accustomed to paying for oil. You see, Gulf Pride now has an extraordinary resistance to the destructive effect of high running temperatures developed by modern engines. It fights the formation of corrosive acids and effectively combats the oxidation which causes lesser oils to break down so quickly. And Gulf Pride is highly resistant to the formation of hard carbon deposits and engine varnish. Designed to meet the exacting requirements of the latest motors, Gulf Pride assures thorough protection to any motor. So to give your motor really top flight protection, stop at your good Gulf dealers and fill up with Gulf Pride motor oil. And when you drive, don't forget that gas and oil are ammunition. Use them wisely.
And now the second act of Damon Runyon's story, Tight Shoes. Adapted for the Gulf Screen Guild Theater by William Bowers with comedy sequences by Jack Douglas and Sam Perrin. Our stars, Red Skelton, Lucille Ball, and George Tobias. Somewhere in America, a group of soldiers resting by the side of a dusty road. Swifty Miller's relating the history of a pair of tight shoes.
So there I am with the work of 10 years crashing over my ears. This mob wrecks my joint, the shoe salesman wrecks my jaw.
What happened after that?
Well, this shoe salesman becomes somewhat of a public figure. I'm startled out of my wits one day when I wake up to find that he's running for city council against my good friend and candidate, Honest John Beebe. But the biggest shock comes a couple of weeks later when I decide to attend one of this guy's political rallies to see what he's got on the board.
I don't see what we're doing here, boss. He ain't got a chance to corner the longshoreman's vote. Think of all the free beer we give them at Honest John's rally.
Yeah, maybe he's got something to give him, too. That's what we're here to find out. Now, shut up. I think they're going to start now.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Now, before we actually begin tonight, we're going to have a little bit of entertainment. You fellows all remember Sybil Anderson. Well, you all remember that before Sybil became the brightest star on Broadway, she used to perform a little specialty dance down here at the Bijou Burlesque. Well, Sybil is going to perform her specialty dance for us again tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of good government, I give you Miss Sybil Anderson.
I can't believe it. That's Sybil. To think she'd do this to me. It's a fine thing to do in the interest of good government. I can't stand to watch blood. Come on, we're leaving.
Wait a minute, boss. I haven't seen Sybil do that specialty since she started that riot in Flatbush.
Yeah, I think I'll go out and commit suicide.
You can't commit suicide, boss.
Yeah, I know. It wouldn't be fair to my victory garden. Hey, what do you suppose she's doing in there?
Are you kidding, boss?
I can't stand it. Take a look through the door and see what's happening, will you?
My, oh, my, oh, my.
What is it?
She's got a sign on, boss. Vote for Jimmy Finley, the longshoreman's friend.
How do you like that?
She's wearing another sign on the back of her dress.
Yeah, what does that say?
It says, "Goodbye, Mama, I'm off to Yokohama." Oh, boy!
Yeah, what's she doing? What's she doing, huh?
What's she doing?
I don't know. All I can tell you, boss, is that I think she just won the election.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you the latest election returns. With the incomplete reports from 28 states in, Roosevelt is leading Wilkie by...
Yeah, we know that. How's BB doing?
Oh. In the local elections, the hottest contest is between incumbent John Beebe and the reform candidate James Finley. Half an hour ago,
John Beebe conceded defeat.
Shut that off, will you? How do you like that? So dear John finally gave up.
It's no use, boss. We all knew he was sunk the minute Sybil started taking things off.
How could Sybil do this to me?
Well, what are we going to do now, boss? You lost all our money.
Yeah, I know.
We're flat.
Yeah. I'll think of something, though. Hey, wait a minute. We still got a business.
But with Honest John out, they'll toss a net over us.
I ain't talking about the racket. Have you forgotten? We still own a shoe store.
I said I wanted an open-toed sandal.
But believe me, madam, these high-button shoes is the latest rage. Look, real pearl buttons.
Sure, madam, them is real quality.
Yeah.
I want open-toed sandals.
Well, we don't carry them. You know, there are so few people with open toes.
Will you please give me what I want?
Yeah.
Maybe you better give them to her, boss.
She'll take what she gets and like it.
I want a pair of open-toed sandals.
Open-toed sandals, open-toed sandals. What are you, a fresh air fiend or something?
I want open.
Listen, you take these high-button shoes or I'll cram them down your throat.
Well, really?
I don't think you used the right approach, boss.
How can I keep my mind on my work when I read in the paper that Sybil's going to marry that guy?
The fact, it ain't very loyal of her, boss. After all the things he done to you. What are you doing, boss?
I'll fix that guy. I'll fix him just like he fixed me.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to send him a wedding present with the compliments of my shoe store. Hey, Butch, you run out and find out what size shoes the new councilman wears.
How am I going to do that?
I don't care how you do it, but do it. Hey, wait a minute. Go break in his house. Steal every pair of shoes the guy owns.
But, boss, that's dishonest. Anyway, what good will that do?
Plenty. I'm going to send him a pair of shoes that's so tight he'll have to unlace them to swallow.
Well, there's no use being so crabby about everything.
Who's crabby? I tell you, my feet are killing me, that's all.
Well, take off your shoes, sonny boy.
Oh, that's a great idea, that is. Ouch! And don't call me sonny boy. It isn't fitting for a man in my position.
If that's all I ever call you, brother, you'll have cause to be thankful.
Well, I suppose that's your burlesque background seeping through again?
You didn't seem to mind my burlesque background when you needed the longshoreman's boat.
Oh, so now I owe my entire career to you. Listen, I started out on my own hook.
You mean on my unhook? Take it from me, Sad Eyes. Those longshoremen weren't voting for that crazy speech you gave.
Oh, and what were they voting for, may I ask?
Well, if you don't already know, I won't disillusion you by telling you.
Here's the theater, Miss Anderson.
Thank you, Chuck. Are you coming, Grandma, or are you going home and soak your feet?
Well, I said I'd see your show, and I will.
Oh, you're too good to me, Santa Claus.
Now, see here, Sybil.
Hey, hello. Hey, how are you, Sybil? I thought I'd just stop by and wish you good luck tonight.
Swifty, you old so-and-so. How you been doing?
Oh, fine. I finally sold those high-button shoes.
Look, Sybil, I can't afford to be seen with these shady friends of yours.
Okay, put on a disguise.
Well, Sybil, you're not back in burlesque, you know. You've got to start acting and thinking like a lady.
Oh, come now, Emily. Besides, you can't talk to Sybil like that and get away with it.
You keep out of this if you know what's good for you.
Now, look, Brain Trust.
Are you going to get out of here, or do I have to call an officer?
Call Errol Flynn. Call Flash Gordon, for all I care.
Why, you two-bit racketeer, it burns me up the way you get away with murder.
Oh, so it burns you up, does it? Okay, brother, you ask for it. Well, are you cooled off?
No, I'm not.
Well, then I'll lie here until you are.
Swifty Miller, this court finds you guilty of disturbing the peace and of willful assault on a public official.
Just a minute, Your Honor.
Order in the court. Swifty Miller, you seem to be quite fond of fighting, and our country is in need of fighting men at this time. I will suspend your sentence if you'll offer your services to some branch of the armed forces of our country.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'll wait for you, Swifty.
Yeah, how about that guy? That councilman, I mean.
Oh, he's not for me, Swifty.
Yeah.
I was brought up with lugs like you, and that's the kind I belong with.
Me a lug? Me, what used to be the biggest racketeer in town?
Shut up, you lug.
Yeah.
I'll have to ask you two to show a little more respect for this court. What you're doing now might better be done in some more secluded place.
And that's how a pair of tight shoes got me into this man's army. Yep,
All right, men. On your feet. We got 10 miles to march yet today.
She must have been a pretty swell dame, Swifty.
Oh, she was one of the best.
Fall in, men.
Whatever happened to the shoe salesman?
You mean the councilman?
Yeah.
You see that guy giving out the orders?
Oh, the captain?
Yeah. Wouldn't you know he had a reserve commission from college? Wouldn't you know it?
What about the dame? Where's she now?
Oh, she always had a spot in her heart for lugs.
She's still waiting.
No, she and Butch got married. Already they got a couple of little rackets.
Oh, so she got married and you joined the army.
Yep, she did it. Now the Japs is going to get a whipping.
Thank you, Red Skelton, Lucille Ball, and George Tobias for 30 minutes of slap-happy fun. And thanks, Oscar Bradley, for a fine score. You know, ladies and gentlemen, the money these stars would ordinarily receive, the Gulf Oil Company donates instead to the Motion Picture Relief Fund. The fund uses this money to help the less fortunate members of the picture industry. And now, ladies and gentlemen, next week's show.
Eddie Davis.
Conrad Veidt, Warren William, and Osa Masson.
In Metro Goldwyn Mayer's smash success, A Woman's Face.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, next week on your Gulf Screen Guild Theater, we present a superb cast in the story of a woman who committed murder to save a life. You won't want to miss Betty Davis, Osa Masson, Warren William, and Conrad Veidt in A Woman's Face. And so until next Sunday at this same time, this is Roger Pryor saying good night, everyone.
Today, any American in any part of the nation can strike against the enemy thousands of miles away. You can do it by buying the United States savings bonds and stamps that provide the tanks, planes, ships, and guns our fighting men must have. So with every cent and dollar you can spare, buy United States savings bonds and stamps. Red Skelton can soon be seen in Metro Goldwyn Mayer's Ship Ahoy, Lucille Ball in RKO's Little Pinks, and George Tobias in Juke Girl, a Warner Brothers picture. Don't forget to tune in next week when we present Betty Davis, Conrad Veidt, Warren William, and Osa Masson in A Woman's Face. Bud Easton speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players. The Lady Esther Screen Guild play tonight, China Seas. The starring players.
This is Clark Gable.
This is Lucille Ball.
Douglas Dumbrill.
And this is Anna Lee.
Tonight, Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players in Metro Goldwyn Mayer's famous motion picture, China Seas.
a stirring romantic tale of adventure in the Far East during the year 1930. It stars Clark Gable as Captain Alan Gaskell, Lucille Ball as China Doll, Anna Lee as Sybil Barkley, Douglas Dumbrill as Jamesy, and Herbert Rawlinson as Sir Guy. The Lady Esther Screen Guild Players in China Seas.
Let's face it, the SS Kin Lung was nobody's dreamboat on the freight run from Hong Kong to Singapore, barnacled, rusty, and down at the heels like everything else in the China Sea. Still, I guess I was sort of proud of her. You see, I was captain of the tired old tub. That particular morning I went on board, I was toting a bit of a cargo myself. A hangover after a 3-day binge. And I wasn't feeling exactly friendly, so I went to my cabin, slammed the door, and...
Hello, Lammy.
Hmm?
Don't stare. It's me, China Doll.
What the devil are you doing aboard? Didn't we say goodbye last night?
Yeah, but you were drunk. I thought maybe you'd kind of like to say it sober, huh?
Come on, get going. We're pulling out in a few minutes.
What's the rush? What is it? Got someone else on board? Alan, I told you if you ever...
Now, just a minute, Dolly. You know, as far as I'm concerned, you're number one girl in the archipelago. But I don't remember making any vows to you, or asking for any either.
Well, I'm sorry. You're round.
Well, that's more like it. Now, come on, Nuisance. Overside with you.
Oh, but Alan, what'll I do with my ticket?
Ticket?
It's all paid for and everything.
I knew you had something up your sleeve. Come on, I'll get your money back.
But I've got a job in Singapore.
No.
It's a contract at the vaudeville.
No.
Honest, I won't come near you, Alan. They won't even guess that we know each other.
No.
Honest, honey. Oh, okay, big boy. You win. Just a pipe dream, I guess, that's all. Only last night you were so nice to me, I thought that maybe you kind of...
All right, all right.
You mean I can?
Well, you've got a ticket and a job. Maybe I've got no right
Oh,
to...
Lammy.
Say, cut it out. Will you
That's
stop
wonderful.
wrestling me around?
Alan, I'm so happy. Wait, I know what I need.
Hey, that's my locker. What's the idea?
Well, relax. I'm just getting one of my cigarettes.
Yours? Well, who put them there?
Well, you see, I was waiting to say goodbye, and I sort of had them in my hand, and I...
A dozen tins, enough to last a month.
Well, after all, I might need them, Lammy. Especially if I sort of happen to make the round trip.
I guess I might have been sore, Dolly, but right then I had my hands pretty full getting the King on ready for sea. We were loaded down to the deck rails that trip. A lot of passengers, too. Important passengers. Mr. Willett of the Royal Canadian Bank.
We've got the gold on board, Captain Gaskell. We've stored it just the way we planned.
Sir Guy, the managing director of the line.
Get her out of the harbor, then come down to my cabin. The way you look, Alan, you need a drink.
And Jamesy McArdle, who shipped a lot of stuff with us.
The only boat the pirates never dared to raid. Gaskell, I wouldn't sail with any captain but you.
Yes, sir, I had plenty on my mind that trip. And then all of a sudden, I had some more.
Captain Gaskell, sir?
Yes?
Port captain told me to report to you, sir. Replacement for your third officer.
You're Davids, aren't you? Tom Davids?
Yes, sir.
I need a man, and they send me a punching bag.
This is my first chance in over a year, sir. I know these waters better than most. My record was as good as any for 10 years. It's only that one thing.
Got a uniform?
Well, nothing clean, sir.
Get one of mine.
Captain, to my dying day...
Forget it. Report to Mr. Dawson.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Must be getting soft and crazy. Anytime I take on a guy like that.
Alan Gaskell. It is Alan, isn't it?
Sybil Barkley.
And this is your ship?
Well, yes. I'm captain of this tub. But you, what are you doing out here?
Just traveling. I've been just traveling for some time.
I heard about Bart. I always meant to write.
I understand. We used to talk about you, wonder what you were doing. And now you can tell me all about it yourself. Oh, not just this moment. I know you're busy now, but later. I'll expect to see a good deal of you, Alan. A very great deal, even if you are the captain.
Sybil Barkley. Of all the people in...
Alan, it's past sailing time. Can't you get this confounded boat out of the harbor? Why, what's the matter? You look as though you'd seen a ghost.
I have.
Toots, here's the girlfriend.
Dolly, you can slam that door again on the way out.
You're busy, huh?
Very busy.
Or too busy for me?
You're catching on.
But not for that snooty English dame.
I thought we'd be getting around to her.
Well, who does she think she is anyway? She looks like she's smelling a dead fish or something.
In this environment, it's highly possible.
And the way you've been fussing over her, giving her the royal suite, how does she rate that?
We used to be good friends. Her husband, too.
Oh, well, her husband don't seem to cramp her style none.
He's dead.
Oh. Oh, I guess she looks pretty good to you, huh? Sort of different from, well, from the rest of us, maybe, huh?
Maybe. Dolly, did you ever see an English river?
No, I guess I don't get around very much.
Well, it's cool and clear and clean. Put a stream like that alongside any river out here, dirty, yellow, muddy. You'll see the difference.
You mean that... Say, are you trying to call me a
Dolly,
dirty
put that
yellow...
down. Say, a heavy ashtray like that, anyone would think you were mad.
No, I ain't mad, not yet. But you keep cracking wise like that, and I'm apt to forget that I'm a lady.
No question about it, Dolly had her claws out all right. And she was keeping them sharpened with straight scotch. But I managed to keep her away from Sybil till the second night out. We were sitting in the passenger's lounge, and Sir Guy was on his favorite yarn.
Yes, madam, right in these very waters. The pirates killed every white man aboard except the captain, and then scuttled the ship.
Pirates? In this day and age? Oh, it's incredible.
It's a fact. All kinds of pirates around. Say, James, the old Trambo, another snort?
Sure, Dolly, why not?
Alan, is it really true what the guy says?
Well, Sybil, we keep an armed guard at all times.
Oh, these pirates are blasted clever, you know. You'd never guess how they identify each other.
How?
By matching halves of a 100-pound note.
Oh, I don't believe it. You're ribbing me.
Oh, not at all, my dear. Ask anyone.
All right, I will. Oh, officer,
Yes, madam?
will you tell me about the ship that was scuttled and the one man who escaped?
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to excuse me. I'm sorry, madam.
Oh, that's strange. Did I offend him? He seemed so...
Sybil, that was Tom Davids, captain of the ship we were talking about.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt him.
Oh, think nothing of it, Mrs. Barclay. Anything goes out here. Am I right, Alan?
Quite right. Sybil, if you find us a little rough...
Oh, no, I think it's all very romantic. So very alive. So very primitive, you know.
Primitive? Say, Alan, tell her about that Poo-Tang joint. The battle of the century. Jamesy, you were there.
Sure. Gaskell must have been out for an hour.
That's libel. I came to in 40 minutes.
What a night. Oh, it was all very romantic. So very alive. So very primitive, you know. Not like a weekend at Lady Spankin' you know.
Cut it, Dolly.
It's all right, Alan. Miss Portland, you must be very fond of him.
Yeah, how do you know?
To humiliate yourself like this. Now, if you'll all excuse me, I'll see you later, Alan.
Sure, he knows where the royal suite is. The first trip down, I had it myself.
Dolly, you keep showing your teeth, and maybe I'll forget that you're a lady.
Oh, shut up.
Sorry, folks. Good night.
Oh, Alan, wait. I'm coming along.
Sure, let him go. Let them all go. Go on, Jamesy, join the parade.
No, not me. I've always liked you, Dolly. I wouldn't quit like some guys we know.
Say, we ought to have a drink on that, huh?
Sure. I got some good stuff in my cabin.
Come on, let's go.
You're sure now you haven't had enough?
Say, I can drink you right under the table for 20 pounds cash. You want to call it that, huh?
Okay, a bet. No, not me, Dolly. No more for me. I got enough.
Then I beat you, Jamesy. Come on, pay off. Come on.
All right. Now just give me a chance to get my wallet out.
20 pounds cash. Count it
Got
out.
it right here. 5 pounds. 10. 50.
Jamesy, no, you can't pass out
I'm
now.
not passing.
Come on, wake up, Jamesy.
I'm all right.
Okay, then I'm going to take it myself. Don't worry, I won't take too much. Just this other 5 that I... Gee, half a 100-pound note. That's what they use for...
What's the matter, Dolly? You think I was going to... That my wallet you've got?
I was just taking what I won from you, Jamesy. Honest,
That's all you took.
Mm-hmm.
That isn't all you saw.
I don't know what you're talking about,
A certain
Jamesy.
half of a 100-pound note.
Oh, Jamesy, let's quit joking. I don't want to hear another
You've
word.
got to now. There's a 500,000 pounds in gold in this boat. I've had my share of these shipments before. I'll cut you in on this one, Dolly.
Not me. I'm smart enough to stay out of anything like this.
Okay, but if you're out, you're in.
Oh.
It's awful dark out there right now. Be pretty easy to drop you over the rail.
Well, in a case like that,
You know, I think you got yourself a partner, Jamesy.
It's lovely up here on deck, Alan. It's so warm and the moon is so large.
Well, everything's a little overdone out here. Gets a little tiresome after a while. Now, I've been thinking of heading for England this spring.
Oh, Alan, I'm glad. Are you going alone?
Alone.
I thought perhaps that girl.
I'd be a fool to deny her, Sybil. It's all pretty obvious, I suppose.
Rather. But then I didn't expect you to be a hermit out here, not in the China Seas.
Thanks. Sybil, when I knew you 5 years ago, you must have known how I felt. You must have guessed why I resigned and disappeared.
Yes. I might have broken Bart's heart if you hadn't gone.
And now that we've met again, if I thought there was the slightest chance...
Alan, let me undo a lie I told. I'm not just traveling. That's not true. I've been following a memory in my heart. I traced you out here. I found your ship because I love you, Alan. Because I've always loved you.
Sybil.
Oh, Alan. Alan, I'm so glad.
We're going home, darling. We're going home.
Alan,
You in here again?
I've been waiting for you.
Don't you ever give up. Beat it before I...
Don't turn on the light. I've got something to tell you.
It's funny, but I'm afraid of the dark. Oh, pardon me. Were you going?
Alan, you've got to listen to me. I took a big chance coming in here. I might have got heaved overboard.
Well, don't increase the risk by staying. Your little pal, Jamesy, will be missing you.
You fool. I only came here to tell you that...
I'm quite aware of that, but you picked the wrong cabin.
Go on, go on.
Jamesy McCardle is on the next deck.
Go on, keep it up. You're talking yourself right out of something.
I hope so. Good night.
You... Just wait. I'll fix you. I'll take you down a peg or two.
Good night.
You'll be lower than a coolie. Lower than David. You'll be crawling on your hands and knees. You just wait.
The curtain falls on Act One. And now the spotlight is on you. Are you sensitive about your skin? Sensitive about exposing your face to bright lights? If so, listen to this important message from Lady Esther.
I'd like to prove to you that Lady Esther face cream is the most beautifying cream you've ever used. I'd like to prove that this one cream is all you need for the complete daily care of your skin. You don't need one preparation to open the pores, another to close the pores, and still another to firm and freshen the texture of your skin. All you need is one scientific cream that works with nature and really helps nature, that thoroughly cleans out the tiny pore openings, that removes the hidden dirt and impurities which cause enlarged pores. And that's exactly what Lady Esther Four-Purpose Face Cream does. It cleans the skin so thoroughly that nature, in grateful response, shows immediate, exciting improvement in the appearance of your skin. And as I said before, I'd like to prove it. So I ask you to make the Lady Esther patch test. Just rub a little Lady Esther Four-Purpose Face Cream on one part of your face, like your forehead or one cheek. Rub it on, wipe it off, and then see and feel the difference. See how much fresher and clearer that part of your skin looks than all the skin around it. Feel how the dry, rough flakes are gone, how baby smooth and silky that patch of skin has become to your touch. And remember, what happens to that one cheek will happen to your entire face when you use Lady Esther Face Cream. For one, it thoroughly cleans your skin. 2, it softens your skin. 3, it helps nature refine the pores. And 4, it leaves a perfect base for powder. When you make the patch test, you'll see the translucent clarity of your skin, the new petal-smooth loveliness. You'll see this sparkling difference with your own eyes in just 30 seconds, half a minute, with the Lady Esther patch test.
And now, Lady Esther presents the second act of China Sea, starring Clark Gable, Lucille Ball, Douglas Dumbrill, and Anna Lee. Captain Gaskell continues our story.
Sure, I was a pretty big guy, all right, kicking Dolly around like that. But I didn't feel so good the following morning. I got the other end of the stick myself. I was on the bridge when it started. First, a few shots. Then from somewhere, old David's yelling.
Pirates! The King's dirty swine!
Then they were swarming all over the ship. Didn't take them long. They caught us completely by surprise. Almost before I knew what had happened, they had us locked up in the wheelhouse. Myself and Sir Guy.
Alan, it's incredible. Absolutely incredible.
I believe that's been said before, Sir Guy.
All these men were hidden in the hold. They had it all worked out. First the wireless, then the crew, and then stopping the boat so that fishing junk could pull alongside with the rest of their gang.
You know, there's something funny about it.
If you have an exceptional sense of humor.
No, I mean, didn't you notice every one of their guns came out of our gunroom?
Ours?
That's right. And that gunroom has a solid steel door. They couldn't break that down, and besides...
Besides what? What is it, Alan?
Look out there. That lifeboat.
Why, there's blood dripping from it. Someone's hiding up there.
Must be one of our men.
Careful, Alan. We've got company.
Now, sorry, old boy. No savvy, Malay. Don't, any of you fellows speak English? You hear that, Sir Guy? They don't know what I'm saying. You know, I could talk to that chap out there.
Alan, don't take any chances.
I'll look right at the chief. He'll think I'm talking to him. You out there in that lifeboat, whoever you are, this is Captain Gaskell talking. There's a pouch of Mills bombs in the seat locker of that boat. If you're not too badly hurt, watch your chance and let them have it. I'll hold these beggars as long as I can.
No, sorry.
Oh, well, don't worry, old chap. You'll find out soon enough. Meanwhile, I'm entirely at your disposal.
You understand, Gaskell, I didn't want to get into this. They hauled me down when they found out I could talk Malay.
Yeah, that's all right, Jamesy. No hard feelings.
They say they won't harm anyone on board. All they want is the gold.
Gold? What gold?
They opened the purser's bank. It wasn't there. Gaskell, I wouldn't cross those Malays. They can be pretty mean.
Listen, Jamesy, make it clear to them. If there was any gold, they could have it and welcome.
Now, look, Gaskell, I'm talking to you like your own brother. They mean business. They're going to use the boot, the Chinese boot. It's cruel torture.
The size is 9C.
Don't let them do it, man. You'll never be able to use that foot again.
Look, Jamesy, you've got as glib a tongue as any man. Use it. Tell them something.
I've talked my head off. It's no use.
Well, put your fingers in your ears.
They're tightening the screws. Come on, tell them, Gaskell. Where's that gold?
There isn't any gold.
Gaskell, don't be a fool. They break every bone in your foot. Tell them where the gold is, man.
Oh, there isn't any. There isn't any. I tell you there.
Ah, you blasted idiots. He's fainted. Now we'll have to bring him round again.
I don't know how many times I passed out, but the last time I came to, Jamesy was bending over.
Easy now. Take it easy, my boy. They're going away.
The boot is off?
Little Jamesy talked them out of it. Saved your poor foot. I told them there couldn't be any gold. No one could take that, what you did, and live.
They've gone, huh?
Just getting aboard the boat.
But what about Hey, Jamesy, look. Out there on deck. He's got the bombs.
It's David's.
It was David's, all right, and badly wounded from the looks of it, pulling himself along the rail with a pouch of Mills bombs slung over his back. And then something I'll remember as long as I live. He must have figured he was done. He pulled the pin on one of the bombs, let go of the rail, and fell to the deck of the Malay's boat, pouch and all. I counted 2. Then the whole world seemed to come apart. After that, everything was quiet again.
I'm telling you, Dolly, Gaskell can't pin anything on us. Now, will you quit worrying?
Well, I ain't exactly worrying. I'm just thinking about what they did to his foot.
Well, it could have been a lot worse if I hadn't stopped them. Say, maybe we better burn that half of the 100-pound note. Where is it?
I hid it
Where?
in a cigarette tin in Gaskell's cabin.
In Gaskell's cabin? Are you out of your mind? Are you? Come in.
Captain's compliments, sir, and will you come to his quarters?
Captain Gaskell wants him?
And if you don't mind, Miss Portland, he wants you, too.
Oh.
Now, let's get down to business. Cigarette, Dolly?
No, thanks.
Go ahead. They're yours. You left them here.
Well, I don't think I want any right now.
Relax, baby. There's nothing to worry about. The half of that 100-pound note isn't in that tin.
Huh?
I have it here, with a matching hat.
Look here, Gaskell. What are you trying to...
Take it easy, Jamesy. Your turn is next.
Alan, I don't understand all
Now,
this.
it's very simple, Sir Guy. Half of this note was found on a dead pirate. The other half was hidden in her cigarette tin.
They most certainly match. These Chinese characters seem so familiar.
Jamesy McArdle, shipping symbol.
Say, now, that's queer. If I didn't know better, I'd swear I wrote those characters myself.
I'll swear you wrote them before any court.
Now, just a minute, Captain Gaskell. There's one thing to insinuate and quite another thing
Save
to...
your breath, Jamesy. We caught 2 of your men. They talked. Now then, how did you get the ship's guns? You couldn't have done a thing without them.
Well, you've been giving all the answers. Don't stop now.
All right, I won't. Dolly, you were the only one beside myself who knew where the key to the gunroom was. You took it out of my cabin, didn't you? You waited your chance and lifted it and gave it to Jamesy, didn't you? What a vicious little snake you are.
What's that to you?
Getting into my cabin because I trusted you.
Trust? When did you ever show any trust?
Sneaking in to do a double cross.
I did not.
Turning on your own people.
I didn't. I tell you I didn't.
You did. You sold out every decent person on this ship.
All right, I did. I took that key and I gave it to Jamesy. But why don't you ask me the reason why? I came to your cabin. I tried to warn you. You kicked me out.
Last night? Is that why you came in?
Yeah, last night. I'd have stuck with you, Alan. I'd have fought the whole darn world with you, but you wised me up to myself, all right. You taught me something last night. When a woman can love a man with every bit of her down to her fingernails, she can hate him in the same way. Now call your cops. Call every cop in the world. If you can dish it out, I can take it.
You fool. You hot-headed, crazy, wonderful fool. So, that's the way it is, Sybil, and I thought you ought to know before you went ashore.
How long do you think you'll be held here, Alan?
Well, that's hard to say. A few months, maybe. There'll be the trial, of course, and then I really should help to get the ship in shape. That's the least I could do. You understand.
Perfectly. I'll take the next P&O boat home. Alan, I came 15,000 miles to find you, and now you're farther away than ever.
Why, I think that's what I've been trying to tell you. Goodbye, Sybil.
Goodbye, Alan.
Well, Alan, the bank messages have come aboard for the gold.
I'm glad to get rid of it, Sir Guy. They'll find it in the chief engineer's toolbox.
Toolbox? Oh, I say, that's awfully good. I should never have thought of looking for it there.
That's what I figured. Excuse me. Dolly.
Okay, I'm ready. You put the handcuffs on here or wait till we get ashore?
There won't be any handcuffs. Jamesy wants to take the whole rap. Says he forced you into it.
I don't want any favors. I'll take what's coming to me.
You'll do what I say.
Oh, yeah? Why should I?
Because I don't want my wife in jail.
Well, if you think that you... Wife? Did you say wife?
Suppose I did.
But what about her, Mrs. You know?
Yes, she's gone. She's taking the next boat home.
Oh, but Alan, you love her.
Well, sure I love her. But not the way I love you, Dolly. I thought of Jamesy making a pass at you.
Oh, no, Alan, you can't. It wouldn't be fair. A no-good dame like me.
I'll decide about that.
You mean you really would? You'd really marry me?
Well, not if you're going to make it such a blasted favor.
Oh, gee, Alan, you great, big, gorgeous sap.
Thank you. Thank you, Clark Gable, Anna Lee, Lucille Ball, and Douglas Dumbrill, for your delightful performances. The Lady Esther Screen Guild players are grateful indeed that you could be our guests.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. We are all aware what fine work is being done by the Motion Picture Relief Fund and Clinic. We know that the benefits from this program support that work, and that makes our annual appearance with the Lady Esther Screen Guild players a real pleasure. We'll be back soon, and now, before we tell you about next week's program, here's a word from one of America's best-known beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss Ball. Ladies, do you know why I keep urging you to make the Lady Esther patch test? Because seeing is believing. And I want you to see with your own eyes exactly what happens when you apply Lady Esther Four-Purpose Face Cream to one cheek or some one part of your face. I want you to see the radiant new look of freshness and beauty that patch of skin takes on compared to the skin around it. And I want you to feel the difference. Feel how the dry, rough flakes have disappeared. So if you haven't made the patch test, please try it. Just rub some Lady Esther face cream on one cheek or some other section of your face. Just rub it on, wipe it off, and that's all there is to the patch test. But what you see in your mirror will astonish you, for that patch of skin will glow with new freshness and clarity, will look brighter and smoother than any of the skin around it. And when you touch it with your fingers, you'll discover that it's taken on a silky, petal-smooth softness, that the roughness and dryness are gone. And remember, you can prove all this so easily in just 30 seconds with the patch test.
Next week, the Lady Esther Screen Guild players will present San Diego, I Love You. It will star Edward Everett Horton, Louise Albritton, and John Hall. Be sure to listen. Clark Gable appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of 30 Seconds Over Tokyo. Lucille Ball will soon be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture Without Love. Anna Lee can currently be seen in the United Artists release Summer Storm. Douglas Dumbrill will soon be seen in the Paramount picture, Road to Utopia. Music on tonight's program was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. You save enough on the largest size jar of Lady Esther face cream to buy a box of Lady Esther face powder. So remember, ask for the largest size. This is Truman Bradley speaking for Lady Esther, saying thank you and good night. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We present My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denny. This is the story of Mr. and Mrs. Cougat, the record of a happy marriage. Two people who live together and like it. The comfortable front bedroom of the comfortable suburban home of the Cougats doesn't look very comfortable this morning. Articles of clothing are strewn about the floor and across the bed. George hurriedly plows through the debris getting dressed, while Liz tries to cram all of their things into 3 suitcases.
Liz, dear, what's all this stuff you're packing? We're only spending the weekend at your mother's, not the whole summer.
Well, I'm only taking the bare necessities. Slacks, sunsuit, a few dresses, shoes, cosmetics, hose, undies.
Well, what have you packed for me?
Your toothbrush and trunks.
Is that all?
I want you to get a good tan.
Pack some clothes for me, Scatterbrain.
I wish you were driving out to Mother's with me, George.
No, it's impossible, darling. Can't miss my board meeting.
I wonder what the surprise can be that Mother's been telling us about.
I'm afraid to guess. Her last surprise was the wrestler she was sponsoring. Remember him? He called himself the Hawk. Oh, what a wrestler.
Yeah, in his first match, the Hawk flew clear out of the ring.
Well, if she has another wrestler, I'll just throw him out of the house. Woody? Evidently, you've never heard of Gorgeous George.
You are gorgeous, George.
Finish your packing.
Where's my new bathing suit? I can't find it.
Your new bathing suit? Well, maybe a moth had a spare second and ate it.
Here it is, and it isn't that skimpy.
It's shameful.
You're too prudish.
You're too nudish.
You should see Alice Sturm's bathing suit. She got arrested at the beach.
Must be pretty bad.
Oh, it was. But they couldn't prosecute.
Why not?
No evidence. Which nightgown should I take? My canary yellow or my parrot green?
What about your goose chartreuse? Well, gotta run now, honey. See you tonight. Drive carefully.
George Cougat, don't you criticize my driving. I'm a good driver.
Sure, honey. You've never driven up a telephone pole.
Of course not.
Anyway, not to the top.
Ha ha, very funny. I read in a magazine the more accidents were caused by men than by women.
Yeah? When did you read that?
The other day while I was driving downtown.
Liz, darling.
Mother, you look marvelous, so young and healthy.
Oh, it's this country life, dear. I found there's nothing better than fresh milk and clean soil.
Well, it's certainly done a lot for you.
Yes. Makes a wonderful mud pack. Where's George?
Well, he had to attend the board of directors meeting. He'll be up later.
Oh, they're having them during the day now. That's nice. Your father always had to go to the board meetings at night.
At night?
Yes, poor dear. Tell me, are they still holding them at the Whoopee Club?
No, Mother. Now the bubble dancer comes to the bank.
Oh.
Mom, what's this big surprise of yours? I've been wondering about it all the way up here.
Oh, well, see if you can guess.
Well, some of the things you do, Mother, I'm almost afraid to guess.
Oh.
Let's see now. Pole vaulting?
No.
Motorcycle hill climbing?
No.
Skywriting?
Oh, no, you're way off.
Well, I'll have to think of something a little more sensible.
But this is very sensible.
Chickasaw Indian tap dancing.
Oh, Liz, really, a Chickasaw Indian tap dancing? Oh, I wonder if they teach that at Arthur Murray.
Now, we're not talking about Arthur Murray. What's your surprise?
Well, you'd better sit down.
I don't need to sit down. What is it?
I'm going to get married. I see you decided to sit down.
I always do when my knees buckle.
You seem so surprised, dear. I suppose you thought that I was too old to get a husband.
I thought no such thing. You're very beautiful.
Oh, I do have a few wrinkles, though. Of course, just on the outside.
That's right, Mother. And they're just happy little crow's feet.
Oh, I know you're going to love your new father, Liz.
But tell me all about him. Who is he? Where'd you meet him? What's he like?
Well, his name is Daniel Carson, and I met him in Houston. Oh, he's a real Texan, Liz. He's just like Gary Cooper. Not quite that tall, of course, and a little older, and he wears bifocals.
Oh, but he's just like Gary Cooper.
Well, they're both men.
Well, he sounds grand, darling. How'd you meet him?
I was walking past the theater, and as he rushed up to buy his ticket, he knocked me down. He was in quite a hurry. It was a Randolph Scott picture.
He really did sweep you off your feet.
Skinned both my elbows. He apologized, and he asked me to see the picture with him. But, of course, a young girl couldn't accept an invitation from a man she didn't know.
Of course not.
But I'm not a young girl, so I accept it.
Mother, do you suppose this man could be after your money? Not that you aren't beautiful.
Oh, no, dear. He's quite wealthy himself. He owns several oil fields. Oh, he has a huge ranch, factories, and... Oh, dear.
What's wrong, Mother?
You don't suppose I'm after his money, do you?
See now. You were in Houston last April. Have you been engaged all this time without telling us?
Oh, no, dear. Dan and I have been corresponding, and it just happened. He asked me in his last letter.
What'd he say?
Dan isn't a man of many words, dear. Well, here's his letter. You read it.
My dear Louise, howdy. Love, Dan. P.S. Will you marry me?
Oh, I've read it over and over again. I almost know it by heart. You know, he's coming in on the 5 o'clock train, Liz. And I've made all the arrangements for the church.
Now, just a minute, Mother. Before you go any further, I think we'd better have a little talk.
A talk? What about, dear?
Well, Mother, you're getting married, and I think there are a few things that you should know.
Oh, Liz, dear. Don't you remember 10 years ago when you were going to get married? Didn't I take you into the parlor for a little talk?
Yes.
Well, I haven't forgotten any of the things you told me. Dear, I thought little Susan Palmer could be the flower girl, and maybe George could be the best man.
Oh.
Why, Liz, dear, what's wrong?
I'm just so happy for you.
Well, then why are you crying?
Well, you cried when I married George.
Well, that was different, dear.
Oh, Mother. My little mother.
Oh, Liz, darling, please don't cry.
Oh, Mother, I can't help it. You'll understand someday when you have one of your own.
Liz.
In here, George.
Oh, hello, honey.
Kiss. Come on, give me a kiss. Kiss. I want a kiss. Give me a kiss. What's the matter?
I never board a train when it's moving.
Well, it's standing in the station now, ready for refiring.
Nut. Okay, conductor?
Mm-hmm. Steam's way up.
Careful you don't burst your boiler.
When there's any danger, the whistle blows. Kiss me again. Watch out, George.
Can I carry your bags, ma'am?
Oh, George, wait till I tell you about Mother's secret.
Yeah, what is it?
I can't tell you. It's a secret.
Liz.
George, a secret's only a secret if it's kept a secret. You know about the whispering grass. The grass told it to the trees, and the trees told it to the breeze. You understand, George?
Yes, very clear. Your mother's been out in the grass whispering to trees.
Just forget about it, darling. You'll find out. Better get dressed for dinner.
Won't tell me, huh?
Uh-uh.
All right. You have your secrets. I have mine. I just thought of something. Oh, what are you laughing about?
Nothing, but if you're going crazy, I want to go with you.
I'm not going crazy, Liz. I was just thinking about the time I took Myra Ponsonby on the hayride. You've always wanted to hear what happened.
You're not going to get me to tell you Mother's secret that way.
No, of course not. Forget it, dear.
You think you're pretty sly. Who cares what happened when you went on the hayride with Myra? What could happen on a hayride? You're just trying to arouse my curiosity, but it won't work. I've gone on hayrides, lots of hayrides. They were all in the spirit of good fun. We'd go down some dark, lonely country road, stop the wagon. Some of the couples would go blackberry picking. We'd just sit there in the hay and... George Cougat, what happened on that hayride?
It's a secret, remember? The grass?
The heck with the grass. What about the hay?
Now, you tell me your secret, and I'll tell you my secret.
All right, Mother's getting married. Now, what's... George, what happened?
I bit the stem off my pipe. Your mother's what?
Getting married. Now, what happened on the hayride?
Oh, Jimmy Paterno dropped his cigar, and we had a weenie bake instead. Now, Liz, now, what's this business about your mother getting married?
Well, we're going to meet her fiance tonight. Mother met him in April. They've been corresponding, and in his last letter, he proposed.
Where'd your mother meet him?
In Houston, in front of a theater.
You mean he picked her up?
He knocked her down first. Now hurry and get dressed, George. We want to look nice when we meet him.
All right, but I wish your mother had consulted me first. I might have refused his proposal.
I should hope so. You're already married. Mother, sit down and relax.
I can't, Liz. Dan will be here any minute.
Now, you've got to calm down, Mrs. Elliott.
Yes.
I remember how nervous I was when Liz and I got married, but I had a simple formula for overcoming it.
Oh, well, what was it?
He fainted.
I didn't faint. I just relaxed. All of a sudden.
I'm so nervous. I haven't been this upset since the day my scales were broken, and I thought I'd gained 200 pounds.
There's your man, Mrs. Elliott.
Now, don't all of you stare at me. I'll let him in.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello, Dan. Will you come in?
Reckon I will.
Are you embarrassed, Dan?
Nope. Well, reckon I'll be going now.
Dan, you just arrived.
Well, just don't know what to say, Louise. I ain't a man of many words. Had me a long-winded speech wrote down on the back of a cigarette paper. Forgot and smoked it.
Well.
Yeah.
Mother.
Oh, Liz, dear, I'm sorry.
Well, I guess we kind of forgot our manners, Louise, standing here chattering like a couple of blue jays.
Yes. Dan, this is my daughter, Elizabeth.
Hello, Mr. Carson.
Even prettier than the picture your mama sent me.
Mother sent you my picture?
Yep. Laying on a blanket, taking your bottle.
Well, I've changed quite a bit since then.
Yeah. You're a lot longer now. Got a little more hair, too.
Well, when I was a baby, I used to wear my hair very close to my head, under the skin.
I'm George Cugat, Liz's husband. How do you do, Mr. Carson?
Well, hiya, George. Say, I like the way you shake hands, real tight, like you mean it.
Oh, you have quite a grip yourself.
Yeah, I hate wishy-washy shakes. Like to feel a friendship there. Ain't never forgot Herb Jackson, the friendliest feller I ever met. Broke 7 bones in my hand.
We'll be having dinner in a moment, Dan. Would you care to go upstairs and wash?
No. Took care of it before I left Houston.
Well, I'd better wash. I've never been to Houston.
I got a little surprise for you, Louise.
Oh, a surprise, Dan. Well, what is it?
Oh, it's coming later. Yeah, I guess I'm ready for Chuck now.
Chuck, Mr. Carson?
Yeah, that's what we call dinner in Texas, Lizzie.
What about late at night when you go down to the icebox and sneak a snack? What do you call that?
Snuff.
Enjoy your dinner, Mr. Carson?
Oh, I reckon it did, George. Mighty fine grub.
Grub? What's grub?
Chuck.
I'm waiting for that surprise, Dan.
Well, it ought to be here in a little while, Louise.
Mr. Carson, I understand you have some oil property in Texas.
Yeah. It was originally my granddaddy's. He got it from some Indians. Swapped them for it.
Swapped them for oil property? What did he give them? Colored beads, bits of cloth, fire water?
No, $650,000.
Did you ever meet an Indian, Mr. Carson?
Yeah, Lizzie. Sorry I did, too.
Oh, did you have trouble with him?
Kinda.
Did you kill him?
Nope.
Did you hurt him?
Kinda.
With a gun?
Nope. Backed over him in a gas station.
Mr. Carson, I understand along with your oil properties, you have quite a ranch, too.
Oh, yeah. Got me a nice big ranch. Ain't it, Louise?
It's really tremendous.
What do you call your ranch, Mr. Carson?
Dallas.
What about my surprise, Dad?
Well, it ought to be here any minute, Louise. Let's see. Well, this is sure going to be a fine wedding. A pretty bride.
And you'll be a rather handsome groom yourself, Dan.
Well, I went to a lot of trouble for the ceremony. Spent all day yesterday at the chiropractor's having my legs straightened out.
You should have kept your pants on. They're still bow-legged.
Tell me, do you have a horse, Mr. Carson?
Oh, now there's something that I like to talk about. You bet I got me a horse. His name is Shotgun.
Shotgun? Do you feed him or load him?
Oh, he's a good old horse. Had him for 18 years. Showing his age a little. Graying around the tail.
Oh, now that's nice. I think a gray tail makes a horse look distinguished.
As I always say, an old horse is just as good as a new horse.
I've never heard you say that, George.
Well, you've never been around while I was talking to an old horse.
Why don't we all go out on the porch?
Oh, I reckon that's your surprise now, Louise. Excuse me.
Oh, what do you suppose that silly boy's gotten me?
Mother, you're holding that third finger out too conspicuously.
Well, here's your surprise, Louise. Come on in, Slim.
Greetings from Texas, everybody. Gee, ho.
Slim's my old saddle buddy, Louise. He's going to be our best man.
Oh?
Dan, you old hornswoggle son of a rattlesnake.
Slim, you old saddle-sore mule-buster.
You old leather-eating coyote.
You old thieving noose dodger.
You old horn-toad.
You old sippy cat.
You old prairie dog.
You old...
You...
Dan, he's going to be our best man.
Yeah, some surprise, huh, Lou? Slim, this year is Louise.
So that's her. Well, doggone. Twang my banjo, bust my breeches, doggone. Gull dern, ding dong darn. Dan.
Slim says he likes your figure, Lou.
Oh, Mother's always had nice galderns.
Oh, here's a little galdern something I brung you, Miss Lou. For when you and old Ding Dong Dan set up galdern housekeeping. Doggone.
Thank you. Towels. How nice. Aren't they, Liz?
Oh, yes. Look, George. A set. Hers and his'n.
I'll be right back, Liz. I think we're going to need some smelling salts.
I heard that. If you don't like my vapor, just open some windows. Doggone, Dan. Who's the strawberry roll?
Oh, this is my daughter, Lizzie.
God darn it, she's pretty. A ding-dong redhead, too. Makes me want to kick off my boots and jump smack dab barefoot into a doggone tub of sow belly. Bust my britches. Bust my britches.
Bend over.
Doggone, Dan, I just can't wait no longer. I got a darn surprise for you outside. Music for your wedding.
Music, Dan?
Yeah, just a minute. Oh, I mean, just a doggone minute.
Oh, Slim, you brought the sons of the singing sagebrush.
You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take that sunshine away.
Whoa!
Howdy, Clem.
Dan, what did Slim say about music for our wedding?
Oh, I know they ain't the best, Miss Lou, but Spade Cooley weren't available.
Oh, there ain't no finer music than the sons of the singing sagebrush.
Sing some of that there wedding music for 'em, sons.
I'm ahead for the last roundup.
Whoa, horse.
Make up your mind.
Dan! Son!
Mr. Carson, have you ever thought that Mrs. Elliott may have other plans for the music at her wedding?
Lou? Why, Lou is loco about the sons, ain't you, Lou?
Well, Dan, they were all right when we went to the barn dance in San Antone, but I had planned on other music for the wedding, and I more or less thought that George could be the best man.
Oh, I'm being the best man. Who's George?
I'm George.
Now, look at here, George.
Shoot him, Slim.
George is going to be the best man, aren't you, George?
I say I'm gonna be the best man. What do you say, George?
Well, Liz, I think Slim really has his heart set on it.
Is this gonna be a wedding, or is this gonna be a wedding?
That's a very good question.
Well, let me hear some more of that wedding music, son.
Oh, promise me that someday you and I will take our love together to some sky.
Wahoo! Son! Oh, shut up! Shoot him, Slim! Shotgun sure would love this.
George, where are those smelling salts?
How's your mother, dear?
Doctor says she'll be all right. All she needs is quiet.
Fine. I got a room in town for the surging sons of the screaming sage.
Did they mind leaving?
Yes, I think they were a little hurt. As they walked away, they were singing something called I Don't Think They Like Us Here and I Wish We Were Back in Texas Blues.
Poor mother. The way she tried to smile when Slim brought in that box of dirt so their marriage could be held on Texas soil.
I can see the write-up of the wedding in the paper. To the soft strains of Beat My Desert Doggie 8 to the Bar, Louise Elliott and Daniel Carson were married. On the altar, campfires blazed brightly.
And the highlight of the affair was when the bride threw her bouquet of cactus and pinned 3 flower girls to the parson.
I won't let your mother go through with it, Liz.
Well, Mother confided in me, George. She doesn't want to go through with it.
She doesn't?
No. But unless Mr. Carson leaves, she'll have to marry him.
Oh, fine. Well, what could possibly make Mr. Carson leave? Who is it?
It's me. It's Dad.
Well, speak of the Carson.
Hello, Liz. George.
Why, Mr. Carson, you look so sad.
Well, I can't help it, Lizzie. It's a terrible thing that's happened. Terrible thing.
Oh, Mother's going to be all right, Mr. Carson. Don't worry.
It ain't your mother. Shotgun's down with a hoof and mouth disease.
Shotgun? You're more worried about your horse than Mrs. Elliott?
Well, I reckon I'd be pretty worried about her, too, if she had hoof and mouth disease. Poor old Shotgun. I just got a phone call about him from a Western Union office. I got to go to Shotgun.
You aren't leaving?
Yeah, reckon so. But I'll always remember Louise. I'm going to keep the picture I got of her. And I'd be obliged if she'd keep my box of dirt.
Well, I'm sure she will, Mr. Carson.
Well, goodbye, Liz. Bye, George.
Goodbye, Mr. Carson. Don't bother to shake. I'll just slam the door on my hand.
Goodbye, and I hope Shotgun gets his hoof out of his mouth.
Liz, he's gone.
And Mother has a box of dirt.
What'll she do with it?
Oh, it'll make nice Christmas presents for people who don't have dirt.
Darling, he's gone, but let's not make light of it. He was a nice old guy. Yeah. You don't have anything against him, do you?
Why, certainly not, George.
I hope his horse will be all right.
It'd be a shame if Shotgun popped off before he got back.
Liz, I can't get over the coincidence of this thing. Here we're sitting in our room, and you're saying how nice it would be if Mr. Carson left. Mm-hmm. In walks Mr. Carson. Had a phone call from Western Union, and he's leaving.
Positively amazing.
Well, I guess we can go break the news to your mother.
She already knows about it.
What?
I made the phone call from her room.
Liz.
Want to send a telegram?
No, dear. I can't sleep.
Why not?
I keep lying here waiting for you to say, George, are you asleep?
Do you love me, George?
Madly.
Would you swim oceans to be at my side?
I'd swim oceans to be at your side.
Would you climb mountains to be at my side?
I'd climb mountains to be at your side.
Would you get up and get me a glass of water?
No.
Why not?
I'm pooped from climbing those mountains and swimming those oceans.
Please get me a glass of water, George.
All right. What smells so good?
I left the top off my taboo.
I thought it was night-blooming jasmine.
Why does jasmine only bloom at night?
Oh, they have a very strong union.
I love you, George.
I love you, too.
Remember, I want cold water. That's the left faucet.
Yes, Liz, the left faucet.
Oh, George, I've changed my mind. I'd like a Coke instead.
Okay. Which faucet is the Coke?
Oh, never mind. You'd have to go downstairs. I don't want you to leave me. I'll take water.
Here you are, darling.
Thanks, little cuddle puddle.
You're welcome, little drip. Good night, honey.
Good night, dear.
What's the matter, Liz? You got a feather leak in your pillow?
No. I was just thinking that I'm pretty clever. Today I figured out a way to make someone not marry someone. And if I wanted to, I could scheme a way to make someone marry someone.
You really think you could?
Mm-hmm. I did it once.
You schemed a way to make someone marry someone?
Yes.
Who?
Good night, George.
My Favorite Husband has been presented through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Lucille Ball and Mark Stevens in The Dark Corner. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The other day at the studio, Fred Colmar, prominent 20th Century Fox producer, was telling me how, a few years ago, when he was a young film executive, he chanced to see a Titian-haired young model whom he thought had great screen possibilities, Lucille Ball. Little did he dream that some years later he'd be starring that same Titian-haired beauty in his production and our play tonight, The Dark Corner, thereby vindicating his judgment. Co-starred with Miss Ball is another player who's risen rapidly to well-deserved eminence on the screen, Mark Stevens. Both superbly cast, I think you'll agree, in a hard-hitting melodrama of murder, mystery, and romance. And that reminds me of another mystery story, one concerning Lux toilet soap. It's from Mrs. Vivian Gardner of Santa Barbara, who discovered that for some weeks, Lux soap was mysteriously disappearing from her cupboard. After competent detective work, she finally traced it to her teenage daughter. That young lady said, "Why, Mother, I thought you knew. I just took the soap to put in my bureau as sachets because I just love the Lux toilet soap fragrance." Well, I'm sure Mrs. Gardner meted out to her daughter no more punishment than a compliment for her ingenuity and good taste. It's playtime and star time, and here they are. Lucille Ball as Kathleen and Mark Stevens as Bradford Galt in Act One of The Dark Corner. New York City, a sultry summer afternoon. In an old-fashioned office building, Detective Lieutenant Reeves is making a routine visit.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It says on the door, Bradford Galt, private investigator. You're his secretary?
Yes, may I help you?
Lieutenant Reeves, Police Department.
Oh.
Yes, you can help me. If you know anything I want to know.
Well, I wouldn't know anything you couldn't find out by asking Mr. Galt. He'll be back in a minute.
Nice quality. Loyalty. How long have you been working for Galt?
Several weeks.
What do you know about him?
I like him.
Does he keep you busy?
I sharpen pencils, do the typing, answer the phone, and mind my own business.
Well, look who's here. Hello, Reeves.
Yeah, hello, Galt. What are you working on these days?
My income tax. Why?
Nothing special. Last time I called on you, you were on 6th Avenue. Why didn't you tell me you were moving your office over here?
Why should I? I notified the Commissioner of Licenses.
Yeah, but you didn't notify me. I like to know these things, too. I've taken a professional and personal interest in you. I promised my friends in San Francisco to see that you didn't get into mischief. You're an impulsive youth, you know.
Look, I got a fast shuffle out west. All I'm asking is a fair chance to work up a legitimate business. I'm playing this by the book, and I won't even trip over a comma.
I hope not. Okay, Galt. I'll see you around, I guess.
It's nearly 6 o'clock, Mr. Galt. I'll leave, too, if there's nothing else.
There is something else.
Oh?
Would you mind having dinner with me?
Is this part of the job?
It is tonight.
Working conditions are certainly looking up around here.
And party your nose, honey, and let's go.
Oh, dinner was lovely, Mr. Galt. Thank you.
You're welcome. Say, how'd you like to go dancing? We got some great playgrounds up around 52nd Street.
Among them, your apartment?
Oh, well, that's just a coincidence.
I haven't worked for you very long, but I know when you're pitching a curve at me, and I always carry a catcher's mitt.
No offense. The guy's got to try, doesn't he?
Not in my league, Mr. Galt. In my league, we play for keeps, said she with a smile.
Oh, well, maybe I ought to fire you then.
Before you do, I ought to tell you something. We're being followed.
I know. Guy in a white suit, about 5'10", brown hair, sports shoes.
I've never been followed before.
Hey, that's a terrible reflection on American manhood. It's been tailing us since we left the office.
Why?
I don't know. Maybe he likes your big blue eyes.
Do we just keep walking?
No. There's a cab at the corner. Take it. Go around the block, then park across from our office. Wait there till he comes out.
And you?
I'll invite the white suit up to the office for choir practice. After he sings, you follow him. Let me know where he goes.
Okay, but what have you been doing lately?
What do you think I've been doing?
Well, I think you could have been doing a lot of things. Because you're stubborn and impulsive and you think you're tough. You've got some blind spots, too.
Yeah? Name one.
Sentiment about women, for instance. You're afraid of emotion. You keep your heart in a steel safe.
I suppose you're the blowtorch type.
I can be warm.
Good. Here's the cab.
Be careful, Brad. I'll see you later.
All right, Buster. Huh? Let's take a walk.
Why?
Because there's a gun in my pocket that says you'd better. Come on. My office is just around the block.
I don't
like this, mister. I don't like this at all.
Just stay in the chair. You travel light, don't you? Nothing in your pockets but a roll of nickels, some keys, and your wallet. But a roll of nickels will do for brass knuckles any day.
Brass knucks ain't legal. I just carry my change the hard way.
What's in the wallet?
$5.
Oh, no. More than that, Buster. An identification card. Fred Foss, huh? 728 East 23rd Street. All right, Freddie. Let's play 20 questions. You give me the right answers, maybe I won't knock your teeth out. What's your racket?
Same as yours, Private Dick.
That's the wrong answer. We don't go on a job without a license. Where's yours?
I left it home.
Okay. Let me coax you. I can do it the hard way, too. How long you been shagging me?
2 days. I was climbing in your pocket all the time.
Who pays the fare?
A client. You know I can't tell you his name. It ain't ethical.
Yeah, sure. You and me both. We're up to our ears in ethics.
Hey, lay off of me.
What's his name? Who's paying you?
What do you have to slug me for? All right, take it easy. His name's Jardine.
Come again.
Anthony Jardine. Tall guy, fancy dresser, thinks he's class.
Where do you live?
You saw my address, 23rd Street, with my brother-in-law.
What's his phone number?
Chelsea, 43510. Go on. Phone him. See if I'm lying.
Just stand where you are, Foss.
What's the matter? No answer?
Hello?
Fred Foss there?
He ain't here.
When'll he be back?
I don't know. You want to tell me something?
No message. All right. Take your keys and your nickels. And if I catch you tailing me again, I'll ram that roll right down your throat.
Uh-oh.
Oh, now look what you've done. Knocked my ink over.
Yeah. Well, maybe I'm nervous or something.
All over your nice white suit. Here's your $5. Get it cleaned. Jardine's fussy about neatness.
What you doing with my wallet?
This I keep. I got a poor memory for names and addresses. I may want to look you up again sometime. All right, Buster, blow.
Hello.
Well?
This time you will fire me.
You lost him.
Uh-huh.
That's fine.
He got in another cab. I followed him.
Except when the other cab stopped, he wasn't in it.
How'd you know?
He told me that's what he'd do.
I'm sorry, Brad.
It doesn't matter, honey.
Well, who was he?
Just hired muscle.
Who hired him?
Forget it. You'll be better off.
Come on, open up that steel safe. I want to know and I want to help.
That's awful good talk, baby. But why?
Because I happen to be very fond of my boss, even if he is stubborn.
Look, get going while the door's still open. Stick around here and you'll get grafters, shysters, two-bit thugs, maybe worse. Maybe me.
I like those odds. I'll take them and I'm staying. I like your style, too.
Thanks.
Having said my piece, I think it's time for me to go home now. I'll see you in the morning.
Sure. Okay.
Good night, Brad.
Good night. Jardine. Jardine again. Jardine.
Hello, mister.
Huh? Oh, beat it. Can't you see I'm phoning?
It's dark in the hall. I'll turn on the light.
Thanks.
You're the man who rented the room, aren't you?
Yeah. Here's a nickel. Go on, go to bed. It's late.
Thank you. You got ink all over your suit.
Wicket residence?
Let me talk to Mr. Wicket.
Who's calling, please?
Tell him it's the man from San Francisco.
Yes, sir.
I told you to go to bed.
Good night, mister.
Hello?
Wicket,
Yes?
I'm back at my rooming house. Well, it worked just like you said. Galt took me up to his office, pushed some muscle at me. I played softy.
You mentioned the name?
Jardine? Yeah. And when he heard it, it hit him right where he lived. I just thought I'd let you know.
Well, I'll be in touch with you.
Is that all?
I said I'd be in touch with you. I'm entertaining guests. I'm very busy now. Good night. Well, looking for me, Jardine?
As a matter of fact, for your wife. Where is she?
Wasting her charm on those dullards in there. Shall we go in?
I think it's a wonderful party. Well, then you don't give any other kind, do you, Ralph?
Ah, there's Mary now, the woman who brightens my declining years.
I heard that, darling. Aren't you exaggerating? This is only our 3rd anniversary.
You're not decrepit yet, old boy.
Then why do I detect a rather tactless emphasis on that old boy? Yes, Mary and I rather think we present the perfect picture of Beauty and the Beast.
You can be a beast at times, Mr. Wicked.
But as long as I'm amusing Mrs. Kingsley, you'll forgive me. Senility, though, is unforgivable.
You're the most attractive man in the room, and you know it.
Oh, I adore you.
I hope I'm not interrupting anything.
Well, Miss Wilding?
I need advice. Legal advice. I was wondering if I might borrow Mr. Jardine for a moment.
Oh, of course, Miss Wilding. Shall we go out on the terrace?
I think we'd better. It's really very confidential.
What's Jardine trying to do, drum up business at my party?
Isn't that what you're doing, celebrating your anniversary, and at the same time entertaining some very likely customers for your art gallery?
I never confuse business with sentiment, unless it's extremely profitable, of course.
But there is an exhibition at the gallery tomorrow.
Now, that happens to be a coincidence I took great pains to arrange, Mrs. Kingsley. And if you come, I may have that turn a landscape.
The landscape? Oh, how wonderful. I'd give anything for that painting.
Well, you'll give plenty if you buy it through me.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, I must tell my husband the good news.
Ralph, what would that Miss Wilding want of Tony Jardine?
What's the matter, darling? You jealous?
You know you don't mean that.
No. I'm the jealous one, Mary. You're beautiful. I never want you to grow one day older. You should remain ageless like a Madonna who lives and breathes and smiles and belongs to me.
That's very sweet, Ralph. But you haven't answered my question.
I haven't the slightest idea what Miss Wilding wants of Jardine. Come along, darling.
It's beautiful on the terrace, isn't it, Lucy?
Oh, stop it, Tony. Did you receive my painting? I sent it to your apartment.
I got it this afternoon. I would have preferred cash, but if you're short, the painting will have to do. I imagine I can always dispose of it.
Now may I have my letters, please?
Certainly. They're all in this envelope. Oh, I'm a heel, Lucy, but I'm not greedy. I promise not to trouble you anymore.
Who's next on your list, Tony? Wicked? Or perhaps Mrs. Wicked?
That's a dangerous remark to make.
Yes, isn't it?
You know something, Brad? I've just decided I don't like this restaurant.
What's the matter with it?
It does things to you. You just sit there staring. It couldn't be the company, so it must be the restaurant.
I'm sorry, baby.
Still worried about the man in white?
Yeah, in a way.
That was 2 nights ago.
And I don't know any more about it now than I did then.
And every time I've mentioned the subject, you told me to shut up. Oh, very politely, of course, but... Brad, what is it? Please tell me.
I got a feeling something's closing in. And I don't know what it is.
Maybe it's only me.
I wouldn't be so jumpy. Just about you.
Oh, yes, you would. Because I'm playing for keeps, remember?
I thought you were sharp.
I am sharp.
Then you got out fast. Stay with me and you'll wind up in a corner. Nothing but a lot of grief. I'm serious, Kathleen. Get out now.
You're a poor salesman, Brad. Even... Look who just walked in. Detective Lieutenant Reeves.
Yeah. Excuse me. I think I'll have a word with Lieutenant Reeves.
Go right ahead.
I'll be back in a minute. You'll be smart if you're not here.
Hello, Reeves.
I was going to look you up in the morning.
Fine. What have you got?
Not much. There's a shyster lawyer in town with a swank office, but no clients. The shyster's name is Anthony Jardine. He's put a tail on me. I think he wants to finish where he left off.
I figured after San Francisco he'd leave you alone.
I'll see that he does.
Don't play too close, Gord.
I won't. I'm still working by the book.
Jardine is definitely not the bookish type.
Yeah, I know. I just thought I'd keep you posted.
I decided to wait.
Why?
You've aroused the maternal instinct in me. I want to look out for you. You hate him an awful lot, don't you?
Who?
The man who hired White Suit.
He makes hating easy.
Brad, what has he got on you?
Nothing. Nobody has. Nobody's going to. Come on, I'll take you home.
I don't want to go home.
I may have to work tonight.
I can help you.
No. Stop looking at me like that.
Like what?
As if I belong in a test tube. Look, a guy named Jardine's afraid of me. Put a tail on me. Tonight he tried to kill me.
He what?
Yeah, in front of your apartment. Car came around the corner. How it missed hitting me, I don't know. Anyway, it did. So you go on trying. Now, you satisfied?
No, I want to know why.
Okay. I had a private agency in San Francisco. This guy, Jardine, was my partner. A lawyer, swift cookie with the women. Worked his charm, then he worked a little blackmail on the side. I called him on it. We were driving out to his house. Somewhere along the road, he slugged me, wet me down with a bottle of scotch, set me behind the wheel for a takeoff. I hit a truck and killed the driver.
Brad,
Manslaughter. 2 years in prison. Jardine had a fixed alibi. It wouldn't break and it wouldn't bend. It's the last I heard of him until White Suit showed up 2 nights ago. Then the business tonight with the car.
Why didn't you tell me before?
Guy likes to hold his head up, not look like a chump.
That's not the real reason. Come on, say it. You're not so tough, Brad. You just like to think you are. I've cracked you wide open and you know it.
Yeah, I know it.
Still have to work tonight?
That car almost clipped me. Fellow runs a newsstand on your corner sod. Got description, part of the license number.
Is that what you told Lieutenant Reeves?
I didn't tell Reeves anything. Got other contacts on the police force. There's a sergeant downtown who's checking the license plate for me. Told me to call him at 9 o'clock.
That still leaves 30 minutes.
Okay, baby. You win. Come on, let's have that dance.
Marie. Well, come in, darling.
Tony. It seems ages since you've kissed me.
It is ages. Marie, aren't you taking quite a chance? I mean, coming to my apartment this time of night.
You don't have to worry about Ralph. He's gone to Scarsdale.
Scarsdale?
Mm-hmm. He sold Mrs. Kingsley that Turner landscape. He's got to settle the deal with the man who owned it. At least, that's what he said.
You don't doubt him?
Of course not, darling. Anyway, I don't care anymore.
I'm glad. I do want to talk to you.
So strange, Tony. Ralph Wickett. He loves me. He gives me everything I could wish for. But still, it isn't enough.
I know, dearest, I know.
For 3 years, I've tried to stick it out with him, but I just keep sitting, listening to his paintings crack with age. I want you to take me away, Tony, please.
Look, Marie, Ralph Wickett can afford you. I can't. I love you, but I've no money.
It doesn't matter.
I've already borrowed money from you. Do you think I want to go through life
Darling, we have my jewels. They're yours. You'll take them for me, for my sake. Just tell me when we can go away.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be soon, Marie. I promise you.
Well, Brad, what about the license number?
Jardine's car, all right. I've got his address. I'm taking you home now.
And then?
Then I'm dropping by Jardine's apartment. I've got something to settle with him, once and for all.
In a moment, we'll return with Act 2 of The Dark Corner. Meanwhile, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter. What's new and exciting, Libby?
I saw a picture today, Mr. Keeley, that brought back a thrilling experience I had not long ago. Universal International invited me to see Walter Wanger's new production, The Lost Moment.
Oh, yes, starring Robert Cummings and Susan Hayward.
You know that terrific fire scene in The Lost Moment, Mr. Keeley?
Yeah?
Well, I was on the set at the time it was filmed.
How exciting. Weren't you a little nervous, Libby?
I certainly was. It was the biggest fire sequence ever attempted on a soundstage. The entire studio fire department was standing by in case it got out of control.
That's where Robert Cummings does his thrilling rescue scene.
Well, the flames got so high, he had to rush in before his scheduled entrance. And then the firemen went into action. I was watching the scene with Susan Hayward, and we had to move fast to avoid being drenched.
Well, I hope you succeeded, Libby.
Yes, but you should have seen us. Our faces were smudged with soot. Mr. Kennedy, you'll be interested in this. Susan Hayward asked me to come back to her dressing room with her to freshen up.
Ah, Lux Toilet Soap to the rescue this time.
Right you are, John. After an active lather facial, both of us looked and felt much better.
Lux Soap Care never fails, Libby, even in an emergency.
And for regular day-to-day care, there's nothing finer. Susan Hayward certainly thinks so. She's so lovely with her gorgeous red hair and flower-fresh skin.
9 out of 10 famous stars use Lux toilet soap for million-dollar complexions. That's quite a recommendation, Libby.
Well, it's a beauty care that really works.
Skin specialists made tests that proved it. For 3 out of 4 women,
Skin actually became lovelier in a short time.
no wonder fragrant white Lux toilet soap is Hollywood's own complexion soap. Now, isn't that a beauty tip for women everywhere, Libby?
Yes. Here's all you do. Smooth the fragrant lather in thoroughly, rinse, and pat to dry.
Screen stars find these Lux soap facials give skin fresh new loveliness. Why not try this gentle care and see? Back now to our producer, William Keeley.
Our theater lights are lowered once again, and here's the second act of The Dark Corner, starring Lucille Ball as Kathleen and Mark Stevens as Galt. An hour ago, Mary Wickett, beautiful young wife of a rich and celebrated art dealer, entered the apartment of Anthony Jardine. But now at Jardine's door is a second visitor, Bradford Galt.
What's the idea, Galt? What do you want here?
Take it easy, Tony, and keep away from that desk drawer. There might be a gun in there.
I said, what do you want?
We'll get to that. Who else is here?
No one.
Whoever it is, I like her perfume. Surprised to see me?
Certainly I'm surprised to see you. Ah, I had an idea you were in New York, but...
And I intend to stay in New York, alive. I got a message to deliver. From me to you. Just 2 words. Lay off.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The guy in the white suit. Keep that mug away from me. And next time you loan him your car, tell him he'd better use phony license plates.
Loan who my car? When?
I'm getting mad, Tony. He tried to flatten me with your car late this afternoon.
Nobody had my car. It was in the parking lot all day.
Yeah, sure. But just remember, I spent 2 years in Hock with nothing to think about but that pretty face of yours. And if you're not sharp, you're not going to have that pretty face. You're not going to have any face at all.
Now, you listen. I don't know any mugs, and I haven't been after you. I didn't even know for sure you were in New York, and that's on the level.
You on the level? Why, for 6 bits, you'd push your own mother out the window. I'm glad you swung on me, Tony. Even the cops would say I had a right to defend myself.
Oh, darling, are you all right?
I'm all right.
But who was here? Who came here to fight with you?
Just forget about it, Mary. He won't bother me anymore. Well, I had to let him hit me. If I fought back, the neighbors might have heard, and with you here... Mary, you better go now.
Just tell me one thing. Can we leave tomorrow night? Can we, darling?
Yeah. Yes, Mary.
We're expected at Mrs. Kingsley's, you know.
We'll invent some sort of excuse.
Wait for me here, Tony. I'll come tomorrow night as soon as I can.
Hello, boss.
Kathleen, what are you doing here?
Waiting for you. Wish you'd speak to your landlord. What this corridor needs is a nice, comfortable chair.
Oh, you've been worried about me, huh? I'm deeply touched.
From the looks of you, I'm not the only one who's touched you.
You should see Jardine. Well, come on in.
Thanks. What happened?
We talked. One thing led to another. Then he led with his right. After that, he stopped talking. Here I am.
And where did all that get you?
Nowhere, but I feel a lot better. Come on over here, baby, where you belong.
No, thank you. If you're feeling that much better, I think I'll go home.
Hey, wait a minute. What about that maternal instinct you talked about?
That doesn't work after sundown. Brad, what about Jardine? You didn't find out anything about him, what he's doing?
Yeah, he's a lawyer.
You told me that before, but he has no clients.
I heard him talking to someone when I got to his apartment.
Who?
A girl. Didn't see her. She must have used the back door.
What does it all add up to, Brad?
As far as I'm concerned, nothing. But I'm pretty sure Jardine's going to lay off me for a while.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Wickett.
Oh, good morning, Miss Stewart. Any messages?
Nothing special, sir. Mr. Barstow will be in at noon about the Raphael portrait, and those people confirmed their appointment to see the Donatello statue this afternoon.
Oh, thank you. Oh, if Mrs. Kingsley should call, tell her Mrs. Wickett and I look forward to seeing her this evening. I'll be in my office for a while. I don't wish to be disturbed.
Yes.
Well, greetings. Oh. Well, I must say you make a neater appearance without the white suit. No one saw you come in.
I came through the side door as per instructions.
Good. Well, what happened last night?
It didn't work. Busto Crusto.
What?
A flop. Oh, I borrowed Jardine's car, all right, and brushed off Galt,
Well, certainly Galt must have suspected Jardine.
Oh, he suspected fine. He went over to Jardine's place last night and pushed him around some, but that's all. Jardine is very much alive.
Yes, I know.
Now, look, if you want my opinion, I think you're wasting your time. This guy Galt is a smart cookie. He ain't gonna let himself get shoved into a noose. You know he saw a Jardine. You figure you can needle him into knocking Jardine off. But nothing happens.
You've a better idea?
Yeah. Let me take care of Jardine.
Get Galt on the telephone. Try his office.
Now? Here?
Yes. And stop flicking your ashes on my rug. That's a genuine cash hand.
Oh.
Now tell Galt you're through with Jardine. Sell him a bill of goods. Tell him that you're going to...
Hello.
Let me speak to Galt.
Who's calling, please?
Tell him the name's Foss. Fred Foss.
Yes, Mr. Foss, just a moment. Brad, the suit's on the phone. The man in the white suit.
Hello.
Hello, Galt. Got any dough?
Maybe. What are you selling?
I'm selling Jardine short. He's slow pay, and I like to keep moving. Well, you want to know what he's up to, don't you?
For how much?
I need $200 to get out of town.
Suppose we talk it over here in my office.
Nothing doing.
My apartment, then?
What time?
8 o'clock. I'll be tied up until 8. 904 West 52nd. Apartment 307.
8 tonight. And I'll tip you off.
If I can't show. Alone, Galt. Just you and me.
Well, that's that.
Is it? How are you going to get Jardine to go to Galt's apartment? After last night, he ain't going to pay no social call on Galt just to get pushed around some more.
For one thing, he won't know it's a Galt apartment. I'll tell him it's a legal matter I want him to handle for me.
How do you know he ain't busy tonight?
I've been very kind to Mr. Jardine. I've asked him to do me a favor. He'll do it. But you'll have to find some way of getting into Galt's apartment.
That won't be tough. Have Jardine there by 7:30. I got a date with Galt at 8.
Jardine will be there. You call me in the morning.
The complete one-hour newsreel show starts in 5 minutes, folks. The latest newsreel.
Brad, I don't want to see a newsreel.
Look, honey, the show takes an hour. It's 7:30. I'll be right here waiting for you at 8:30.
I want to go home with you.
I know this Foss guy. He won't talk if anyone else is around.
Please?
No.
All right, but you'll be sorry. I'll look for you here at 8:30.
Right. And I'll tell you all about it then.
Brad, open the door.
Go away.
What's happened, Brad? Why didn't you meet me at the theater like you said you would? Brad, what's the matter?
Nothing. Go home, please. I'll see you later at your place.
I won't go home. I'm going to stay right here until you open this door. Brad.
All right. Come in.
What's happened?
Come in. Take a look. There in front of the fireplace. Meet my ex-partner. Meet Tony Jardine. Only he's dead.
Oh, no.
Don't start crowding me. I haven't got the answers. The police will find them. They're laid out like road markers running right up my alley.
You've called them, the police?
No, what could I tell him?
Whatever you know. Brad, you didn't do this.
No, honey, I didn't do it. So I called the cops. Should I tell them the truth? I left you at a newsreel theater and came straight here. And when I opened the door, somebody was waiting for me.
Who?
I don't know. I went out like that, with a face full of ether.
Ether?
Yeah, ether. And it sounds as screwy to you as it does to me. What do you suppose the cops will think? That's what happened. I woke up a few minutes ago and there was Jardine, dead.
Shot?
No, the poker from the fireplace. And it was in my hand. Should I tell that to the homicide squad? They'll still be laughing when they strap me into the chair. I'll get out of here.
But, Brad, you can't handle anything like this by yourself.
Look, don't give me that law and justice routine. The cops operate on facts. The facts are phony from here to the death cell. Now get out of here. Let me try to dope this out.
Brad, all I meant was that I want to help you.
I know you do. Thanks, baby. But you can't. Now beat it, please. I've got to stall for time. Got to start thinking.
Brad, listen, this may sound silly, but I think the man in the white suit wanted you to spot him that very first night.
Yeah, of course he did. No guy in his right mind wears a white suit on a shag job. Why'd that car almost hit me? No, Jardine wasn't out to get me. I should have known that from the start. But somebody is out to get me. Somebody who knew about Jardine and me back in Frisco. Somebody who wanted me to think that Jardine was after me. Whoever that is, he's the one who killed Jardine. And he's pinning it right on me.
But who, Brad? Who?
I don't know. There isn't a thing to latch on to.
Well, think, Brad. Think back.
I have, and I'm clean as a peeled egg. No debts, no payoffs, no angry husbands, nothing.
But people just don't go around committing murder and frame-ups for the fun of it.
All right, so it doesn't add up. What do you want me to do?
Well, for one thing, find White Suit. You've got his address. Maybe you can get a lead.
Yeah, I thought of that. It's the only thing I can do.
Wait, what about him, Jardine?
He stays where he is. Look, go on downstairs. Find the janitor. Tell him you've been ringing my bell and I don't seem to be at home. He'll say if I'm not here, he doesn't know where I am. It may help me frame an alibi.
Where'll I meet you?
Go straight to your apartment. I'll find Foss and meet you there later.
Come in, Brad. Oh, you don't have to say it. I can tell by your face. No dice.
Oh, I found him all right. Only Fred Foss wasn't the man in the white suit.
But you had his wallet.
I had a wallet. A man by the name of Fred Foss lost it a week ago. He was very grateful to me for bringing it back.
Let me get you a drink.
I could stand a drink. That was my last lead, baby. I'm all dead inside. I'm backed up in a dark corner, and I don't know who's hitting me.
Hello? Yes, this is Wicked. Well? No one saw you leave Galt's apartment. You sure? Oh, that's good. Well, get in touch with me tomorrow. Same place, same time.
Yes?
It's I, darling. Well, Mary, have you forgotten we're expected at the Kingsleys tonight?
I simply can't go, Ralph. I've such a headache.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, my dear.
I'm going straight to bed. You run along without me.
Well, I wouldn't think of it, darling.
But Mrs. Kingsley will be so upset.
Oh, yes. And I did promise to meet Tony Jardine there. I had a rather delicate matter to discuss with him.
Well, hadn't you better go then?
I imagine it can wait. It's a problem that Jardine is eminently qualified to handle, a man of his experience with the law and all its tawdry aspects.
You make it sound very mysterious.
No, it's the oldest situation in the world. One of my friends, who deluded himself that his was the ideal marriage, has recently discovered there's another man.
Well, Tony doesn't handle divorce cases, does he?
Well, the husband doesn't want a divorce.
You mean he wants her back?
Yes. And as the Lost and Found ads say, he offers a suitable reward for her return.
You mean the other man would take money and just go away?
When an impoverished character, unendowed with any appreciable virtue, succumbs to a rich man's wife, it must be suspected that his interest is less passionate than pecuniary.
But how could she be taken in by such a man?
Well, take Tony, for instance. Now, I never imagined him to be interested in Lucy Wilding, but he is.
It's not true. He couldn't... I mean, she's too old for him.
Love is not the exclusive province of adolescence, my dear. It's an ailment that strikes all age groups, like my love for you. My love for you is the only malady I've contracted since the usual childhood diseases, and it's incurable.
Ralph, about the Kingsleys.
And leave you alone? Oh, no, Mary. I wouldn't think of such a thing. We'll both remain at home tonight.
Who was it, Kathleen? At the door. Someone was just at the door.
The milkman.
Milkman? What time is it?
7.
I told you to wake me. All I needed was a little nap.
You needed a night's sleep even more than your suit needs a pressing. And what could you have done last night that you can't do now?
If I only knew who was after me, it wouldn't be so bad. But how can you fight back when you don't know who you're fighting? You lick before you start.
No, I know you, Brad. You're not letting anybody get away with this.
Oh, don't be too sure. I could be framed easier than Whistler's mother.
All right. Then we'll just sit down and feel sorry for you.
Okay, but don't give me that Pollyanna routine either. About how everything's going to be fine. I'm no miracle man. When that cleaning woman comes to my apartment and hits bingo, I'm as good as cooked.
Here, you'll feel better after some coffee.
Thanks. Look at me. Tower of strength, nerves of steel. I'm sorry, baby.
Don't worry about the tablecloth. The stain will come out.
What'd you say?
I said the stain will come out.
The stain? The ink, baby. The ink. He spilled ink on his white suit that night in my office.
What of it?
He'd have to have the suit cleaned, wouldn't he? The cleaners would have his address, wouldn't they?
Well, cleaning places grow on every street like mushrooms.
Yeah, I know. But most of them don't do their own cleaning. They farm it out to the big cleaning and dyeing plants. Where's the classified phone book?
Right in back of you.
There can't be too many of them.
What if he didn't have the suit cleaned?
He wouldn't run around town in an ink-stained suit, I hope.
That's a pretty long list, Brad.
Yeah, I know, but the odds are even longer. But give me a better idea.
Okay, where do we start?
Just grab your coat, baby. We'll start uptown.
A white suit, eh? Well, it's very early in the season for white suits. If we have one, we'll find it all right.
There's a 5-spot in it for you if you do. Get moving.
Sorry, lady, we've got 3 white suits, but none of them with ink spots. You sure this...
Positive, thanks all the same.
A linen suit, Mr. Seersucker? Oh, we got a sort of white seersucker, but no, that's got fruit stain. You can always tell the difference.
Sorry, no white suits.
Yeah, we had one, but the guy picked it up yesterday.
Not a white suit in the plant. Why don't you try Gordonson's? Ask for a guy named Al. He'd know if there was anyone.
Wicked Galleries?
I want to speak to Mr. Wickett.
Who's calling, please?
I'm Mr. Smith from San Francisco.
One moment, please.
Hello, mister.
Oh, you here again? Go on, kid, beat it. Your mama wants you.
My mama's out. She don't want me.
Hello?
When am I going to see you?
About what? I have every morning paper on my desk. There's not a word about it in any of them.
I told you the deal went through. Can I help it if they ain't found the shipment yet?
I don't believe you.
What do you want me to do, take out an ad? Listen, Wickett, we better get this deal settled or I'm coming down to the galleries and right through the front door.
All right, don't get excited. I have a dental appointment at 3 o'clock in the Grant Building. You meet me there.
Grant Building? What floor?
The 31st floor. I'll be waiting near the fire escape.
Okay.
What you mad about, mister?
Oh, me? Well, I ain't mad at nothing, sister. All of a sudden, I feel kind of good. Yeah, here. Here's a nickel. Buy yourself a phone call.
Well, Brad, where's that list of the cleaning plants? Which one do we go to next?
As far as I'm concerned, the one we just walked out of is the last. It's no use, Kathleen. We've been to a million places. I can't even think anymore.
Let's get in the car. We can go to the park. Maybe when we've cooled off a little bit.
Lady.
What is it?
I made a mistake.
Yeah, so did I.
No, I mean about that suit. We do have a white suit, all over ink. I don't guarantee we removed the stain.
Forget the stain. Do you know who left the suit?
Certainly. The name and address.
Here's $10, mister. Just give me that address.
In the office. Come, I show you.
This is it, baby. A rooming house. Now, if the landlady's only home...
Ring the bell, Brad. Ring it.
I'm coming. Well?
We're looking for a man named Stauffer. Our Stauffer's sort of a heavy-set fella. He lives here?
No, he don't.
But we
He did live here. He left half an hour ago, bags and all.
Where'd he go?
You police or something?
No, please, lady. Where'd he go? It's important.
He paid his rent. Why should I ask him where he went?
I know, Mama.
You keep quiet. Don't mind her, mister. She don't know nothing.
But I do. I heard him on the telephone.
Well, tell him then.
Where, honey? Where did Mr. Stauffer go?
I heard him on the telephone. He went to a building.
What building?
Same as the president. The one with the tomb on Riverside Drive.
Grant Building.
Uh-huh. And he said he was going to get his ticket at the gallery. Can you get tickets at a gallery?
I don't know, honey. Here's a quarter, thanks.
Gee, everybody gives me money. Good thing I'm so friendly.
Brad, it doesn't make sense. Where are we going?
The Grant Building. We'll try to figure out the rest of it when we get there.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a moment, we'll return with Act 3 of The Dark Corner. Our guest tonight, Miss Betty Ann Lynn, began her training for Hollywood in a rather unusual school. Did you ever think, Betty Ann, while you were entertaining the GIs in far-off Burma, that one day you'd be a starlet at 20th Century Fox?
Well, I'd always dreamed of being in pictures, Mr. Keeley, but now that I am, I find I have much to learn. My USO experience helped me, but picture technique is quite different.
You have excellent inspiration in the stars at 20th Century Fox.
It's a great privilege to be able to watch our finest stars at work on the sets. I saw the filming of Darrell F. Zanuck's Gentleman's Agreement. What a grand piece of casting that is.
Yes, with Gregory Peck and Dorothy McGuire as the stars of that very unusual picture. You know, their interpretation of a serious, modern problem is both sensitive and honest.
Yes, and Mr. Keeley, I love to watch the filming of a costume picture, too. The sets for the Foxes of Harrow were simply gorgeous. Romantic old New Orleans.
And I've seldom seen more lavish costumes than Rex Harrison and Maureen O'Hara wear.
26 beautiful period costumes were made especially for Maureen O'Hara. And she's just the one to wear them, too, with her flame-colored hair and lovely complexion. And I happen to know it's a Lux complexion, Mr. Kennedy.
Well, you're not surprised at that, are you, Betty?
No, indeed. So many famous and beautiful stars are Lux girls.
Actually, 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars have made Lux toilet soap their regular complexion care.
As well as hundreds of ambitious starlets like me. You know, Mr. Kennedy, when I was overseas, I used to hoard my supply of Lux toilet soap. I didn't want to skip my beauty care a single day.
With Hollywood in mind, that was wise. Soft, smooth complexions certainly help in a screen test.
I think any girl would be wise in using Lux toilet soap regularly, Mr. Kennedy. It's a complexion care that really works.
Thank you, Miss Betty Ann Lynn. You've just given women everywhere a very practical beauty tip. Here's what tests by skin specialists showed. Daily care with fragrant white Lux toilet soap improved 3 out of 4 complexions in a short time. Why not let Hollywood's own beauty soap help your skin to be lovelier, too? Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
We conclude our play with the final act of The Dark Corner, starring Lucille Ball as Kathleen and Mark Stevens as Brad Galt. It's 3 o'clock. Armed with the knowledge that the man they're looking for has gone to the Grant Building, Kathleen and Brad Galt are rushing uptown. Meanwhile, high up in the Grant Building, unobserved on the platform of a fire escape, Ralph Wickett is about to settle an account for services rendered.
Hello, Mr. Wickett.
Oh. Well, I haven't much time. I told you I have a dental appointment. He's waiting for me.
We don't need much time. Say, why'd you pick the fire escape?
Oh, do you think I want to be seen with you? I'm a rather well-known figure.
Well, don't the height bother you none? We're sure a long ways up from the street.
Not in the least, but something else does. If Jardine is dead, why is it such a profound secret?
You ain't up to date, are you, Mr. Wickett?
What?
When I do a job, I do a job. Here, I bought a late newspaper. Well, look at it.
Anthony Jardine found murdered. Well, that's different. The body of Anthony Jardine, handsome young attorney.
Yeah. You can read it later, see? I got a cab downstairs waiting for me. So, where's my dough?
Oh, yes, of course. It's here in this envelope. I came directly from the bank. I didn't have a chance to count it. Let's see now. There's 100, 2, 3. Oh, I'm sorry.
Throwing your money away, huh? It's okay. I'll pick it up. You know it's... Hey, what are you trying to do? Let go! Let go of me!
Sorry, Mr. Stoffer, but after all, it's only justice. You did kill Jardine.
All right, everybody, stand back, please. Stand back.
He jumped out of the Grant Building. What a way to commit suicide.
Keep moving. Stand back there.
What do you think this is? Keep the traffic moving.
Brad, it couldn't be. It isn't.
It's him, Kathleen. It's Stoffer, all right. No, don't look.
Where's that cab driver?
Right here. Here I am, officer.
You sure he came here in your cab?
Yeah, sure. That's the guy, all right. That's my cab right over there. He seemed okay. He asked me to wait for him. I still got his bags there on my hack. Boy, he sure come down like a
Kathleen,
hot...
come on.
What are you going to do?
Never mind what I'm going to do.
Go on home. Hey, my cab. He's stealing my cab.
Come back, you!
My cab with the guy's bags in it. He's driving over my cab.
I steal a cab, drive 5 miles with the cops chasing me for what? 2 bags full of clothes. Not a letter, not a card, nothing.
What'd you do with the cab, Brad?
They'll find it in the park. Now the trail stops cold on a 5th Avenue sidewalk. He'll never even be identified.
But you've got to keep pitching. You'll get a break.
What more break can I ask for? The cleaner found the suit, gave Estaffa's name and address. The kid tells us Estaffa's gone to the Grant building. Look, I may be stupid, but I know when I'm licked.
Well, I'm not licked.
Nobody asked you to be.
You're not either if you use your head. Think hard. What else did that child tell us?
Nothing that made sense.
Well, what was it?
Oh, something about tickets at the galleries. Okay, figure that one.
Tickets at the galleries.
Tickets for what? For a train? Maybe. He really was leaving town.
What would that have to do with galleries?
You tell me, baby. I give up.
Tickets for a show? Tickets. Galleries. Brad, art galleries. I've got it. I've seen their ads in the newspapers. 5th Avenue, the Wicked Galleries.
Wicked galleries? What would a mug like Stoffer be doing in an art gallery?
Maybe that's the point. He wouldn't, unless there was some connection.
Hey, wait a minute. Up in Jardine's apartment, I remember now there was a painting. Just unwrapped. I wondered why...
What's the matter?
Look, out the window. Lieutenant Reeves.
Brad.
I'll go down the back way. Hide Stoffer's bags.
Where do you think you can hide?
Who's hiding? I'll be absorbing culture at the Piggott galleries. I don't want to die ignorant.
Good afternoon, sir.
Oh, good afternoon. You got a lot of nice paintings here.
Is there anything in particular you'd like to see?
No, not especially. Just looking around.
Well, it's almost closing time. I just thought if I could be of any assistance...
Well, maybe you can. I'd like to ask you some questions.
Of course.
I was wondering if Mr. Johnson had been in lately.
Johnson?
Yeah, he works for an insurance company. You know, they specialize in insuring works of art, things like that.
I don't believe I know him.
A big, beefy fella. Broken nose. Wears a white suit even though it's early in the season. You sure you haven't seen him?
I'm afraid I haven't. Now, about these paintings, if you step down this corridor, there are several watercolors that may interest you.
Come in. Yes, what is it, Drummond?
Should I close the vault, Mr. Wickett?
Everyone gone?
Just one customer, sir. Miss Stewart's with him now.
All right, you can leave, Drummond. I'll go down and lock the vault myself. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Wickett.
Now, there's something I like. This sea picture.
That's an Alex Barrow, one of his finest.
How much is it?
$1,500.
Okay, I'll take it. By the way, who owns this place?
Mr. Ralph Wickett.
Ian?
Yes, I believe he's still here.
And I realize this small sale doesn't entitle me to any special consideration, but I'd like to see him.
Why, certainly. If you'll wait here just a moment, please. Mr. Wickett?
Yes?
There's a gentleman who wishes to purchase the Barrow Seascape.
Well?
I believe he wants to take it with him.
Who is he?
I don't know. He said he'd like to talk to you.
I'm just closing the vault. I'll be up in a moment. You can go, Miss Stewart. Oh, lock the front door on your way out. I'll take care of the gentleman.
Mr. Wickett's downstairs at the vault, sir. He'll be with you right away.
Oh, thanks.
Well, if you'll excuse me then, I'll run along.
Sure, go right ahead. Good night.
Ralph? Ralph, is that you?
Mr. Wickett's downstairs.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I thought you were my husband. I just came in the side door and I...
Mrs. Wickett? Well, I believe we have a mutual acquaintance.
Yes?
Anthony Jardine.
Oh, he's a friend of my husband's.
Have you seen him lately?
No, not for several days. But who are you? Why do you ask me that?
It's obvious you haven't seen the afternoon papers. Jardine's dead. He's been murdered.
Murdered? Oh, no.
That's what I came to see your husband about. You see, he killed him.
Oh.
Hey, Mrs. Piggott. Oh, I'd like a light. Okay, sister, suppose you just stretch out here on this bench while
How dare you touch her? Keep your hands off her.
Wicked, huh? It's good to see you out in the open at last. Cut you down to size. Way down. I don't think you've ever met me, but you've certainly been using me. My name's Galt.
Strange, Mr. Galt, but seeing you here causes me to revise my opinion of you. It's gone up. I suppose your hands go up, too. You heard me, Mr. Galt. That's better. Now, shall we go downstairs?
What for?
For our little chat. I prefer privacy. Mary will be all right, I'm sure. You came to see me, Mr. Galt, about a seascape, Miss Stewart said, in Alex Barrow's.
Well, actually, I'm more interested in a piece of modern art. Tony Jardine?
I never handled anything as worthless as a Jardine.
I know. You mishandled it.
Did I? It was found in your apartment.
Perhaps it was delivered to the wrong collector. You sure you can't claim it?
Positive.
Actually, this Jardine really belongs to you. You commissioned an artist to have it done.
Did I, Mr. Galt?
Somebody had to pay that muscle artist to kill him, or didn't you ever pay off? Maybe you just launched Stoffer off the fire escape so he'd get what was coming to him.
An imagination like yours should be confined. Get in there, Mr. Galt. Get in the vault.
You sure you know what you're doing?
You're a criminal. I've apprehended you.
What about your wife? She knows now that you had a boyfriend bumped off. Do you think she's going to keep quiet?
What my wife thinks or does is no concern of yours. Leave her out of it. Jardine's body was found in your apartment, and that ends it.
Oh, no, it doesn't. It nowhere near ends it. You pinned the evidence on me, but when the police finish digging, they'll find you had a much better motive.
Now, that's the only sensible thing you've said. Brought to trial, our respective motives would make an interesting case, but unfortunately, you won't be around to hear the decision.
Ralph.
Mari, put down that gun. Are you insane?
You'd better kill me first, Ralph. Because if you don't, I'm going to kill you.
Mari, darling, you don't know what you're doing.
Evil. You're all evil, Ralph. You should die.
Mari!
The district attorney's on the phone, Lieutenant Reeves.
Oh, thanks. Hello, Miss Reeves, sir. Well, we're about finished at the art gallery. Cleary and Anderson just left with Mrs. Wickett. I'll take her right to your office. What? I think we can. Yes, sir.
Well?
You know the facts, Galt?
Okay. But you're not holding Kathleen. She didn't have any part in any of this.
I wouldn't say that. She's the one who tipped me off to get down here.
Brad, I had to. Wickett would have killed you, you big lug.
I can take care of myself.
No, you were doing fine, just fine. You knew Wickett's wife would show up, of course.
Okay, Reeves. You booking me or not?
Sure, I'm booking you.
But you told me that
You can't go around New York stealing taxicabs. Well, maybe I can square that rap.
Oh, thanks, Reeves.
You better drop around my office in the morning, though. Both of you. Say 9 o'clock.
Could you make it a little later, Lieutenant? Brad and I have a date in the morning at the City Hall.
We have?
See, he hasn't asked me yet, Lieutenant, but I told him from the beginning I was playing for keeps.
Well, Reeves, there you have it.
And I promised my friends in San Francisco I'd keep you out of trouble. Go on home.
As the curtain falls on Act 3, we bring our stars out from the dark corner where they acquitted themselves so brilliantly and invite them to the footlights for a curtain call. Lucille Ball and Mark Stevens. Lucille, while I have the chance, I want to congratulate you on the wonderful reviews that you received for your recent stage success back east.
Well, thank you, Bill. I've always been crazy about the theater, and I love my part in Dreamgirl.
I hear you're doing that play in San Francisco pretty soon, Lucy.
That's right, Mark. I'm leaving right after tonight's performance to start rehearsals for the opening next Monday.
That shaving engagement's rather close.
I'll say. And tell me something, Lucille. As the wife of a popular orchestra conductor,
Yes?
how do you and Desi Arnaz get any time to spend together?
You arranged to play the same towns at the same time. Desi will be playing in San Francisco all the time I'm there.
Yeah, that's a very smart arrangement. And I'm sure that when you put in an appearance, Lucille, theater-goers will be properly envious of that lovely Lux complexion.
Thank you, Bill. I hope so, because Lux Soap and I spend plenty of time together. I wouldn't be a day without it.
Seems to me I've heard a lot of screen stars say that same thing.
Mark, I understand you're going to be an FBI man in your next production at Fox.
Yes, and as you probably know, Bill here is doing the directing.
I've heard a lot of interesting things about the picture.
Well, we have great hopes for it, since it's being made at the suggestion of the FBI and with their full cooperation.
Hey, speaking of screenplays, Bill, what are you doing next week in this theater?
Next Monday night from Warner Brothers, we present that violent and romantic drama so many of our listeners have thrilled to on the screen. Nobody Lives Forever. And our stars are Jane Wyman and Ronald Reagan. It's the tense, suspenseful story of a man who falls in love with a girl he planned to victimize, and thereby involves them both in a perilous and mounting crisis.
Nobody Lives Forever was a thrilling picture, Bill.
And it ought to make a great play, Bill. Good night.
Good night and
Good night.
sincere thanks. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Ronald Reagan and Jane Wyman in Nobody Lives Forever. This is William Keighley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Here's news for thrifty housewives. Dealers now pay much more for used kitchen fats. So save and turn in every pound you can. You'll help yourself, you'll help your country, too. Here's what government officials say. It is still necessary to conserve every pound of fat, since the overall fat supply situation is little better now than it was last year. Yes, the worldwide supply of fats and oils is still critically short. Your salvaged kitchen fats are needed to make thousands of essential articles we use in our daily lives. So keep on saving. Remember, your butcher now pays you more for every pound you turn in. Mark Stevens appeared by arrangement with 20th Century Fox, producers of Forever Amber. Heard in our cast tonight were Joseph Kearns as Wicket, Wally Mayer as Foss, Dan O'Herlihy as Jardine, Fay Baker as Mari, and Bill Johnstone, Truda Marson, Janet Scott, Lois Corbett, Norma Jean Nilsson, Noreen Gamil, Eddie Marr, Stanley Farrar, Herbert Butterfield, and Cliff Clark. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is rebroadcast to our men and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our Lux Radio Theater production of The Dark Corner has come to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, Hollywood's own beauty soap. The complexion care used regularly by 9 out of 10 lovely screen stars. They depend on this fine white soap for the gentle, beautifying care million-dollar complexions must have. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Nobody Lives Forever with Jane Wyman and Ronald Reagan.
Pepsodent won by 3-1. Yes, by an overwhelming average of 3-1, families throughout America who compared toothpastes they were using at home preferred new Pepsodent with Irium over any other brand they tried. They said new Pepsodent toothpaste tastes better, makes breath cleaner, makes teeth brighter. Yes, with families who made comparison tests, Pepsodent won by 3-1. Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Nobody Lives Forever with Ronald Reagan and Jane Wyman. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players and Somerset Moms' hilarious comedy about a shipwreck, a courtship, and an extra wedding. Too Many Husbands. It stars Bob Hope as husband number 1, Frank Sinatra as husband number 2, and Lucille Ball as the long-suffering wife. The Lady Esther Screen Guild Players and Too Many Husbands. A year ago, Bill Cardew took a solo cruise in a ramshackle boat and disappeared from the face of the earth. His widow, Vicky, married Henry Lowndes, Bill's partner in the candy manufacturing business. This evening, Vicky picked Henry up at the office, and they are just returning home after dinner and a show. Peter, the butler, meets them at the door.
Good evening, madam. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Peter.
Hiya, Pete. Got a fire going for us? Yes, sir. Attaboy. Now you can trot along and throw yourself into the hay. Very good, sir. Say, you still reading that mystery, the case of the marinated corpse? I completed it this evening, sir. You did, huh? Who knocked off the victim? The butler, sir. Oh, well, I'll come up later, Pete, and lock you in.
Very good, sir. Oh, I beg your pardon, madam.
Yes, Peter?
I neglected to mention that a gentleman called while you were gone and left this message. I took it down verbatim.
Oh, you're getting sloppy, Pete. Next time, take it down word for word.
Very good, sir.
Thank you, Peter. That will be all. Now, what gentleman could be calling me?
Oh, you must have met one once. Read the message.
Just got in on a tramp steamer. Will be there as soon as the Department of Health scrapes off my barnacles. Bill. Now, who could that be? Bill! No, it can't be. He's dead.
Of course he's dead. It must be a joke.
Oh, Henry, it can't be a joke. He must have been rescued somehow.
Well, so what? Who cares?
Don't you realize that he thinks I'm still his wife, not your wife?
That's peachy. Looks like you started getting married and forgot to say when.
Oh, you'll have to break the news to him, Henry.
Pardon me, madam, but the gentleman who called is here. He says... one side, Jeeves. Vicky, come to Papa.
Oh.
Well, kiss me, baby. Now another one. One of those was in the script.
Oh, Bill, are you really alive?
Still some doubt about it. Okay, let's take it again. Another one, huh? Shame it's only a half-hour show. Cuddle up close, Vicky. Ah, that's wonderful. Let's just stay like this until Take It or Leave It comes on the air.
Oh, but that's next Sunday, Bill.
Well, what's a good Saturday show? If there's an echo in here, it's got an awfully sore throat.
That's Henry, Bill. Say hello to Henry.
Hi, Henry. Say, keep cuddling, kid. Gosh, it's good to be back.
Oh, Bill, I still can't believe it. How did you get back? What happened?
Oh, really nothing to it. My boat just sank in the middle of the ocean. I wise-mulered to the desert island. Yes, I just wise-muled right through there. That was me, and for almost a year, all I ate was fish. Nothing but fish.
Did you have a man Friday?
No, on Friday, more fish.
Poor Bill.
Oh, I'm not in such bad shape. Look at these muscles. Know how I got them?
How?
Well, the only thing left to my boat was 10 foot of chain and the anchor. I used it for a yo-yo. You want to look at my muscles, Henry?
No, thanks. The doctor told me to avoid excitement.
I see. Incidentally, Hank, old man. Hank, old man. Yes. Isn't it a little past your bedtime? Your Ovaltine must be boiling by now.
Oh, I don't know. I guess I could manage to stay up a little while longer.
Oh, don't force anything, kid.
Hello, Bill, tell us some more about your experiences. Your message said that you got picked up by a steamer, tramp.
That's tramp steamer, and cut it out. Well, see you tomorrow, huh, Hank? Come on. Come on, Vicky, honey.
Bill, I think Henry has something to tell you.
More? This kid's getting to be quite a chatterbox. Okay. Okay, son, tell me, but remember, we're on the air.
Hardly know where to begin.
Well, I'll bet it's something about business, huh?
Oh, sure, that's it. Remember our best-selling candy?
You bet. The All-Day Delight?
That's right, the sucker that improves your pucker. And do you remember Peanut Rapture, the bar with glamour and every goober?
Yeah.
Well? Well, sir, there used to be 11 and a half peanuts in every bar, and I've cut it down to 10 and a half.
No!
Yes. And I've got the slogan, watch for the day, the 7th of May.
Oh, great work, Hank, and good night.
Bill, Henry has something really important to tell you, and he'd better tell you now.
And it better be important. Come on, let's hear about it.
Well, I'm married, Bill.
No fooling. Who's the screwy bride? No, wait, don't tell me. Don't tell me. Let me guess. Myrtle?
No, you see...
Agnes, Bertha, Carolyn, Daisy, Elma, Frances, Gracie, Hildegard, Imogene?
Was Henry acquainted with all those girls?
Are you kidding? Dorothy Dix used to write to him.
Oh, wait.
I can't get over it, Hank. Gosh, some of these days you might even become a father.
So, that's the kind of a man I married, a wolf.
Yeah, he's the biggest... What? Who married?
Bill, old man. I've got something important to tell you.
Oh, so that's it. You've been hanging around here like a salami in a delicatessen because you live here, huh? You're her husband.
Well, I'm the nice one.
I can't believe this, Vicky. Did you really marry him, or did you just miss a question on truth or consequences?
Oh, but I thought you were dead, Bill, and I was lonely.
Lonely? Why didn't you join the Elks or something?
Can't you understand? I loved you so much that when they told me you were dead, I went all to pieces and married Henry.
Thanks for the fanfare, kid.
Well, I didn't mean it that way, Henry. You've been wonderful to me.
Oh, I understand, Vicky. I'm out of your life, forgotten. You found happiness, and I'm just a gopher in the garden of love. All right, I'll go.
Oh, please, Bill. We don't feel that way about you at all, do we, Henry?
Oh, I don't know now. I think he's got hold of something there.
Now, Well, you've got one too many husbands. You'll just have to trade one of us in to Madman Muntz. Make up your mind, Vicky.
Not now, Bill. We're tired and upset. Let's get a good night's sleep and face the problem in the morning. Henry, you will sleep in the guest room with Bill. Good night, my men.
And this is what I dreamed about on that desert island.
Come on, lover boy.
So this is the guest room. My.
Well, what's wrong with it?
Well, it's gotten frillier since I was here. Used to be a room where a man could undress without feeling ashamed. How about a pair of pajamas? Any of mine left around here?
Nope. I gave all your stuff to a tramp.
And on you it looks good. Where do I sleep?
There's the bed.
You mean we've got to sleep in the same bed?
Aren't these tears in my eyes telling you?
I'm the guy who's got trouble. Last time I slept with you, I woke up black and blue.
That's the night I dreamed I was taking chances on the punch board, remember?
Yeah, this is quite a bed. No wonder you're so puny, Henry. You haven't been eating your grape nuts.
Well, how do you know?
You sneaked them upstairs and put them in this mattress.
Why don't you stop beefing? Was there a nice, comfortable bed on that desert island?
Well, no, nothing but palm trees.
Okay, so there's a chestnut tree in the yard. Go out and hang on your tail. Who is it, a friend or another husband?
Come in.
I thought I'd see if you boys were all right.
Oh, I can't complain. Of course, I could use a pair of pajamas. The water on my knee has just turned into a popsicle.
Oh, poor Bill. Where are your pajamas, Henry?
I won't tell.
Now, I know they're in the second drawer. Go on, get a pair for Bill.
Oh, all right. But they'll be much too big for you, white guy.
Vicky, this is the first chance I've had to tell you how wonderful I am. I mean, how wonderful you are. Look, forget about Henry. You'll have to forget about one of us anyhow. I hear they're going to start rationing husbands.
Hey, what are you whispering about?
We weren't whispering.
No, I was just showing her where a barracuda bit me.
You mean where he bit your back?
Well, a fellow's got to eat.
Please, Bill, I don't want my husbands to quarrel. Give him the pajamas, Henry.
Here, take them.
Well, good night, boys. I just wanted to be sure you were all right.
Hey, wait a minute. I don't feel very good.
No? What's the matter?
Oh, deadly tropical fever. I've got it all through my body.
Couldn't think of a better place for it.
Put your hand on my head, Vicky.
All right. Why, it's not at all hot, Bill.
It will be. Just keep your hand there.
Hey, you know, I don't feel so good myself.
You don't? Stick out your tongue, dear.
Oh, that's no fun. You held his head.
You know, I don't believe either of you are a bit sick. Now go to sleep and we'll settle everything in the morning. Good night, boys.
The second act of the Lady Esther Screen Guild play will follow in a moment. Now, a word from Lady Esther.
Once each year, you wake up in the morning and it's your birthday. A special day to be celebrated just for you. But did you ever stop to think that your skin has a birthday every day? Skin specialists will tell you that every day your skin gradually sheds part of its outside layer, and down underneath a new, fresh skin is born. Isn't that remarkable? Your skin is always trying to make itself lovelier. But it needs your help because it has an insidious enemy, a stubborn film caused by natural oils mixed with cosmetics and dirt. You can't see or feel the stubborn film, and ordinary cleansing methods fail to remove it. You think your skin is clean when it isn't. But there is a safe, sure way to get rid of that stubborn film, and here it is. Smooth on my unique Lady Esther four-purpose face cream and wipe it off. Immediately, and this is so important, apply Lady Esther cream again and wipe it off. This second cleansing with Lady Esther gets rid of that stubborn film. Now your skin is really clean, and instantly you see the difference, the clearer, fresher, younger look, the new softness and smoothness. Give your skin this wonderful chance to grow lovelier every day. Remove that stubborn film every night, my safe, sure Lady Esther way.
And now, Lady Esther presents the second act of Too Many Husbands, starring Lucille Ball, Bob Hope, and Frank Sinatra. It's now the following morning. Bill and Vicky are at the breakfast table. Henry has not yet appeared.
Coffee, dear?
Thanks. Fine thing. My first night home, and I sleep in the guest room.
How many lumps?
About 8. Where'd you get that mattress, anyway?
I wonder what's keeping Henry.
Well, he's pretty tired. He stayed up all night to watch me.
Really? What for?
I walk in his sleep. Pass me some more of that puffed rice, huh?
Oh, good morning. How did you sleep, Angel?
Great lover.
I'm talking to Vicky, Icky.
Peter, you may bring in Mr. Lowndes' breakfast now.
Yes, madam. Good morning, Mr. Lowndes. Here are your eggs, sir. Shall I serve them?
He looks silly hatching them.
I think he can do it. You know that, don't you? Are you sure 6 eggs would be enough, old man? We can always put a couple of more chickens on the swing shift.
Why don't you lay off? Why can't you let a guy enjoy a quiet breakfast with his wife?
Don't forget that she's my wife, too.
Why, Peter.
I'm frightfully sorry, ma'am. I guess I'm a bit old-fashioned.
Oh, you mean what Mr. Cardew just said?
Yes, madam. The arrangement does sound rather, sophisticated.
Well, it really isn't, Peter. You see, Mr. Cardew is my first husband.
Oh.
Yeah, he was supposed to have been drowned at sea, but wasn't, unfortunately.
No, I wasn't. You see, I had 2 months to go on my Pepsodent contract, and the Lever brothers swam out and saved me.
Really?
You see, Peter, this is a very involved problem, and I'm afraid it's only the beginning.
Oh, madam, not a third one.
No, I haven't thought of that, but I can see how it could be habit-forming.
Well, I once knew a young woman who collected seashells, and it got a dreadful grip on her.
Well, tell us more, Peter.
Pull yourself together, Pete. The whole thing will be settled by tomorrow.
I hope so, sir. Either one of you gentlemen goes or I go.
Oh, stop acting like an old maid.
It's not that, sir. I simply won't shine 4 shoes every morning.
Everybody's got a union, isn't that?
I wait your
Thank you.
There, you see.
Thank you, Peter.
Even Peter is shocked. Even Peter is shocked because I have one husband too many, and we've got to do something about it.
You're right, Vicky. I'll kill Henry this afternoon.
Darling, you've got to choose between us, and I'll help Bill pack.
Oh, I didn't sleep a wink last night. I just tossed in bed thinking and thinking and thinking. And finally I decided that...
Yes?
That I couldn't make up my mind.
Oh.
But the time has come. I must make a decision now.
Good. Good, and I hope the loser will have the decency to join the... I said good, and I hope the loser will have the decency to join the Foreign Legion. Tell me, Bill, if you lose, will you join the Foreign Legion?
Will I do what?
Will you join the Foreign Legion?
Well, I'll meet you halfway. I'll go down to the library and read Beau Jest. Stout fellow, aren't you? It's just the way this suit fits. Stop that.
Now, just sit there, both of you, and don't say a word. Just let me look at you a little while.
Well, look at us, Vic.
Vicky, darling, while you're deciding, I only want you to remember that I came to you in your darkest hour and gave you all the love in my heart. And I only want you to remember that.
Honey.
And that our life together... And that our life together, if you choose me, will be as happy as it is in my power to make it. I thank you.
No, don't give him the Oscar yet. Wait a minute.
Oh, Henry.
Oh, what a speech. Isn't that nice? He did it up so well, didn't he? Hello, Vic.
Henry.
What, honey?
Henry, you're
what,
so
Hen?
sweet.
Oh, that's Hen, yes. That's you, Henry. Listen, Vicky, all I want you to... It's a grand line. I don't know why I ignore it like that. All I want you to remember, Vicky, is our first hour together in the tunnel of love at Coney Island. And you swam back. You were peachy.
Oh, dear, this is so difficult. If only one of you were good-looking or intelligent, it would be much easier.
My agent read this stuff. That's it.
Intelligent, eh? Say, William, old man.
Yes?
You don't happen to
Where'd
know
you go?
how to... You don't happen to know how to...
Yes, sir. Yes, Hen.
You don't happen to know how to spell pithecanthropus by any chance?
Can you say that on the radio?
Yes.
Pithecanthropus.
I'll repeat it for you.
Is that a California town? Pithecanthropus,
No,
yes.
pithecanthropus.
I like the way you say it, too.
Yeah, pithecanthropus. It is the missing
Awful
link...
time to get lower plate wobble, isn't it?
You know what it is,
Let's
don't
go,
you?
Bill. Just reach for his razor blade. But what is it? What is it? What's
it's
that?
the missing link between man and ape. How do you spell it?
C-R-O-S-B-Y.
Now, you see, Vicky? With me, big words are everyday conversation.
Yeah, well, with me, it's muscles. Can you jump over the breakfast table?
Huh?
You heard me. Can you jump over the breakfast table?
What for? I can wait till the butter comes around to me.
Yeah. Well, I say you can't. Not that it's anything to a man of my athletic prowess.
Well, if there were a reason for my jumping over the table, I could do it, too.
Watch this, you armchair athlete. Give me a little room, Vicky. Here I go. Remember me? I'm the one that jumped. We better get off the air before the sound man destroys himself. Who left that tall spoon in the coffee cup?
I don't believe you made it, old man.
Bill, darling, are you hurt?
Oh, my. Yes, I am. Hey.
What?
What's that on the floor right there?
Why, it's just some puffed rice, dear.
Thank goodness. I thought it was my teeth.
Playing games, oh, this is hopeless. I can see right now I'll have to separate you two boys. That's the only way I'll ever come to a decision. It's like old times, isn't it, Bill?
Uh-huh.
Remember how we used to walk in this park together when I was married to you?
Yeah, this is what I get for going away and letting you fall into the clutches of a rat like Henry.
Oh, please, dear, you're talking about my husband.
What do you think I am, Uncle Remus? It was hard enough on that awful island a whole year just thinking about you, remembering the way you used to kiss me.
Put your arm around me, Bill.
One night I dreamed we were getting married all over again. You had the same ribbon in your hair. You wore the same leopard skin coat. I put my arms around you. I kissed you, and then I woke up.
Oh, poor Bill.
And the dream was so real, even after I woke up, I thought I was still kissing somebody in a leopard skin coat. I was, too. A leopard.
Put your arm around me again. Kiss me. Oh, Bill, I haven't felt this way since you drowned.
Will you quit calling me dead? I ain't dead. I'm just holding this expression till they pay off my life insurance.
Now I know, Bill. It's you I love.
Oh, hooray! Tonight we celebrate.
Oh, but one of us will have to be brave and tell Henry.
Well, let me know what he says.
Oh. Poor Henry.
Yeah, poor Henry. Well, at least he'll have the peanut bars. We'll give him the whole goober business. Just think, 20 million nuts to him. Just think.
Why, darling, what are you doing here at the office? Don't tell me you're taking an interest in the candy business.
Henry, there's something I must tell you.
Say, I'm sure glad you... I feel, Vicky. Now, what did you want to tell me?
Only that I love you, Henry.
That's the way to talk. Tonight we celebrate. Tonight we tell the whole world.
Yes, darling.
Wait till Bill hears this. Ow! He'll cut off his curly hair and weave himself a new mattress.
Oh, poor Bill.
Yeah. Poor Bill.
Oh, thanks for the memory. Just a second. What are you doing here? All right, one at a time. What are you doing here?
I have a date with Vicky.
You have a date with her. That's a pretty good kid. Yes, sir. That's pretty good there, boy.
I hope so. Oh, I get it. She hasn't told you yet, huh?
Told me what?
Well, Bill, Vicky decided this afternoon, and we're going to get married. And you can either divorce her or die again, but this time you've got to do a better job.
Look, am I crazy? Henry, this afternoon, Vicky promised to marry me.
Holy smoke, you too?
Don't you see? She handed us both the same routine.
Well, how do you like that? I'll be a...
You always have been, old boy. Now, look. What do we do now?
She isn't worthy of either of us, Bill.
You're right, Henry.
After all, she's only a woman, isn't she?
That's all.
Why, there must be 1 million others just as attractive.
Sure.
100 million.
You bet.
What's she got that any other woman hasn't got?
Nothing.
Not a thing.
That was fun. What do we play now?
Bill, old man, we've got to stick together.
Yes, sir. You're right, pal. What do you say she doesn't get either of us?
It's a deal, Pod. When she comes in, we walk out.
Together. Shake. I always wanted to see the Sahara Desert. Now I'll see it with you.
Remember now, solid front, pal.
You said it, pal. Hello, Vicky.
Why, Bill. Oh, and Henry. Both of you.
Yes, Vicky. Henry and I have talked things over. You've toyed with us, Vicky, like an octopus toys with a... what does an octopus toy with?
Another octopus.
Yeah. You know, he studied, hasn't he?
But I didn't mean to toy with you. It's just that it's been so hard to choose.
Well, we've made the choice for you, darling. Henry and I are going to the Sahara. Goodbye, Vicky.
Wait, you can't do this. Please, I'll decide.
This way to the Greyhound. This way here. Goodbye, Vicky.
No, come back. Come back. Please come back.
Well, get a good night's sleep, Bill. We're taking a long trip tomorrow. See you in the morning.
Good night, Henry. Well, why not?
Bill.
Vicky, I had to come back. I had to see... Uh-oh.
Hello, Bill. I guess I beat you back from the Sahara Desert, huh?
Well, hold your hats, folks. Here we go again.
Thank you, Frank Sinatra, Bob Hope, and Lucille Ball for your delightful performances in tonight's play.
I have the boys' permission to speak for them, Mr. Bradley, in saying that we consider our yearly appearance on this program as one of the really enjoyable privileges of belonging to our profession. We are all familiar with the fine work being done by the Motion Picture Relief Fund and its country house, and we know that work is supported largely by this program. And now, before we tell you about next week's show, here's a word from one of America's best-known beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss Ball. Did you ever notice how much better you feel when you wear something that's just right for you? A hat that just suits the shape of your face? A dress that flatters you because it's just the right color? Your mirror says you look wonderful, so you feel wonderful. Well, so many women write and tell me they get that same wonderful feeling the moment they use my Bridal Pink face powder. Lady Esther Bridal Pink is such a romantic springtime shade. But the most amazing thing about it is its subtle and elusive quality of flattery, a mysterious quality that makes it right for 4 basic types of skin. No matter what the color of your hair, you'll see the exciting difference Bridal Pink makes to your own skin. If you're a blonde, Bridal Pink will dramatize your blondness, make your skin look softer, more alluring. If you're a brunette, Bridal Pink will intensify the contrast, make you look more romantic. If you're a brunette, Bridal Pink will lift up your whole appearance. And if you're a redhead, Bridal Pink will wake up your skin, give it the life and warmth that needs to go with your hair. The moment you see my Lady Esther Bridal Pink, you'll be anxious to try it. And when you do, you'll see how much extra flattery it brings to your skin.
Next week, the Lady Esther Screen Guild Players will present one of the funniest pictures of the year, Stork Bites Man. It will star Jackie Cooper, Anita Louise, and Gus Schilling. Be sure to listen. Too Many Husbands was produced and directed by Bill Lawrence and was presented through the courtesy of Columbia Pictures, producers of The Guilt of Janet Ames, starring Rosalind Russell and Melvin Douglas. Music on tonight's program was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Lucille Ball appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Sea of Grass, starring Spencer Tracy, Katharine Hepburn, and Robert Walker. Bob Hope appeared through the courtesy of Pepsodent and is currently being seen in the Paramount picture My Favorite Brunette. Frank Sinatra appeared through the courtesy of Old Gold Cigarettes and can currently be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn musical It Happened in Brooklyn, also starring Katherine Grayson, Peter Lawford, and Jimmy Durante. You save enough on the largest size jar of Lady Esther face cream to buy a box of Lady Esther face powder. So remember, ask for the largest size. Tonight's Lady Esther Screen Guild show is being heard by our servicemen and women overseas through the worldwide shortwave and network facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next week, part of the country goes on daylight saving time. If your city remains on standard time, the Lady Esther Screen Guild show will be heard 1 hour earlier. Check your local newspaper for time. This is Truman Bradley speaking for Lady Esther. Thank you, and good night. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Roma Wines present Suspense. Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Salud. Your health, senor.
Roma Wines toast the world. The wine for your table is Roma Wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is the Man in Black, here for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California, to introduce this weekly half hour of Suspense. Tonight from Hollywood, Roma Wines bring you as star Miss Lucille Ball, who appears tonight as a Broadway lady, whom you may have often seen if you are a devotee of musical comedy. She is the third one from the left in the chorus line. And so with this little lady's narrative about the 10 grand, and with the performance of Lucille Ball as Miss Gigi Lewis, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
Well, on this particular night, I'm standing in front of the Broadway Lindy's with my nose practically pasted against the window. It's late and I'm hungry. I've been pounding the pavements all day doing the rounds of the manager's offices. You'd think a good hoofer like I ought to be able to land something with all the shows on the big street. But here I am, standing like General Sherman's statue in front of Lindy's, looking at the pasted-up menu and mentally overindulging in a big, thick, juicy T-bone steak smothered with onions. That comfortable crowd inside there can toy politely with their chicken sandwiches and their shrimp cocktails for all I care. Just give me a T-bone smothered with onions. Here I am with 5 cents in my handbag, literally. Enough for the ride home in the subway, no extra charge for the empty stomach. Well, anyway, I could take my shoes off when I get in the subway. I turn around and give Lindy's one last sorrowful gander and then make for the subway entrance. It's just the time the shows are letting out. Plenty of people from the taxi set are taking the subway home these nights, being short on tires and gas. So I get in that Times Square jam that looks like 5 o'clock p.m. and feels like a Russian pincers movement on the Polish border. I'm getting shoved toward the turnstile, so I quick try to get my handbag open to reach for that lonesome nickel. All of a sudden, I feel something jerk out of my hand. My bag is gone. I try to yell, "Stop! Hey, stop!" I twist around and see somebody, a little guy with short bow legs, running toward the stairs. "Stop that guy! Stop that guy! He's got my purse!" Hey, look, trying to break out of the mob and after the purse snatcher, but I'm like the ace of spades being dealt off the bottom of the pack. When I'm finally in the clear a little, I see a tall guy running after that little guy who has my purse. They both disappear around the corner and up the steps. There's plenty of commotion in the crowd. You'd think there was $1 million in my handbag for all the fuss they're making. But I don't stop to think about anything except that I lost my fare home. I take out after the tall guy. When I get to the foot of the stairs, the tall guy's coming down again. And he's got my bag in his hand. He's smiling a big, wide smile at me, and I'm gazing gratefully up into his big brown eyes and noticing the way his hairline ain't receding any. Just the guy to go around rescuing ladies in distress. Regular Sir Galahad or somebody.
Is this yours, miss?
Yeah. Gee, how can I ever thank you?
Think nothing of it. Here you are.
What about the guy, the thief?
Oh, there was a cop on the street. He'll take care of him. What about you? You're all right, aren't you?
Oh, sure, I'm all right.
You look kind of pale. I guess it would have been pretty tough to lose your purse that way, especially this late at night.
Oh, I don't know why you bothered, really. Nothing but a nickel in it, anyway. I don't carry much with me when I'm out at night.
A nickel will get you home.
He's smiling at me again, and my heart's saying, oh, brother. We both start towards the mob at the turnstile, and I'm busy hoping he's going my way so we can sort of get better acquainted, you know.
Well, good night. Hang on to that pocketbook now.
Well, aren't you, well, good night. I'm caught in that mob at the turnstile again, and the train's coming in. Somehow, the way you do in crowds, I lose sight of him. And I gotta concentrate on digging out that nickel to put in the slot. I open up my bag and find the nickel all right, and then my heart almost stops. There in my handbag sits a great big wad of bills, folding money, cash. I managed to get the nickel in the slot and get myself through to the platform and on the train, all the while hanging onto that bag as if there were 10 grand in it. $10,000. Gee, it could be that much. The roll is big enough. My head's going around in crazy circles. The doors close behind me and everybody in the car is rushing to find a seat. Over the noise, I hear some contented soul whistling. I grab a seat next to a fat man who's taking up most of it. I sit there hanging onto my bag, not daring to look inside. I tell myself I'm dreaming. There's not really a big roll of bills in there. Extreme hunger is giving me the DTs. How would I get a bankroll as big as your fist? What am I doing with money? Then I remember the purse snatcher. He must have put it there. But why? The fat guy next to me tries to drum up a conversation.
Nice night, ain't it?
Yeah, cold.
You the young lady what got her purse snatched?
Yeah.
Lucky thing you got it back, ain't it?
Yeah, very lucky.
I always say it ain't good for a young lady, especially a nice-looking dame like you, to carry a lot of money around when she's out nights.
Huh? What makes you think I got a lot of money?
Well, the way you carried on when that fella snatched your purse.
Oh, yeah. I'm showing this fat palooka by my attitude that I don't go for conversing. I'm sitting there looking straight at the wall ads, and the one across from me is a big photo in natural color of Miss Subway in 1944. A Brooklyn girl, all dressed up and dripping with furs, and probably wearing Chanel No. 5. Money. All the money I need. No more pounding the pavements and waiting in outer offices for some two-bit job in a show that's due to close opening night. Clothes. A fur, maybe. Chanel No. 5, maybe. An apartment downtown with a switchboard to announce people instead of a fifth-floor walk-up in the Bronx. Food. T-bone steaks smothered in onions. Just walk right in and order it. Fun. Maybe go to a nightclub and... Say, though, maybe it's counterfeit dough. Maybe.
See those guys coming through? They're cops.
How do you know? They might be the Rover boys.
I can spot a plainclothes dick in a minute. They all look alike. They all got a certain purrs and noise.
Well, that don't prove they're dicks.
I don't know. Maybe it's the way they part their hairs.
Plain clothesmen. Looking for something, Hot money, maybe. So, suppose I'm found with it. How am I going to prove somebody planted it on me? I can see them laughing at that one now. That's a good one. Ha, ha, ha. She didn't steal the dough, honest. She just found it in her purse. Ha, ha. That's a good one. Lock her up, 25 years.
Well, good night, little lady. I'm getting off here. This your stop?
No, thanks. I go further uptown.
Well, good night. I'm certainly glad you found your purse.
Good night, fatso. The Rover boys pass on through, and I decide to sneak another look at my bag. I open it up very carefully. The bankroll's there, all right. Some of the bills are in big denominations, too. There could be 10 grand, and it looks like the real thing. But there's also something else, something I didn't see before, a piece of paper stuffed into the roll. I reach in and get it, looking around to see if I'm being watched. All I see in the car is sleepy people, so I unfold the paper and read what's scribbled on it. Get off at 161st Street and follow Yankee Doodle. That don't make sense. What's Yankee Doodle got to do with it? I get up and I'm making for the door when I hear it. And then I remember I've been hearing that whistling right along and didn't notice it. I back into the first empty seat and prepare to do some thinking. Somebody in this car wants that bankroll again. Could it be Sir Galahad? I just can't bear to think of him as a criminal type, but he was awful quick to go chasing after my purse. And he could have been in this car all along without me seeing him. I try to get a quick look around, but there's people in the aisles. And a dear little old lady is pushing her way forward. She sits down next to me.
I was sitting next to a man who kept snoring. Do you mind if I sit here?
No, not at all.
I didn't know there could be so much confusion in the subway this late at night.
Well, in New York, you get to confusion 24 hours a day.
Well, I guess I'm just not used to it, that's all.
Say, you look like there's something wrong. What's the matter? Do you feel sick?
I'm all right. Oh.
Hey, she's passed out. Won't somebody help me? This woman's sick.
Here.
Look out.
Here, give her a slug of this. This'll bring her to.
Thanks, that's swell. Now, look, lady, just take a swallow. It won't hurt you. Go on. Swallow it. That's it.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, really.
Forget it. How do you feel?
I can't imagine what happened. All at once, everything seemed to whirl around.
Sure you're all right now?
I'll be fine in just a moment.
Here's your medicine, mister. Thanks.
It's okay.
You're awfully kind. I didn't think people were so kind in a big city like this.
You better take it easy now. Where do you get off?
What's that?
Where do you get off?
Oh, 169th Street. That's where my sister lives. I'm visiting her, you see, and I just thought I'd go downtown tonight and see a show and have a good time. Evelyn told me how to go on the subway, and everything was fine until just now.
You're not hungry or anything?
Oh, no. It's not that. I have plenty of money. At least I did have.
Yeah? What happened to your money?
Somebody stole my life savings.
No, not really. Who'd do a thing like that?
Eh?
Who'd do a thing like that?
Thing like that? Oh, I don't worry about it, you understand. I'll get the money back.
How?
Well, don't you remember the old saying? It takes a thief to catch a thief.
I suppose so.
Yes. Well, that's just how I plan to catch the person who stole my money.
How much did you lose?
What's that?
How much did you lose?
Oh, lose. Well, I had been saving it all my life, and there was at least, $10,000.
Gee, that's too bad. Well, am I going to give it back to her if it turns out to be her money? How do I know she's not pulling a fast one? I remember that in shows, it's always the dear old lady who fakes a faint to get sympathy when she's really the brains of the mob. Yeah. I noticed she got a big gulp from the bottle while she had the chance. Well, supposing she is on the level, would I give her the money when I have it here? 10 grand? And me practically in the lap of luxury? Would I?
Oh, my.
Listen, do you know how to whistle?
What a strange thing to ask me. As a matter of fact, yes, I do.
Well, I'm awfully fond of whistling.
You are? Are you? Well, you know, I was judged the champion whistler of the Ladies' Auxiliary at church back home.
Oh, isn't that nice?
Yes.
Won't you whistle something for me?
Oh, well, I couldn't. Not here. People would turn around and look at me.
Well, you already caused quite a stir when you fainted.
Oh, did I?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then, what would you like to hear?
Yankee Doodle.
Well, I'll try.
That's fine. But I guess it doesn't prove anything.
I beg your pardon?
I meant, how was it you say you lost all that money?
Oh, the money. The bank teller back home just ran off with the savings of practically everybody in town.
Oh, it happened back home, huh? When?
Well, now, let me see. Why, it must have been 5... No. It was just about 6 years ago.
Oh.
Yes, and why do you ask me?
Well, I just thought maybe I thought you might have just lost it tonight the way you talked.
Well, I hope I didn't alarm you. But I just keep knowing I'm going to get that money back someday.
Yeah, I'm sure you will.
Oh, listen. Somebody else is whistling Yankee Doodle now. That's very fine whistling, too.
Isn't it, though?
Yes.
Yeah, and this time it's no old lady. I got an idea it's somebody who just possibly could have a slight case of murder on his mind.
Tonight for Suspense, Roma Wines bring you as star Miss Lucille Ball.
whom you have heard in the first act of The 10 Grand by Virginia Radcliffe. Tonight's adventure in Suspense.
Far to the south of us is our good neighbor country, Ecuador, land of towering mountains, sweeping vistas. Let's imagine ourselves there now, dining on the roof terrace cafe of the exclusive Hotel Metropolitano in Guayaquil, Ecuador. Near us, an American has just complimented his hosts on the magnificent dinner, to which his host quickly responds, "Ah, yes, it is true that our foods are famous. But from your land comes a rare delicacy also, one which has spread the fame of your own California to many far corners of the world. It is this superb wine, so excellent that we in Ecuador import it from your United States. My friend, I drink to you in your own delicious Roma wine." Our Ecuadorian friend is right, for Roma wine's superb quality has won such favor in many far places that they import it, enjoy it as a rare luxury. But not so here in America. Here, millions know and enjoy Roma wines as an inexpensive, everyday delight, at meal times and when entertaining. So many, in fact, that Roma is America's largest selling wine, with no high import duties to pay nor expensive shipping costs. You enjoy these distinguished wines for only pennies a glass. Ask for Roma wines, which bring you old-world winemaking skill, plus Roma's own modern scientific controls and testing. That's R-O-M-A, Roma wines, America's largest selling wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now it is with pleasure that we bring back to our soundstage Lucille Ball in The 10 Grand, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Street. 161st Street.
Well, this is it.
Oh, must have been dozing. Is this your station?
Yeah, and the next stop is yours. Don't fall asleep and miss it now.
Well, I won't. You've been very kind. I do want to thank you.
No, think nothing of it. Well, good night.
Good night, my dear. Now be careful crossing the street.
Sure, don't worry. I'll be plenty careful. I get off the train. Stand for a minute on the platform looking around. I don't see Sir Galahad, but he could have gone through to another car and come out down the line. Several guys are on the platform, and they all hurry up the steps of the street. I go up, too. I look ahead at the block I have to travel. Then I hear it again, from the darkness of the street. I can't tell exactly where it's coming from, but I'm standing in the light, and whoever's after me has a pretty perfect target. I walk away, hugging my purse and shaking like 6 hangovers. I tell myself that pretty soon Yankee Doodle will grab me and take the money. Any second now. He wouldn't need to kill me. I haven't seen him, so I can't identify him. He could just take the money and leave. But suppose he enjoys killing people. Suppose he gets panicky all of a sudden and his finger slips on the trigger. Suppose he's a maniac. I think about screaming, but nobody'd hear me in time because screaming probably makes Yankee Doodle's trigger finger tremble. Why doesn't he do something? Why doesn't he take the money away from me and get it over with? Does he want me to offer it to him on a gold platter? Not Gigi. She's got a T-bone steak smothered in onions waiting for her if she ever gets out of this in one piece. But now I'm getting toward the next corner, and there's a dim street lamp on the other side. I see him. That's strange. He's been walking ahead of me all this time. Then I hear something else. Footsteps. Somebody behind me. I listen. That doesn't sound like the tread of somebody hurrying home to the little woman. That's a steady tread of somebody trailing somebody. I don't know how I know it, but I know it. There's Yankee Doodle up ahead, but here's also somebody behind me I don't like just by instinct. I'm sandwiched. I'm the ham between 2 slices of rye. I listen again. He's getting closer. By the time I reach the corner, he'll catch up with me. I try walking faster. He's walking faster, too. I turn around. I can see his dark shape behind me with a distant street lamp back of him. Then I see something else. Back away, across the street, is another man, walking fast. Now I got 3 of them. I'm in a triple-decker sandwich now. I want to scream. I want to yell help.
But my heart's got all mixed up in my larynx somehow, and I know I'd never be able to project my voice past the next crack on the sidewalk. They're catching up to me fast. If this is the end, sister, this is it. I'm already imagining the cold steel in my back, and then... The two boys walk right on past me. Don't even give me a tumble. They're making time, and as the one on my side gets ahead of me, I see him nod to the one across the street. They're not tailing me. They're after Yankee Doodle. They heard him whistle, and they'll be catching up with him any minute now. I heave a big sigh of relief and consider a quick exit back to the subway with my 10 grand. I can just barely see the two of them as they come close to the next street lamp. They could be plainclothesmen, but I don't think so somehow. In that case, they got an illegal desire to get something they think Yankee Doodle's got. Or maybe Yankee Doodle's the illegal part of the deal. Suppose he turns out to be Sir Galahad. It's pretty confusing, and I ain't happy about it either way. But something, I don't know what, makes me take after the two Rover boys instead of going my own way while I got the chance. I look up ahead. Yankee Doodle's a block away now, and he stops for a second under a streetlight. He's listening, I can tell that, even though he's too far away for me to tell if he's Sir Galahad. Then quickly he disappears into the shadows again. I'm trying to keep my heels from clicking too loud, but they sound like drum beats, so I take my shoes off quick. The Rover boys are up on the corner now, but I'm making it by the time they're halfway down the next block. The street lamp must have burned out along here because it's blacker than a Schiaparelli dinner dress. If only a police car would come by or something. Maybe Winchell would be cruising with the boys, yeah, and then he'd give me a plug in his column and it'd be easy for me to get a job. Oh, what am I thinking about things like that for now? Besides, there ain't a car on the street. There hasn't been one since I got off the subway. Suddenly, out of the blackness, a hand grabs my arm, another covers my mouth.
Be quiet. Don't scream. It's me. Here, let's get down in the stairway where they can't see us against the light. Now.
You didn't need to choke me.
They'll come back this way in a minute. As soon as they found out they'd lost me.
How'd you get here? I thought you was way ahead of them.
I was. I ducked in here and let them pass. Are you with me?
Why should I be?
It's my life or theirs.
So what?
I got your purse back for you.
Yeah, Sir Galahad.
You got my money.
It could be their money.
Yes, but it isn't.
Wait, they're coming back. I got an idea. I'll step out and say something, and you...
All right. Get up there quick. They're coming.
Well, hiya, boys. Fancy seeing you here. Nice night, ain't it?
Never mind, sister. We ain't got time to chat.
Well, you needn't blind me with that flashlight. I just wanted to pass the time of day.
Well, it ain't that time of day, so step aside and let...
Hey, what... Oh.
Hey, he was trying to get up.
Let's make sure they're really out.
Are you kidding? They're both out farther than the 12-mile limit.
Then let's get away from here fast. Come on.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter? You don't want to be picked up around here, do you?
Well, I got to put my shoes on first, don't I? Say, do you know I broke my heel on that heel? So, here we are, 15 minutes later, sitting in an all-night restaurant after running practically 12 blocks and me forgetting all about the fact my feet was killing me a couple hours ago. Sir Galahad's breathing just like normal, but I'm still sounding like a pair of bellows trying to catch my wind. He's looking at me and laughing in a nice way, and I don't mind.
You know, what you need is a little regular exercise. It would get you in condition.
A nice, steady job hoofing somewhere will do that for me.
I wonder how long it will be before the cops find those guys.
Maybe you ought to report it first, just to be on the safe side.
No. It would be too dangerous. I have to get rid of the money first.
Oh.
No, I did not rob a bank.
Well, there's other illegal ways to get 10 grand.
Here comes the waitress. Better order, and then we can talk. Eh?
I can't believe I'm really going to get a steak inside of me instead of hot lead.
Wait until you see what the steak's like before you feel too happy.
Know what you want yet? Yeah, a long time ago. T-bone steak, rare, smothered in onions.
Make it 2, please.
2 T's, rare and buried. All right, shoot. What am I saying?
I'm a Greek.
Yeah?
I came over here when I was about 15. My father and mother are still in Athens. I couldn't get them out of the country when the Italians invaded. So I don't know where they are now.
Oh, gee, that's too bad.
Oh, I'm like a lot of people over here. I want to do something for my mother country, even though I am a naturalized American. So, in my spare time, I collect contributions from other Greeks living over here.
Oh, you mean for the Relief Society?
Oh, no, that's different. This money supports the Greek underground. It has to be gotten and sent very quietly because certain people over here would like very much to know who's operating the underground in Greece. You see?
Yeah, I'm beginning to. What about the Rover boys?
Who?
The 2 kids we lulled to sleep back there.
Oh, well, I can't prove it yet, but I think they're Axis agents. They've been following me ever since I left home this morning. Today was my day off, and I've been making the rounds collecting.
You did pretty well. How much is in that bankroll?
$10,415.
Oh, boy, you're quite a salesman.
I've got a good product to sell. Anyway, I thought I could shake those guys in the subway. But then when you got your purse lifted, I did a little quick thinking and decided the money would be safer with you for a while. And I do want to thank you.
Oh, that's all right. Always glad to help out. Well, I guess you'd like to have your 10 grand back now, huh?
You know, in Greece, they have a law that whoever finds money gets to keep 10% as a reward.
No kidding.
Yes. So the way we'd figure it, you get $1,041.15.
Say, that's wonderful. That's a great custom. I wonder why they don't adopt it in America.
Well, I guess America has a lot of things that Greece doesn't have. T-bone steaks, for instance.
Yeah, that's true. Well, here you are. I hope you get the dough into the right hands.
Thank you very, very much. Aren't you going to count out your 10%?
I got to contribute something to winning the war, ain't I? Say, miss.
You want me?
Yeah, what happened to them 2 T-bone steaks?
Oh, well, I'm sorry, but when I took your order for the steak, I forgot this was Meatless Tuesday.
Oh, no.
And so closes the 10 Grand, starring Lucille Ball. Tonight's tale of Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by William Spear.
Have you had the thrilling experience of enjoying a meal prepared and served with delightful Roma wines? Well, tomorrow evening, we suggest that when preparing your dinner, whether it be fish, meat, or poultry, just add a generous portion of your favorite Roma table wine, Sauterne, Burgundy, or Claret. Then simply put the same bottle, well chilled, on the table with the meal. You'll be in for a new experience in just how good even the simplest everyday foods can be when prepared and also served with superbly flavored Roma wines. Don't put off discovering how much these delicious and inexpensive Roma wines can add to the pleasure of everyday living. Remember, thousands make Roma wines their daily standby for greater enjoyment at a cost of only pennies a glass. Ask for R-O-M-A, Roma Wines, America's largest selling wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is Lucille Ball. I always enjoy my appearances on Suspense, and tonight I'm particularly proud because Mr. Spear has just counted up, and he says that tonight I said more words per minute than any actress he has ever had on the show. Well, here's just a few more, and I hope you will give heed to them. Don't let tomorrow go by without buying an extra war bond.
Lucille Ball appeared tonight through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers at the White Cliffs of Dover. Next Thursday, same time, we will present the best-selling novel, The Walls Came Tumbling Down, and Mr. Keenan Wynn will be your star of Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
The Columbia Broadcasting System.